The recording has started, so
Okay,
you're good to go.
I'm gonna call this meeting to order. And first order of business, William, looks like you're get to start off with the introductions and a little update.
William Kleinsaucer here, swine representative, Augusta, Montana. Oh, it's been pretty busy at home right now. It's calving's done and the branding's done and the seeding is hopefully will be finished end of the week. In the pig world, pig prices in the future sure took a hit with all the tariffs. We'll say that. But they're slowly recovering. So hopefully we'll get ahead and the big pig.
Because Jeremy was telling me a number of, the percentage of pigs that are exported is fairly high.
Well, U.S. exported $8 billion worth of pork last year, and $1 billion of that went to China. So that's.
But all right, so 8 billion out of what's the pork industry total production then? So
I agree.
50 billion or
I
30 or
that's
I
just,
was just kind of wondering what percentage of your product is exported.
the exports add $66 of value per head to the U.S. pork industry.
Okay, so I don't even know what a pig's worth. What would
Well, there's so many different formulas in the.
yeah. Well, if you were to buy a 250-pound hog day, what are they worth?
Open market right now, they're around 60 cents.
60 cents. So you got 200 bucks. So a fairly substantial percentage of that is export. I guess that's just the number I'm trying to come up with. But
Yeah.
it's a fairly substantial number.
But only 10% of the U.S. anymore, even less than that, uses the national formula, like Southern Iowa, Minnesota.
Sure.
They don't use that anymore. Everybody has their own niche thing. That's a marketing is a whole different strategy right now.
Okay. I guess I see Lily is on. Lily, you want to give us an update?
Sure. Lily Anderson, dairy and poultry producer, or not a poultry producer, representative from South Livingston. Homesick with Rose today, so she'll probably hang out with us for the meeting. But yeah, we're getting ready to farm. The weather's been pretty nice. It kind of snows, but we've been getting some moisture, so I guess we won't complain. I just got back from the Dairy Farmers of America annual meeting in Kansas City, which was very good. Milk prices are not great and they're forecasted to continue to not be great for the next few months. So we'll see what happens there.
Okay. Hello there, young lady.
Nope. I thought she was drinking some delicious, wholesome milk there.
That's right. Chocolate milk for breakfast in our house. So.
Oh yeah. Well, it's filled. So, all right. Well, thank you. Eric, you on?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, you want to give an update?
Sure. Moisture is kind of the issue out east. We got a couple showers the last couple days.
Introduce yourself for the record, please.
Oh, sorry, Eric Moore, cattle representative from Miles City. Sorry. Yeah, moisture is kind of the issue out here. It's spotty. There's some places better than others. We've gotten a couple tensors here and there, but most of the storms that have come across us have kind of failed to deliver on what they said they were going to do. So it's kind of hit and miss, and it's cold too. Yearling turnout, we'd usually be shipping a bunch of yearlings right now, but we're still getting in the upper 20s at night. So we're not growing a lot of grass. It's just too cold. So I wish I'd made as much progress as William has and get everything branded and turned out and farmed, but we're kind of still in winter mode out here, but it's supposed to warm up next week. So cattle prices are super high through the roof. As everybody knows, we had a big dip in the futures. With the tariff scare, the cattle CME contracts are following the S&P real close. But the cash market didn't really react. You didn't see much dip in the feeders. You didn't see much dip in the killer cows going through the barns up here, and they're higher now than they were prior to the tariff scare. So looks like the market is still on fire and still very, very strong.
Okay, thank you. And is Jake on?
I don't see Jake
Jake
up
AI
there.
right now.
Yeah.
Jake or,
Oh, it's Jay Bachman.
okay, all right, Alan?
Alan Redfield, beef, representative from south of Livingston. Moisture is not a problem at our house. We had 14 inches of heavy wet snow, and so plus several cents, so we've had over 2 inches of moisture in the last 2 weeks, and got most of this older stuff branded work, but they still get a lot of hay because they're just, nothing's growing, no grass growing, which we never have grass growing this time of year anyway, so it's like plan to feed till the 15th of May, and that's just how it's gonna be. Can't farm because it's too wet, but been able to work on some irrigation ditches and things, so we're getting by.
Getting by. I guess up in our country, we'd like to get by with it where it was too wet. At 14 inches of snow, we might have had that much all winter if you piled it up.
Well,
But,
that just goes with the 4 feet we had all winter.
yeah. But, my son told me that, when, he had some soil testing done and they did find moisture out in the crop fields, pretty much as deep as the probe went, so that's a good sign. The moisture from last fall apparently is hung in there and so we'll have moisture to seed into and a good start for the crops. The winter wheat looks really good. And the calving season has been wonderful. We're on the downhill run, but we're not quite done yet. My heifers are done, basically. So with that, I guess if we don't have nobody, Jake or,
Don't have Jake or Greg on right now, so.
okay, all right, well, then we will move on, and I'd ask for approval of the minutes from the last meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes from the
Okay,
March 6th meeting.
all right, do you have a second? All right.
I'll second.
Second by William. Any discussion? Lily or Eric? Discussion?
Oh, looks good.
Who's that?
Absolutely.
Right, all right, okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carried. And I guess we should note that with the 2 Zoom members and 3 of us in the building here, that we do have a quorum. So with that, Mr. Honeycutt, would you like to?
Yeah,
give us
we'll make quick work of the OGSM report. I'll share it there for folks out there to be able to see it. But we did have our monthly meeting with the governor on the 15th of April and ran through. You guys have seen this many times, so probably not need to spend a whole lot of time on things, just to say what did we update him on. Quarterly, keeping track of slaughter figures through the processors that we inspect, both custom exempt and inspected with the USDA mark that we provide. That is surprisingly with the cattle inventory, very strong. You'll see the numbers almost match 2024, and they're very similar again to where we were in 2023 as well. Actually, probably ahead of where we were in 2023. So, it's not in the scale of things, when we think about livestock slaughter in the United States, it's not huge in comparison to what's happening all around the country, but at least for us and our plants, pretty robust, and animals continuing to go through there at a pretty good clip. You can, down in that bottom one, you can say the same thing about our markets. we're right on line with about the same throughput that we had in 2024 and 2023. And even given where we are and know where we are in the cattle inventory, what's rolling through the markets and being consigned and marketed that way is very robust. Even more so when you take into account where we are in total inventory. On the budget side, obviously we're doing good. The per capita fee has started coming in here the last couple of months, and so usually we have that inverse between expense and revenue until we get to the per capita part of the year. But the top line story there is revenue is greater than expense, and expense is less than the appropriated budget. So those are good signs. That's where we want to be. And our department vacancies, we're running pretty good. We're running pretty full up. We do have vacancies, but more and more of those vacancies are planned for one reason or another, because we're trying to save some money or make decisions about, what we want to do in the future, whether we want to continue with those positions the same way they are or not. Just
So
mention.
Well, I'm just wondering, like, the livestock loss board, that FTE that's assigned there, where does that show up?
That would show up in central services, because that's where it's assigned.
Okay.
So that's why you see a little bit of there's between the actual FTE total and FTE field, that's where you would find that position at.
Okay.
We'll talk about that one more later today when we get to that portion. I think Brian, the livestock loss board is going to meet next week. So we're planning some things there. Heard somebody out there, was somebody trying to get in and ask a question or? Okay. Highs and lows, the big things we pointed out to them is our agency bills have passed when we were talking to them. They've now been across his desk and signed. We've got our BOL members confirmed. We got all of our, for the first time in a long time, everybody on the livestock loss board and everybody on the board of milk control is actually gone and been confirmed. And so those boards are full up, which is good. I did put out there as a high that, even though early in the year, we didn't look like we were going to have a year where we were going to be able to do much with population of Yellowstone bison, but we're up close to 900 that got, and so that's much better than we were expecting when the season started. And I did put there that, livestock loss board is kind of moving forward. We're keeping it moving forward, even though we haven't had a person in that position since October. Brian's been handling claims. We've gotten the grant program out. And so getting ourselves prepared to talk to the livestock loss board about their future there when they meet next week. And there wasn't much on the low side for the month. I did just take the opportunity to clue them in on some of the impacts that we're seeing from the USDA staffing areas. So, for example, I think I put that in one of your weekly reports that Eric Summer from USDA Ag Statistics Service come in to say that he was taking the leave option that was provided for federal employees, and that many of his colleagues did. So, so we've got gaps there in ag statistics. Don't know if they'll fill those or not. We have had a pretty, Dr. Szymanski during her time later today, I can probably talk a little bit more about veterinary services is looking like it's going to be a lot of people taking the opportunity to leave. And then, of course, with the probationary employees that weren't retained. And so there is, the thing that comes with that, regardless of what anyone out there thinks about, how those things are being rolled out, there are certain pieces of work that has to be done, and those transition back to the state. So whether it's disease control, surveillance. So I was just pointing those issues out that, just puts a little bit more pressure on us if we were to have a disease outbreak or those things, because some of those resources that we've been used to counting on, those people are not there anymore. And I think there's more to come, because there's probably another round of buyouts or leave options, whatever you want to call them. And there'll probably be more federal employees that'll take advantage of that. And if those positions aren't replaced, some of those are positions that were very helpful to us, and they just won't be there in the future.
So Mike, I'm just looking back up at the slaughter facilities, and and the numbers there. So how many new facilities came online in the past year?
I believe it's three, I believe it's three, it might be two.
Yeah, yeah.
And did we have any go off? Did anybody have any move up to USDA, federal inspected plants and?
Last year, I don't think any last year. We did have one in 2025 that has moved to USDA.
In 2025?
Yeah.
And
Okay, well, I'm just,
White sulfur, because white sulfur was probably in 2024, we had rawhide meats moved.
Correct.
Federal. But yes.
well, I'm just looking at, I mean, I'm looking at everything up there, but looking at the numbers and so I guess that looks pretty good. Apparently the facilities are staying pretty well at capacity and,
Yeah, I think our local state facilities, I mean, you look at the stats, and I know you all track them too, that our usage of slaughter capacity has been declining. This year, I think it's gotten as low as upper 70% at some weeks of actual capacity being utilized, and that's mostly the bigger plants. But it's hard to find a plant in Montana that's not operating as much as they can possibly go on these local small plants. So sort of the inverse of what you see in the national scene, where we're not utilizing as much slaughter capacity as we were a year or two ago. But our plants are usually all full and booked, as you all know, because you're all looking for slots too, and booked sometimes a year and a half out. So, and that's not showing any signs of changing, so, on the state level.
I was talking to our custom exempt guy up there and actually I heard an ad on the radio that they had open slots here last month. And so I asked him and he said, April is always our slowest month. When you think about the cattle, age of cattle in Montana and the time on feed and things, it makes sense that April is probably the time period where there'd be less finished animals available in our state. But other than that, whenever Jeremy puts one in the feedlot, he makes sure that he's got a date locked in for the other end of the process. Otherwise, you got a problem. That's
Just, quickly on the actual goals page, my little way of showing red, yellow, green, there's nothing in yellow or red in any of our plans that we were doing for June. Most of it was around the legislature, so everything progressed through the legislature the way we expected it to. Obviously our elk surveillance in the Crazy Mountains came out. We got that done. That was the goal, was to get it done, but it also came out good from the standpoint of we're not finding more elk in new areas that are positive for brucellosis. Dr. Szymanski, her changeover of software systems, retiring USA Herds, starting to move to Core One, the new vendor is online, going the way it's supposed to go. We have some repurposing of positions. So, the hybrid sanitarian position that's mostly egg, but also helping to provide in milk. We got that moving forward. Our high-path avian influenza testing that the dairy industry was volunteering to help with, we've got it going. And of course, it's positive that we haven't found any high-path avian influenza in dairy cattle in the state of Montana. So all those things have been moving exactly the way they're supposed to be moving. And then, of course, we always look at the org chart. It's just a slide that the governor likes to see. And so nothing's really changed in our structure other than I will point out, I don't know how much that you see we did combine. So when we get that, the position that the assistant administrator position that was vacated last year, and hiring that back which we've not hired anyone into the role yet, but hiring that back as a regional investigator like Sean Hando and Dan Buney are. And so instead of having the state divided in half, we'll have the state divided in thirds. That did take a box away because now we'll have those guys, the market regulations, not its own box in our org chart. It's the livestock crime investigation and the market regulations in one box on the org chart. But you see that we had 12 vacancies, and I pointed out to the governor that 4 of those were right now vacant intentionally. So it was really only what I call 8 serviceable vacancies that where we had a gap in the department, which these days is pretty good. So when you got 140 plus FTEs and you really only have 8 real vacancies, we're holding on to people pretty good. That's better than from a labor perspective. That's better. We're beating the trend, I think, nationally in terms of keeping positions filled and being able to fill positions when they open. But those are the things that were shared with the governor. So I'll see if there's any other questions or comments.
How does that compare our employment or unemployment or vacancy rate compared to, say, Department of Transportation or Health and Human Services?
Yeah. Mike Spatz is probably listening, and when he comes in for his HR update, he can probably shed more light on that. The state has shared some reports on that. I think we're running about the same or a little better than most in the state. I think one of the problems, I see Mike's walking toward the room now. I think one of the problems though we have being a smaller department is sometimes one vacancy can mean more to us than it can maybe in a larger department, right? Because we maybe only have one person who's doing a certain job, and when they're not here, it's not like there's other people to absorb it. Like in an agency where you have 500, 600, 700 employees, if they can have 10 vacancies and maybe not disrupt them as much as one vacancy disrupts us just because we're smaller. But Mr. Spatz, you want to elaborate on that?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Board. Our numbers, Mr. Honeycutt's correct. I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but we're sitting in line with the rest of the state agency departments as far as our turnover and other items like that. But where we're excelling at our time to hire is quicker. We're a few percentage points higher than other state agencies, so we're doing well there. And then, as Mr. Honeycutt said, just being a small agency, when our percentage of turnover looks high, but as one of the smallest agencies, we get 2 people leave, and it looks like a 12% turnover rate or something like that. So we're actually sitting pretty equal to other large agencies that have a lot of staff and things like that. So,
and I'm glad Mike mentioned the time to hire, because it was interesting. Because to us, I'm sure to you guys sometimes, with some of the vacancies that the board has had to be involved in, in the last couple of years, it seems like it's a long time to hire, right? It feels like a long time to hire. 30, 40 days, 50 days, 60 days at times or longer, feels like a long time to have a gap. But still, that's better than the state average. And so it feels long to us, but comparative to our other agencies, we're filling those positions faster than most of our colleagues are. So I want to point out that it still feels slow. It's not, but we may be beating the average, but maybe that, that's just, that's not also, it's a good metric in comparison, but still feels slow to us when it takes you 40, 50 days between somebody leaving and getting somebody hired, and particularly if it's in a bad time of year, if it's in a market during fall run, those types of things, that does put a lot of pressure on us. So I recognize that.
You want to share last night when we were visiting about the areas of the state that can be a problem, where the bigger agencies, Helena, Gallatin Valley, because of the cost of living, it's harder to find an employee that fits the wage that's available. And us, maybe not so, we may be location in Scobie, Montana might be a bigger detriment to hiring than the cost of living in McAllen Valley.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's correct. We haven't really seen any data that shows that Helena or Bozeman or Missoula or Kalispell that we can't fill those positions. However, Glasgow has been a struggle and those other areas where the cost of living maybe isn't as high and it's harder to fill those actually right now. So we're seeing, so, yeah.
And that's been systemic as long as I've been here. Glasgow, the market position there has always been one that, was difficult to get someone hired and in there. And then, usually, we've had a history there with positions like that unless you hire somebody who's from that part of the world and wants to be in that part of the world, that's their home. We'd get people, and then as soon as they had an opportunity to move to Columbus or Billings or somewhere else, they would leave Glasgow and move there. So Glasgow has always seemed, that market position there has always seemed to be like a little bit of a rotation. And it's been that way ever since I've been here. And I'm always hopeful that the next time we hire somebody, we'll hire somebody that's where they want to live, that's where they're from, they're committed to it, and they'll stay there for a while and not want to move to one of the other locations when another position opens up.
Okay.
Any other questions or
Yeah,
comments
how about
on?
Lily or Eric, do you have any
OGSN?
questions or comments on anything that Mike has?
Yeah, Mike, just in general, and if you're gonna address this later, call me out of order, but I was just gonna get like a quick update where Section C is within House Bill 2. It's House Bill 2 is out of the Senate, it's going to conference. Have you heard any whispers that anything in Section C or our budget's gonna be an issue?
No, I haven't. I think we're in good shape. We had the reduction from 8 to 4 in the number of positions that we asked for meat and poultry inspection. That happened before executive action in Section C, and that was done through negotiation with the committee chair. And so everything has remained intact from there, and there was little to no discussion about Section C at all during Senate Finance and Claims. They spent most of their time focused on DPHHS and places like that. That's where most of the conversation took place. So we're sitting really good where we're at right now, and hopefully it'll just stay that way until they get it finalized and headed towards the governor's desk. And I would expect that'll happen in the next few days, by middle of next week, because I think that's their target to be done. And House Bill 2 is the big thing they have to get done before they can close the session.
Okay. Lily, anything you'd like? No, we'll move on. And we still don't have,
Let's see, we've got, looking to see if Greg or Jake have been able to jump on. I do not see them, no, sir.
okay, all right. Okay, well, I guess, that all you have on the.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll move on into new business then, and Mr. Spats, you're here, you wanna move into the hot
You
seat
bet.
now?
Go one chair over, move up here. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, thanks for taking some time this morning to hear what's going on in the HR world. So
Just introduce yourself.
I apologize, that's happening this morning. My name is Michael Spatz. I'm the Human Resource Officer for the department. Thank you for that reminder. Looking into our recruitment, kind of the normal thing we talk about every month, but the department is actively recruiting for, we'll say, roughly 7 positions. The real-time numbers, they move pretty quick. We make some offers and things like that before I present those numbers, but we're actually sitting right around 7 currently. When Honeycutt gets that list open, and I think you have those materials, kind of our list of recruitments there, some highlights to look at. The meat poultry inspector supervisor position in the Northwest Montana area. There was a first round of interviews held for that. Currently making the decision to continue to interview through that process. So looking for a really strong management candidate. So if anyone's listening to this out there, send them our way. So we have the lab quality manager position. I believe that just opened up recently. We've already made an offer and it's been accepted for that job in Bozeman there. So that's being filled. The veterinary microbiologist section head position that was announced, the resignation last month at the last board meeting. We'll be posting that position today. So I'm working with Dr. Judah to finalize a few things.
Is that the one that their official last day is like the 2nd or
Yep,
something?
that's correct. Yep, May 2nd, that'll be officially vacant. And then kind of looking at the city and that roving position in eastern Montana, Mr. Bodner's got interviews set up for tomorrow, actually. He'll be interviewing for those. He's got some promising candidates and we're hopeful for that. And I'll just mention that, I said Glasgow was a hard place to fill, but we're very fortunate and we filled Glasgow too, which we'll see. So that position finally got filled. So we've had 2 new hires since the last board meeting, and we've had some internal movement, some promotions have happened, 4 of them to be exact. We've had 3 vacated positions, all in the animal health area. And we have that 1 notice of resignation, which is in the lab. That's Dr. Swartz's resignation there for May 2nd. And then going on to some staffing and position highlights there. The new hires that we had on that list, they were in the animal health side. We have a Regan Stark has joined the lab as the front office lab tech. And she started on March 19th with the department. And we have Mr. Fred Wolkers has joined the team as the sanitarian in the milk and egg unit. That is the individual that'll be doing the egg work and the milk work over there. And the sanitarian, he's joining us from some county sanitarian work. He's come over to the state side and is helping us out. And then brands, that's where the promotions were, the 4 internal promotions. Jordan Pruitt is who we hired for the market supervisor position in Glasgow. She's been working in the Miles City area and we're happy to have her up there. Jace Bodner's real excited for that. I should mention that with that promotion, we will be posting a Miles City market inspector job with that as well to backfill her position. And then our congratulations to Wes Seward, Jeff Jurgens, and Jake Eshelman were hired as Livestock's FTO lead worker position that we've created. And they started on March 26th. That's when that happened. So those are all filled and going.
And FTO, just because we're bouncing
sorry.
around acronyms, Field Training Officer. So these will be the gentlemen that will be doing some training of their fellow investigators. And if we get new investigators, they'll be responsible for getting those new employees up to speed and learning how to do that job.
So, and you're talking about also local, they would train the local inspectors, the non.
No, each investigator is responsible for the local inspectors in their district. They'll be working directly with the investigators.
Okay.
So if we hire, so say we get an investigator opening, we get a new investigator, these will be the folks that they'll do ride-alongs with. They'll come out to their district, talk to them about, how they get things done, and how to get the job done. And Jay can probably elaborate, but they'll also be doing some other training of their colleagues too. So it's something that within a law enforcement agency you have to have. We've just never really formalized it, and it does require to do this. You do have to be certified to be an FTO. So it's an additional certification that each of these 3 gentlemen have that they'll have to do and maintain through the Law Enforcement Academy. But like I said, we've always had FTOs, but this is our first time in making it, formalizing it, and then making sure we've got one in each region of the state so that geographically we're covered as well.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks, Mr. Hunnick. Great explanation. Nothing to add. Any questions on staffing or kind of the recruitment side of that? Look, moving on to changing the topic there, some pay news. I think some things that employees will be excited to hear about is the House Bill 13 state employee pay plan. It was passed and it's effective. that was my, my generic, date up there, July 1. I should mention the specific date is that House Bill 13 will go into effect the first day of the pay period that includes July 1st, is how it actually reads in statute. So, but that'll be a $1 an hour increase or 2.5% for state employees. And to get the 2.5%, that looks like you have to make around 83,000 a year to qualify for that. So it's whichever's greater, employees will get. And as I mentioned, they'll be effective on the July 23rd and July 2025 and July 22nd, 2026. Employees will notice those increases on their paychecks there. The House Bill 13 includes some additions to travel and meal reimbursement rates. Those are going up. Specific numbers are out there, and I can share those with people if they want to reach out to me. I do have those. And then there's state health plan changes that are happening. The state is increasing what they contribute to employee healthcare by 2.5%. And then we also have it's called the Live Life Well incentive. If you do these specific things and go get a checkup and don't smoke and those things, the state will actually give you an additional $30 a month to help cover your insurance costs. Well, they're increasing that due to the increase in healthcare benefits to the state by from $30 to $60 a month on that, which is good. And then bottom line, I guess, as I look at that now, that red's probably a bad choice because it makes it look bad, but it's just wanted to make sure employees were aware that they've heard it. Wasn't in a lot of the promotional materials about House Bill 13, but there is a small increase that employees will pay for dependents on their coverage. And when I see that initially, I get kind of nervous, but you do the math and it's $4 on every $100 of health insurance that employees would pay. So it's still a good deal that's coming through. So
it all helps. And
absolutely. No, that's very generous. So, yep. And if people have questions or anyone's listening out there, they can give me a call on that. And then the kind of last general update, it's as we're kind of blazing through the 2025, the first quarter's gone and we're going into the second quarter. I just use this opportunity to inform the board of kind of what's going on, but if staff are listening, it's just a great opportunity to continue to communicate with staff. That's part of the performance improvement process. The employee performance process communication should be happening year round, but just friendly reminder that should be going on, and it'll help us prepare for the mandatory mid-year check-ins that we'll all be doing. So, the things that we share is that they should, discuss progress, make sure they align with departmental goals, have those casual conversations, throw some tips at management, but just keep it simple, and keep the goals related to your job description or specific goal, something like that. If there's some sort of succession planning or training in for other jobs, offer that to the staff, have those talks, see what they want to do. And then the responsibilities of that, they should be changing goals and stuff in the talent system, and then preparing for that mid-year check-in process. So that's where we're at.
so do you share this with the department heads specifically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I was a little behind this year, but that did go out. Yeah. Yes.
Well, yeah, because, sharing it with us and with the public is one thing, but it's not very valuable. Probably in the long run, it's way more valuable.
Correct. Yeah, but my hope is that there's employees listening today too.
Yeah,
but that messaging is out to internally.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And as Mike said, there's a mandatory, check-in should be happening regularly. I know I'll speak, just so the board knows, I'll speak to myself, that all those that report to me know we actually have a dedicated hour on the schedule every week that we talk about things. So there should be check-ins on what's going on and how things are going and performance and how people progress towards goals should be happening. But just like there is for the year end, there's a mandatory from the state level, there's a mandatory mid-year check-in. And just like with the end of year performance evaluation, that has to be done through the state's talent system. So it gets tracked and we know who has gotten it done, who hasn't gotten it done, and are able to monitor and watch that. And of course, from a State Department administration, they're telling us that too. They're saying, hey, only 83% of your employees have done this or that, and you've got till this deadline to get it done. So on those mandatory mid-year and year-end review, those things are monitored and tracked through a software system. And so we know who's done it, and if they're not complete, we know what stage they're at, what part of the process they've gotten to, and those types of metrics.
Can you pull up who's out there? Eric or Lily, either one of you have any questions for Mr. Spatz? Let's see, Eric is studying something there. No.
And I see Mr. Witchman is on now as well, so he's been able to jump in and join us here.
All right. So any questions? Okay, well, all right, then, Ms. Witchman, Greg, if you're on, maybe you could introduce yourself and give a quick update. Congratulations on both, and I neglected Eric, congratulations on your confirmation, both Eric and Greg. Glad you made it through. So, all right, Greg, you got the floor.
Can you hear me?
There he is, we've got you.
Okay, I'm running down the road here, so I'm trying to take care of a few things, so I'll just kind of listen for a while.
All right, we got
Okay.
you.
Well, when you get stopped and you wanna, just let us know and we'll let you join in, so. All right, thanks, guys. All right. We don't wanna watch that very long anyway.
Yeah.
Get my vertigo back.
Yeah. So, all right, I guess, thank you, Mr. Spratt.
Thank
Very
you.
good. All right. Miss Lindsay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Lindsay Simon, Agency Counsel. First on the agenda is a litigation update. It's my understanding that some of the board members wanted an update on the federal court case that the department's involved in with the governor's office and Fish, Wildlife and Parks regarding Yellowstone National Park's recent bison management plan. So just a quick summary, the state of Montana, so it's the governor's office and the two agencies I mentioned, filed a lawsuit at the end of last year on December 31st, challenging most of the causes of action involve the NEPA process, which would be the National Environmental Policy Act, like procedural requirements. And so most of the causes of action challenged a bison management plan based on violations of NEPA. There is one cause of action that is based on the National Park Organic Act and the effect on the rangeland within the park. So in terms of an update, last week there was a hearing in the case in front of federal judge Brian Morris down in Butte. At this stage, it's kind of a procedural, we're still in nothing substantive has happened. It's really mostly just procedural processes going on because there's a number of Native American tribes and conservation groups that have moved to intervene as defendants in the lawsuit. And it's kind of a procedural mess at this point because it appears that Fort Peck and the Assiniboine and Sioux tribes, I believe their intervention has been granted. Everyone else, it's maybe still pending and we're waiting for an order on that. Cottonwood Environmental Law Center is one of those interveners, and that is the most gray area because the court initially granted their intervention, but then also gave leave to file briefing on whether they should be given leave to intervene. So I'm not quite sure where we are on that status, but at the end of the hearing last week, Judge Morris did mention that he has 3 weeks of trials coming up. So I don't expect to get a ruling on all of that before then. So hopefully within the next couple of weeks, though, we'll get an order that clarifies who the parties are, and then we can move forward, hopefully, to substantive issues in that case.
So is there a specific time frame for interveners?
I mean, there's not like black and white, hard and fast, but I think given all of these parties that have moved to intervene before the federal defendants filed their answer. They just filed their answer this week. So likely it's going to be considered timely, given that they moved to intervene very early on in the litigation before any responsive pleadings were filed. So as it goes on, if there's more parties that seek to intervene, like the timeliness of their motion might be relevant, but at this point, I don't think that we have a very good argument to say that their interventions are untimely at this point.
So I guess, I don't know how to put it, but it seemed like kind of a odd consortium of
Yes.
interveners.
And you know,
And I just wonder if they all have the same purpose, or goal in suit.
Mr. Chairman, from my understanding, most of them appeared to be wanting to intervene as defendants, which I take to mean defending the bison management plan and the record of decision. Cottonwood Environmental Law Center, I believe, is proposing to file a cross-claim against the National Park Service. I hope I'm getting that right. That's my understanding of what their proposed pleading was. So they take issue with portions of the bison management plan as well. But my understanding is everyone else is seeking to intervene as defendants and is not asserting another claim against anyone else. Cottonwood Environmental Law Center is also seeking to add the USDA APHIS and the United States Forest Service as defendants. So that was one of their motions were at issue in the hearing last week as well, because they want to add them in as defendants because they're essentially saying we need all three of them in there, and they want to stay the proceeding that we filed while a lawsuit that they filed back in 2018 can proceed. So there's, like I said, it's kind of a procedural mess right now, and so we're waiting for an order from Judge Morris to kind of clarify some of these issues so we know how to move forward.
So a lot of the questions, I guess, we'll probably just put on hold until he makes a ruling, and then we would have a little more light on what he could share, more light on what actually is taking place and what potential it has.
Yes, as of now, it's like I said, it's the motions are essentially procedural in nature. We just got the answer filed by the federal defendants, which is kind of the first substantive step to see, okay, what's their response to this? But it's very early on still, even though there's a lot of motions going around because of the interventions, it's pretty early on in the litigation.
Alan, do you have any more comments?
No. No, we just need to be updated so people know kind of where we're at.
Yeah.
It'll be 3 years before anything's done. That's just my guess.
Well, when you reference that 2018 case that actually, I don't know what happened to it. It never got decided. It just is sitting out there somewhere. Is that the status, or?
That was one of the issues that was pretty pertinent to the hearing last week. So my understanding is that case was filed and it proceeded for a while, and then the federal defendants, I should say, actually, the National Park Service moved to voluntarily remand the case back to the agency level so they would do another NEPA analysis and issue a record of decision. So that happened in July of 2024. There was a new bison management plan record of decision. And so Cottonwood Environmental Law Center was the plaintiff in that case. They are asserting that the United States Forest Service and USDA APHIS were also required to go back and do their own NEPA analysis. And so they've told the court, well, they haven't done that, and therefore you need to reopen my 2018 case and require that to happen as well. They need to comply with the court's order to remand, and the federal defendants are saying, no, National Park Service said they do it. There was no obligation for these other federal agencies. So that's what's going on in that 2018 case, and Cottonwood Environmental Law Center has asked to stay our case while that issue, the motion to reopen, and that gets all settled. So that's how those two cases tie in together.
Okay. Any questions from, on Zoom from Eric or Lily? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more litigation update for you. Since the last board meeting, the Department of Livestock specifically, this is under the Meat and Milk Inspection Bureau, we filed a civil injunction action against Travis Camps and his assumed business name, Montana Mobile Livestock Slaughter. Mr. Camps was served with that lawsuit on, I believe, April 15. So he has 21 days to file an answer or responsive pleading. So we're still in that period of time now. So we'll see what happens with that case. I don't intend to do anything. He's currently in jail in Gallatin County, so I don't see the need to seek a restraining order at this point, as long as he's incarcerated for the near future and won't be practicing. So that may change. If he is released again and resumes his business, I might reevaluate and decide if we need to seek any kind of preliminary injunctive relief. But as of now, since he's incarcerated, I don't plan on doing that at this time.
Unfortunate situation. Any questions or? Yes, Mike, you're watching that, let's see if anybody
Yeah,
has
I'm
a
watching
hand
to
up
see if
or anything.
anybody, jumps in.
Okay.
You know, I guess I would, if you may, I'd make a comment there, just that, you know, Ms. Simon talked about her work on Mr. Camp's situation. And in general, I think, one of the things as an agency, that we need to do here in the near future is to do some sort of public outreach around unlicensed practice. We've seen an uptick in unlicensed practice within the meat and poultry area. I'm thinking of something along the lines of a public service announcement to the public to say, you know, be wary, because, you know, farmer's market season, those things are coming. These are the types of marks you should be looking for when you're buying meat retail in somewhere other than your standard brick and mortar mainstream grocery store, that if you don't see those types of things on the packaging, that you likely might be buying meat products that have not been inspected, but maybe passed off, or people thinking, you know, that they've got that same level of safety, and that's probably something that shouldn't be entering commerce anyway, in that type of commerce. Obviously, we have the custom exempt piece. And then the other thing, I think for the ranching community, because there's a much bigger emphasis on people wanting to eat local, wanting to source local, which is good for us, which is a good thing. However, that opens the door. I know that with some of these unlicensed practices, actually how we find out about them is a rancher who contacts them and gets skittish or says, this doesn't sound right to me, so let me check with the Department of Livestock. And we say, yeah, actually you're dealing with someone who is not licensed to process. And if you, as a rancher, send an animal to them, you may end up losing that animal if they get caught or those types of things. And so I think also, you know, ranchers, as they're struggling to find slots for animals, may also, I can't say any other way to say, fall prey to these types of people, because that, oh, I can't get a slot anywhere else, but this guy has room for me, let me send something over there, and may not realize, you know, that person's passing themselves off as a licensed processor when they're not in fact a licensed processor. So we do need to do more public outreach to just make people, I don't think we can ever root out, stamp out, catch, stop every type of unlicensed practice that's happening in meat and poultry processing. We just don't have the resources. But if we can help educate the public of what to look for, that might also help quell some of this that we've seen. But I think we'd be remiss if the situation we were dealing with Montana Mobile Livestock Slaughter, if I didn't mention that the more we dig, we find a lot of that type of practice happening, and we just need to educate the public about, this is what you should be looking for, and these are the types of things you should be investigating to make sure these people you're buying products from or doing business with actually are legitimate and not just trying to take advantage of you, and your desire to either as a rancher market your own product or as a consumer to eat local, and they're actually preying on that desire.
So is there, what's the availability, I guess is a better way to put it, of, say me, looking for a custom exempt or an inspected, processing facility? How do I find that information? Do we have a list of custom exempt that's readily available to the public?
Yeah, we maintain a list of both custom exempt and our state retail plants on our website, and we maintain a link to the USDA website for the federal facilities. And so you can go there and do that and find that. I think the other piece for consumers, if they're looking at a product, is just, I think we have an assumption of safety in this country, which is a good thing because we've done a very good job with producing very, very safe food. But knowing that if you're buying it, like if you're buying cuts of meat in a retail environment, you should see that mark of inspection with the establishment number, whether it's been inspected by a state inspected facility or it's a USDA inspected facility. You should be seeing that mark of inspection with the establishment's number on there, that then you could go check out and make sure that, okay, is that establishment number still active? Are they on the state's website? And I think one of the reasons that that's also important is because of all this unlicensed practice, there's been some feedback from our licensed facilities of, why do we comply? Why do we meet your regulations and go through all the trouble of doing that, go to the expense of doing that, if these people are out here, not having to do things the way we do them and go to the expense we do, and they're able to sell their product. So I think it's also important that we do that for our licensed processors to make sure that we show that there's value in what they've done to be compliant with the food safety standards that have been set forth at the federal and state level. But those are the things that we'd be talking about is if you're buying meat retail and commerce, this is what you should be seeing on the packaging. If you're dealing with a custom exempt, you should go to our website and see if they're an actual licensed facility. Ask them if they're a licensed facility. If you still doubt, make them show you that, because they should have a copy of their license too. It's no different. I think in the brands world, we've been encouraging people, you should be, if you think someone is not on the up and up, you should be checking our list of licensed dealers. And if you should be asking them, say, well, show me a copy of your license. So I know I'm dealing with a person who has been licensed, been permitted, and has met the bonding requirements. So we do that in the livestock marketing world. We need to encourage our meat consumers and ranchers who are looking to have animals processed are taking that same care and diligence on that side of things as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mike, so if we do a PSA, we, need to include the link to that. And the other thing is, along the same thing, we have the rules, we're licensing and all that. We have no penalties if you don't license. I mean, well, we can take your license, but if you don't have one, you're not following the rules anyway. What's the penalty?
Ms. Simon will want to answer that.
I'm just going, what do we do? So we have to file a court case against them?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Redfield, there's no civil penalties in our statutes that I'm aware of, at least for meat establishments, unlicensed practice. There are criminal penalties. They can be criminally prosecuted for any violation of the slaughter and processing laws, but I think it's pretty small potatoes in terms of the penalties there. And I think especially in busy counties like Gallatin County, there's probably little to no chance of them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So we need to put it on the list. Next session, we need to say, all right, we want all these penalties, like we did last time on the failure to have your papers in order.
Mhm.
You know, make it to where it's substantial enough that people, I mean, all you gotta do is bust one or get it out there. It's like all of a sudden, all the bell registers heard that we had that thing out there. Everybody showed up, they all had their paperwork, you know, just so they know. It's because, you know, if I don't have a pilot's license and I fly my airplane, what are you gonna do?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Redfield, I believe that Department of Labor and Industry went to the session in 2023, and I think they, for professional licensing, they got some new legislation passed
Did they?
about unlicensed practice and a process after which you can enforce, or you can impose a civil fine for continued non-compliance after civil form. So if that's something that the board is interested in, there might be a model that was set up for some other licensing types under the Department of Labor and Industries
Well,
Authority that we could look at.
I think we need to look at it and, you know, be prepared to, you know, let's go for a couple of them. If this, I mean, the one that we have been dealing with is that's not an issue right now, but, you know, others down the road.
I do think too that a fine is all good and well, but it requires a lot of work to enforce and track down. You'd have to, I mean, my understanding is you'd have to collect on it like any other kind of civil judgment, which is easier said than done.
Right.
Like, you know, my personal opinion is it comes down to the personality of the person. They're either going to be swayed by the illegality of their conduct and the risk of all of that, or they're just not going to pay attention anyway and just say, come and get me. So it really depends on who you're dealing with.
But having that, I mean, someone that's dedicated to push the limit as far as they can, probably, the fine, they know that it's a long ways down the road, but to the average person, having that fine there in statute without, you know, thinking that all the ramifications of for the time from the first infraction notification till they finally get fined, most people probably don't calculate that as you know, well, there's a fine, but by the time they get it through the process, I'll be retired or whatever. But, you know, so I kind of agree with Alan that just having it in statute that when you send a letter out to someone saying, you know, you're in violation and the penalties for this are such, you know, it might be a little bit of a reinforcement for some anyway.
It wouldn't protect the department to some degree also, because we're trying to enforce it. We're doing our processes in case somebody would come back on us if they had some problem with that process.
Yes. And Mr. Chair, Mr. Redfield, we do send cease and desist letters or letters essentially saying, hey, we've had a report that you're engaging in this is not allowed, here's a citation, here's, you know, it can be enforced by civil injunction, or it's also a criminal offense. And, you know, in my experience, some people will call us and say, oh, I didn't know this needed a license. What do I do to get a license? And like, that's how we want it to work,
Sure.
right?
Right,
Is we want to, okay, the people who innocently didn't know, once we tell them, they get into compliance. That's how we like it to work. So we do that. We just don't have the civil administrative fine authority to impose on somebody.
That will go on our 2027 list.
Yeah, William, you had a question?
Mr. Chair, so you said you send letters out of cease and desist, but the example we have currently in the Gallatin Valley there, what good does it do if we don't have no teeth behind the letter? It does us no good. I mean, it keeps going on and on and on and on. An individual citizen that doesn't know the law will try to, like you said, he didn't know they were doing something illegal, but if he knows it's illegal, he'll just keep going and going and going and it's, I don't know, I must say I'm a little frustrated with that situation. I mean,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
this is Greg. we have to get some penalties, not saying we ever use them, but there has to be something that we can refer to say, this is what the fine is gonna be, this is what the penalty is gonna be. It's like parenting kids and saying, stop it, or I'm gonna tell you to stop it some more. And if we don't have something to back us up, why do we even say stop it?
Mr. Chair, I would just want to say, we do have the civil injunction remedy. It's not perfect. It takes a long time because you have to go from filing the suit to getting a judgment. But like, once a judgment is in place, then you have, or I should say an injunction, then you have the power of the court behind you and contempt authority as well. And there is the ability for the court to impose fines for violations once there's been an injunction order. It's not as fast as it might be if it was a pre-judgment fining ability to fine, but I do want to just make sure that you're aware, we do have some options, and that is what we are working with and what we are pursuing with Mr. Camps and another individual in another part of the state. So it is something. I don't think being sued with a lawsuit is nothing, you know. I think people take it pretty seriously, and that seems to be the case with the other injunction action I filed, is they got counsel and we're working with them, and I'm satisfied with how that's proceeding at this time.
Well, that's what, we're all frustrated with Mr. Camps, but that is fairly unique. I mean, we haven't had that situation where that's that blatant of, kind of just, I'm gonna do it anyway, no matter what you say. So I guess
Agreed. I think he is a
hopefully we
unique
will.
situation.
Yeah.
I think law enforcement on the criminal side probably is experiencing the same frustration that we are.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, so at what point does public safety come into play with this, with what he's doing? Or like, I mean, if he's operating illegally and we know he's not inspected then, and I mean, one hand leads the other and it keeps going and going and going, and pretty soon somebody will get sick or somebody will.
I don't disagree. I mean, that is why we filed the lawsuit, to use the tools that we have. And it's just, we don't have the ability to go in and shut them down without due process.
Yeah, you can't go put a padlock on the door and a guard at the driveway. So, all right. Is there any other questions do you have any other updates on any other?
Nope, that was it for the litigation update. So the next item on my agenda is an action item, and this is a continuation of a matter that I brought to you at, I believe, the last board meeting. The need to promulgate some administrative rules on public participation. This is a statutory requirement that the board is required to have, and I think, as we discussed at the last board meeting, I don't think we are doing anything that is out of compliance with the statute in terms of our procedures for public participation, but we are required to have the rules. And we had previously adopted the Secretary of State's rules, but those were rescinded last year. And so since the rules that we adopted have now been rescinded, we need to adopt our own. At the last meeting, I presented the board with some options of how to do it based on how other agencies have approached this requirement. And the feedback I got from you was you liked the way that the Department of Labor and Industry had done it for their rules. So in your board packets and agenda, starting on page 9, I have drafted up what I would submit to the Secretary of State for rulemaking based off of modeling the Department of Labor and Industry's public participation rules. So they're pretty straightforward. I even reached out to a lawyer over there. I said, do you guys have any issue with us borrowing your language? And she said, nope, why go through the work twice? So if you guys like them, take ours. So it's pretty simple. It would be adopting 3 rules, policies and objectives, and providing public participation for the operation of the Department of Livestock, guidelines for when you determine whether an issue is a matter of significant interest to the public, and then a rule about how to provide notice and means for public participation. Because this is, I think, an issue that would be of substantial interest to the public, I would advise the board that we should probably open it up for public comment before you vote on this, but I am coming to the board and asking for approval to proceed with rulemaking of these proposed public participation rules.
So the public comment would be now, or do we need to have a specific, time frame for public comment before we proceed with the actual adoption of the rule?
So because, Mr. Chair, because this is rulemaking, the rulemaking process in and of itself has its own public participation, because it has to be noticed and all of that. But I do think just for the practice of getting the board into when we should take public comment throughout the board meeting, I think when it's an interest of significant interest to the public, I think it's more helpful in the smoother running of the meeting to open it up for public comment before you vote on a specific matter. For this, I would say it's more of just like stakeholder outreach and input from anyone, but it would be my recommendation that we see if there's any public comment on this proposal now. Cause
Okay.
then it might help us in the future if we, they might submit the same public comment after we've engaged in the rulemaking process, and if we can smooth that stuff out before, I think that's always helpful.
Well, we have a couple in the room here. Ms. Ellie, would you like to comment on this rule making or have any?
I think we're fine with it. I mean, we'll do whatever we need to do. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move we to adopt these rules with a public comment period until the next board meeting.
Okay. All right, now we're gonna take other questions or comments. Eric or Lily, I see Greg's good with that. Do we have anyone else on Zoom that would like to comment?
Mr. Chair, we only have one non-staff or board member on the Zoom right now. That's Montana Public Radio. So I don't know if they would want to make comment on our public participation rules or not. But other than that we don't have any other members of the public present on the Zoom.
All right, I guess. Well, I'm not hearing anything, so without any other, it's like we have no other comments. So the motion is to adopt these rules after putting them out for public comment. So we will, the motion was to propose adoption with public comment until the next board meeting. Is that clear or? Cool. Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? Motion carried. All right. Thank you. And so now we get into the nitty gritty here that because we want to spend money.
Always spinning. Stake of.
Mr. Chair, my last agenda item for the legal update is an out-of-state travel request for myself to attend the National Agricultural Law Center's third annual Western Water, Ag, and Environmental Law Conference. This year it is taking place in Reno, Nevada. It is June 19th and 20th, so the travel would likely be June 18th to 20th. Mr. Honeycutt has asked me to attend this. I would note last year, the Associate General Counsel over at the Governor's Office, Rachel Meredith, also suggested this might be a beneficial conference for me to attend. So I'm asking for your permission. I have not attended this conference before, so I can't give you a lot of representation about what it'll be, but I can tell you that I have the National Agricultural Law Center. I go on their website fairly frequently and watch their webinars, and especially in the milk realm, they put up some helpful information of someone trying to get up to speed with milk law and regulation. So it does seem like it's a it's a beneficial and helpful organization, so I would like to attend this conference, and if Mr. Honeycutt might have more comment and insight on why he would like me to attend.
Yeah, this is, and this has been a conference that's historically, legal counsel from our Department of Agriculture has attended this. There will be colleagues of Ms. Simons from other states, whether they're from state departments of agriculture or other states that are like us that have a board of livestock or similar structure. So it will be an opportunity for her to meet and interact with colleagues, participate in discussions, no different than we send our brands people to the Livestock Identification Association conferences. We send our animal health staff to the U.S. Animal Health Association, those types of events. That would be equivalent to what this would be for Ms. Simon's position. So an opportunity to get to meet, know her colleagues, participate in these discussions. Maybe she learns something that she brings back, or maybe she's able, as she gets established with the group, to be someone who's sharing about what we're doing here in Montana that can be helpful to other states. Because as you know, across the West, we're all dealing with very similar issues. And so I think it's very valuable for her professionally, but I also think it's valuable for the department, for the Montana Department of Livestock, to have a presence there. And since we had not had legal counsel in a long, long time, we've not had a presence there. And so I think it's valuable for the department as well as for her in her professional development, both ways.
Well, I think the networking that you can develop there is always, when you can call someone and they put a face to the call immediately is always beneficial. So, do we have a motion to accept the request for out-of-state travel? All right, William, do you have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by William, a second by Lily. Do we have any discussion? All right, we're gonna vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Hearing none, motion carried. All right, is there anything else, Ms. Simon?
That is it, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, very good. Yes, we're back on the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and we'll probably get ahead of schedule here, I would imagine, on these executive officer updates. The first one is around what's going on with Yellowstone National Park bison. As you know, it is May coming up next week, and so we're sort of coming to the end of the season of managing Yellowstone bison and migration within the park. The big things that I would share, and so I've already shared a little bit of this information earlier, but I'll reiterate it again. And Dr. Szymanski might know the exact number without me looking to notes. Just shy of 900 bison removed from the Yellowstone population this year. That encompasses roughly about 70 or 80 that qualified for the quarantine, the Montana. 97 that went into the transfer program. So those bison will go through brucellosis quarantine, and eventually those that, are being able to be certified brucellosis free will be transferred by the park to tribal restoration programs through the Intertribal Buffalo Council. And then the balance of that this year, we did have the hunt number, Tawny, off the top of
25.
25 is all that was taken from tribal treaty hunting this year. As you know, early in the season, we did not have weather conducive to a migration to the boundary. That suddenly changed, and so we did start to get migration to the boundary. But I will say this is our first season under the new bison management plan that was issued. The record decision was issued by the park in 2024. So, there's a sliding scale on population, but 6,000 is the top end of that. And so with the current population being close to that top end, that required the park in their own bison management plan, to more aggressively manage removals to try and maintain or slightly decrease the population. So that meant that trapping of bison at the Stevens Creek facility, and then the tribal food transfer program was sort of their priority method for removal. So outside of the 25 that were taken through tribal tree hunting and the 97 that went into quarantine, the remainder of those were all consigned to tribes for that tribal food transfer program, and that's largely CSKT. I don't know if there's another tribe that's participating.
Exclusively
It's
CSKT.
exclusively CSKT. So in that case, those bison are moved to meat processing facilities, and then the products from that, the meat goes to the CSKT, and they disperse that through a tribal food program with their tribal members. So that was the balance of what was removed. I would just say at that number, that's probably about a break-even number, maybe slightly decreasing population. But it's good we at least got to a break-even number. What I mean by that is that we basically have removed about the same number of bison we expect after this calving season to have been added to the population. And we're currently done with that as we've gotten into bison calving season. So largely we don't take a lot of action with the bison once they get to the point where they're starting their calving season, because of obviously stress, disruption, other things that we want to be cognizant of. So we're probably done with removals for this season, which is commonplace. This is sort of the time of year in the calendar. I don't know if Dr. Szymanski on the west side or in other areas where we have some removals that have to take place by May 15th, or hazing would have to start. I don't believe we've had any migration that's really putting any pressure on us to have to maintain hazing operations here as we're getting into that window between May 15th and June 15th, where we try to get bison off of areas where cattle would be coming in to graze. Since you're here in the room,
So
you have an update on that.
I have a question, and maybe we're gonna answer him, but so the hunting period, because in your last update, there was one or two bulls, I believe, on the west side that were out. Did I see that somewhere? That there was something on the west side outside the park?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tony Szymanski, state veterinarian. There's about 100 head that have been out on the west side, but they're within the tolerance zone for that western area, and they're within the most restrictive portion of the tolerance zone. So no bison are in an area where we would have to push them back when we get to those trigger dates. As the snow comes off and it greens up down there, that could change, but we're not expecting to have to do any movement. We have had no bison outside of the zone 2 into zone 3, which is the no tolerance area this year. There was one bison that was hit by a vehicle that had to be removed. And so that, I don't know if that's the removal that you're thinking of. I think it was a cow had suffered a broken leg, and so was just kind of holding tight to the shoulder of the road. So they were removed it just out of humane concern.
So where they're at, there's no hunting in the zone that hunting.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so the hunting seasons are set by the respective tribes. A lot of the tribes will lay off on hunting when we get to this time of year. There's a few that will go out a little bit longer into the spring season if there's bison around, and they'll just go to shooting bulls only, since the cows would be so far pregnant at this point in time. I don't believe that there's still any hunters on the landscape. Some of those animals on the west side, I think, are in an area where they potentially could be hunted. But I just don't think that there's hunters for them at this point.
And there are several tribes that have made the decision to not hunt on the west side.
Correct.
So the two different areas, so the north side, the Gardner Basin, there is tolerance for bulls year round. So if we had cows that were hanging out in zone 2, we would need to haze them back to the park. But on the west side, that west side tolerance that goes basically up the 191 corridor towards Big Sky is year-round tolerance for all ages and sex. But the reason I say there's tribes that have chosen not to hunt there, there's largely a lot of area there that bison have not explored. And so some tribes choose not to hunt there because they want to reduce the hunting pressure to see if the bison would explore establishing in that area of tolerance where they have more freedom. Our main concern on the west side is crossing of the Madison River. And so that's kind of where our operation. So if we saw bison moving or trying to move across the Madison River, that's where we would be hazing bison back into zone 2, but we don't have that pressure at the present time. And based on the little migration or no migration really outside the park, I don't perceive that we will have much zone 2 hazing need in the northern management area in the Gardner Basin unless something changes. As I said, it just was, not a very conducive year to get, bison. It was 2 years ago where we had several thousand bison that were at one time were in the Gardner Basin. That is not what we've been dealing with this year.
Mr. Chair, I think there was a migration.
Yeah.
Just the Park Service, to their credit, for our benefit.
Yeah.
They trapped so hard that there wasn't a lot of bison that made it past Stevens Creek to have an opportunity to pass out of the park boundary. And then about the time that we were concluding trapping because of that first calf on the ground in the park, it was starting to warm up. And when it warmed up, the snow comes off and it kind of almost sucks them back into the park. They start heading back up to higher elevation. So the Park Service will hear about it from the individuals that maybe didn't have the opportunity to hunt because so many of those animals were trapped. But it ensured that we got removal numbers that we needed this year.
So that's, I guess any other questions about that? I mean, we do have an IBMP meeting coming up here in the near future. And so we'll be with all the other IBMP partners and having conversations like this about the operations and how things went and receiving feedback from the public on how things went and how we operated. But that's pretty much the report of the season when it comes to the bison management program.
William.
Mr. Chair, so you said you removed 900 to head. So what happens to those? Where do they go?
Oh, that's where I was saying about 97 of them went into quarantine. So they're in Stevens Creek, the parks facility where we're quarantining animals. Eventually, a subset of those animals will be able to be declared brucellosis free. Those bison will be transferred to tribes. And so those bison will move out live to tribes.
Just a minute, Mike. One of you maybe should share the time frame of the quarantine with William. So that,
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsasser, I was just gonna see if I could see the breakdown of males and females. Most of those animals that were taken into quarantine this year were females. It looks like close to 90 of them were female animals, and they preferentially take calves or yearlings. For male animals, they will go, for all of them, they will go through a series of testing this spring now. Well, they'll test them every 30 to 60 days, and they'll remove any seropositives. And then as soon as they get 2 back-to-back tests that are all negative, then the clock starts on that quarantine process. Bulls can go 300 days and then be declared free. At that 300-day mark, they're moved up to Fort Peck and they go 1 more year up at Fort Peck, have another test, and then they're released from the process. Females have to calve in quarantine, and because these are younger animals, we have to wait for them to become sexually mature, get bred, calve, and then be tested on the back end of calving. So those females will likely be in quarantine for the next 3 years here in the Gardner Basin.
And so that's one piece of removal. The 25 that removed through hunting, so those are tribes that have treaty rights to wildlife in Yellowstone. They're allowed to hunt on federal unclaimed land around the boundary of the park. So that's tribal hunters that have come from the various tribes, whether it's the Nez Perce, the Umatilla, the Blackfeet that are down there. And so they're taking those animals through hunting. And then on the tribal food program, and so maybe it wasn't very clear there, which is the majority of what was removed this year, those bison go to a meat processing facility, and then the meat goes to, in this case, the CSKT, because they're the partner that are receiving the meat for the tribal food program, and then they disperse that to tribal members within the CSKT. And so that's where they all end up going. So the vast majority, well, even all 3 methods at the end of the day, whether it's coming as food, whether it's coming as live animals, or it's coming as hunting opportunity, the intent there is that those treaty tribes are receiving the product of the majority of those bison. There is a state hunting season as well, but there's I think there's only 50 tags. I may be wrong. Maybe
I think it's less than that.
Less than that. And so state hunters through FWP do have an opportunity if bison come out, but it's a very limited number of tags that are given for the state hunt. And this year there was very limited opportunity because those state hunters can only take those animals in places where they're allowed to hunt. And so they're not allowed to hunt inside the park. So for there to be bison taken by state hunters, they have to have come out of the park for them to have that opportunity.
Correct. Can I just add one point? We've talked about this previously as far as a disease designation of what are considered wild bison. And from USDA's perspective, the only bison in the US that are considered wild are Grand Teton and Yellowstone National Park bison. That means that they don't get the state classifications of the state that they reside in, right? So Yellowstone National Park bison obviously don't get our brucellosis-free designation. They also don't get our tuberculosis-free designation. And that's been an increasing conversation as the Bison Conservation Transfer Program is starting to look at kind of further destinations for those bison, in particular that group that went to Canada last year. And so to increase the surveillance on the bison population for tuberculosis, all of the graduates of the Schuretz facility at Fort Peck this year had a TB test at the same time they had their brucellosis test. And then all of the adult bison that went to slaughter this year for the Transfer to Food program had either a state or federal employee present at the time that they were slaughtered, and we did TB surveillance on all of those animals, the same as happens at plants when our beef cattle go to slaughter. So, and no evidence of any lesions. So a really good data set that we built this year.
That's all there is to update on Yellowstone, unless there's any other questions.
This is an opportunity. I think at last meeting or the meeting before, I asked how many of the board members would like to tour the Yellowstone areas, because we hear all of these various boundaries, and none of us, other than Alan and maybe Lily, most of us are pretty ignorant in where Stevens Creek is, where Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3. So I just want to ask everyone to start thinking about sometime this summer that would be time that they would be willing to, because it may almost take 2 days to get where we need to be with our meeting. And we'll have it in conjunction with the meeting, and then, so that it might entail.
Alan would
At
probably
least
like
parts
us
of
all
2
to
days.
come, when do you brand? That's probably when you want us to.
No, I'm
come.
done with that.
He's already done that. Yeah, he's already done that. But anyway, I just, for the board, be thinking about that, and maybe next meeting, we can delve into that conversation a little deeper and see what might work.
I think it would be good, yeah, particularly with the number of board members that, have always been familiar with the situation, that, and I do know, just as bad as we are with acronyms, we throw around lots of things that, to Dr. Szymanski and I, and probably to Mr. Redfield and even Lily, Miss Anderson living in that area, when we throw around Tom Minor, Slip and Slide, Cutler Meadows, it does make a difference when you can sort of visualize all that in your mind. And so that would be, I think, a worthwhile thing to do when there's a time to get board members to be able to go and spend a day looking at the landscape. And I don't know, Dr. Szymanski, we're getting ready for the certification at Stevens Creek again this spring. And am I wrong there, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Honeycutt, I think it's the first full week of May, we've got scheduled to go down and do the annual inspections of all of the quarantine facilities. And that's a joint effort between USDA APHIS and our office, and then between the two offices, to make sure that the structure of the facility ensures that there's no risk of, in particular, disease transmission from the outside to the inside, where those animals are trying to gain free status.
And so I put that out there. First week of May is not a great time for any of you, but I'm sure Dr. Szymanski, if somebody wanted to ride along, would not turn that down. So, and that would be a way to see the quarantine facility very up close and personal.
Yeah. That would be interesting. Just, we're probably too tight to scheduling and.
Well, if we do a meeting down there, I'm sure that all you do is call.
Yes.
They
would allow us to come
let's go
and
right to
take a
the
look. Yeah.
Stevens Creek.
It would be very worthwhile.
I just think that, because every meeting we talk about the bison and the zones and what's happening, and, for a lot of us, we're not, I was coming up to the last summer and I was on the phone with Mike when I could, trying to decipher where I was at in relation to the zones, and I can't tell you much more today than I could a year ago.
You should have called me, I could have met you, Gardner.
Yeah, well, should have. All right. Okay, so
Next,
planning.
next item that I was just gonna mention was about session. We talked a little bit about that. I won't pull up the whole Bill Explorer and all that as I have at previous meetings. As you've seen, and it's always interesting, you see the list of what we're paying attention to from January to now. You've watched in my weekly reports as that has shrunk, as there were bill titles that were never introduced. There were bills that missed transmittal, and then there were bills that missed revenue transmittal. And so the list just keeps getting smaller and smaller. Also, some of these bills, when the bill title is very vague and generic, you don't know what they are, but then once you find out what they are, you decide that that's not something we need to worry about or participate in. So the big news is that Senate bills 78, 79, and 80, our three agency bills, one dealing with allowing digital copies of brand inspection paperwork to be the legal copy, the removal of the requirement for stamping quarters for ownership of in the meat inspection world, and the dead animal and feedlot requirement for inspection and penalties repealed. Those were the three things we were trying to accomplish. They all have now passed. transmitted to the governor and signed by the governor. So 3 for 3 on those 3 bills. You know, Mr. Moore asked the question earlier. I'll reiterate again because I know Greg wasn't on at that time, where we are with House Bill 2. So in House Bill 2, all of our requests, both base budget and the additional requests we have made it through to this final step of the Senate has approved it, and now they're conferencing on the amendments with the House to get a final version of House Bill 2 that will go to the governor's desk, with the exception of our request for 8 new staff in the meat and poultry inspection area was cut down to 4 all the way back in subcommittee executive action. But the funding for the new milk lab equipment, the funding for the lab move and any sort of expenses we see there and things we need to do and getting moved into the new lab, you know, next February and March, you know, that funding as well as our fund shifts. So the fund shift that we were executing on the dairy inspection program, we're going to now for the first time have general fund contribute with the fees that are paid by our dairy licensees to stabilize that, since we were having a difficulty with the current state and volume of the dairy industry raising enough funds through the fees without very, very substantial fee increases. That remained intact as we asked for it. And the fund shift that we asked for, which now has turned out to be very forward thinking, that we at least did move some of our federal funding to state funding as we are seeing federal funding cuts. So it's good that we made that transfer so we would have authority to continue the programs that we've been doing. Because it looks like that federal authority might even get cut even a little more than what we initially had planned, but at least we're a little bit ahead of the game when the new budget rolls out July 1st. So we're in great shape there. Just other bills we're part of. There is some money for the lab in House Bill 5. It's general across all 3 partners. It's some money that architecture and engineering with Department of Administration put into House Bill 5. You know, because as you know, there'll be final things that have to be done as you finalize the building and move in. So there's also a little bit of additional funding there on the A&E side that'll go towards the new lab. So we have been showing up and paying attention to House Bill 5, just in case people had questions about our project. But that has moved through and remained intact. We were in House Bill 4. We're always in House Bill 4. I guess I've just never really talked about it, but all of these budget amendments that we have to do, and Mr. Redfield and probably Mr. Moore know exactly what I'm talking about, but all these budget amendments that Evan does through the year, moving stuff around, you do eventually have to get those approved by the legislature, and they show up in House Bill 4. And so we've had to be over at House Bill 4. We've never received any questions over any of the, you know, our proprietary fund budget amendments and those types of things. They don't raise to the level of significance to really catch people's radar. So that's what's been happening on the big bills. Outside of that, a couple of, you know, just to reiterate a couple of big things, there is still a resolution out there to support beef producers. We have gone in on that just because we support beef producers, and we probably should, although it's just a resolution, but it looks like it will get through. There was a MCOOL resolution again this year. So far, we'll see. It has been moving. It moved out of the Senate and to the House. We'll see if that joint resolution gets passed. It would just require the legislature to send a letter to Congress urging them to reinstate the mandatory COOL that was repealed in 2015. We haven't gone in on that. We've stayed away from it, but it's still out there. Senator Curdy also put forward a resolution. This comes from Mr. Moore's confirmation hearing. I was just trying to say some good things about Mr. Moore and value that he added to the board. And I talked about the RB 51 shortage that they were dealing with out there, and how producers reached out to him and he reached out to us, and just shows the value of having that geographic coverage. Senator Curdy saw a problem he needed to do something about, and so he put a resolution that given that there's only one company in the country that produces the RB51 vaccine, which makes it susceptible to supply chain shortages, that he felt a letter needed to be sent to Congress to urge USDA to do something about that. And because he wouldn't have brought that resolution if I hadn't said anything, we felt like we should probably go support it. And we did. And so it's moving through. Cattle committee, as you know, was a big topic during the session. The main policy bill was tabled, but there still is a study bill out there. It's titled A Study of the Montana Cattle Industry, but largely it's about studying the viability of a Montana Cattle Committee and a state marketing program and funding for a state marketing program. It has passed committee, but it has not received a floor vote yet in the House. So that's where it sits, and it's a joint study bill, so it would also have to go over to the Senate. And just so people understand, study bills, just because study bills pass doesn't mean they're going to get studied. There's a lot of study bills passed during the session. It'll be up to the committee that has oversight to rank and decide what things they have time and want to study. So that cattle industry study bill, if it passes, we'll put it on the list for economic affairs. That's our oversight committee. And then it'll be up to economic affairs to rank all the study bills that get assigned to it for the interim. And so, some study bills, even though they pass, they may get ranked in a way that they don't actually get studied. I don't know what economic affairs would do. I don't know how many study bills have passed. It'll go to economic affairs, but that would be the next step of that process if the study bill passes. As you know, we were happy that our the bill that was pursuing the 12-day rule was tabled. We did have a bill about that was going to, with our meat inspection program, that was problematic. The sponsor actually put the bill in his pocket, and we were thankful to him for doing that and not pursuing it or moving it forward. On the livestock loss board side, yes, those bills are going to get signed. So black bears will be added as a predator that damages can be paid when they predate on livestock. And on the other side, bison, it appears, it will be signed. And so bison will be added as a species that can claim livestock loss reimbursement if they have predation on that species for domestic bison. So those two moving through. The lab-grown meat ban has passed. So that just Mr. Redfield a few years ago required labeling so we would know if lab-grown meat was going to be sold in Montana. Now we've joined a growing list of states that have just put an outright ban on those products being sold within the state of Montana. They're not commercially available here yet, but this would mean if they do become commercially available, they're not allowed for sale in the state of Montana. So as we get down to the closing weeks of session, those are the big highlights from the Department of Livestock. Mr. Bodner is here in the room, and if there's something I forgot or something I should have called attention to, let me know. Or if there's things you guys are aware of that I forgot to talk about and want to ask questions about the board, please do so. But that is where we sit in the final days of the 2025 legislative session. I think overall, a very successful session for the Department of Livestock.
Okay. All right, any questions from anyone out there? Greg, maybe now that you're in your office, you want to give us an introduction and update?
Okay, I'll walk back to the house. Get into Wi-Fi. I was just down putting a heifer in La La Land so she'd graft a calf. So, Greg Wishman, sheep representative north of Lewiston. Green grass is growing. anybody who's ever lambed sheep knows that you do about 80% of your lambing in a 10-day period. So that's hell week around here, and we just got through that. So we're on a downhill slide of getting that done. So other than that, life is doing pretty good. We've had good moisture. The grass is green, like I said, and calving's going good. So it's a good spring.
Okay, well, thank you. You're fortunate in the moisture. Some of the areas of the state aren't quite as fortunate as you, and Alan is apparently in your same situation, but Eric and I'm sure William's situation, he's not having to clean the mud off his shoes every night when he comes in, nor am I, so you're very fortunate that way.
Yeah, we've been blessed this year. We've had moisture, and we usually have one of those 3-day blizzards at some point during lambing, but this year we've had just a couple little day snowstorms and perked the grass up, so.
Perfect. All right, well, thank you. And so we're running ahead of schedule, and I see Brian came in. Do we want to do that, or shall we just take a break?
Yeah, we take a break.
All right. We'll take 15 minutes, and we'll try and reconvene somewhere. Well, let's take 20 minutes. We're way ahead of schedule. I'm gonna walk down and I'll see if the director's in.
10
So,
after.
All right, so 10 after. Okay.
All right. All right, we're coming off mute and we're getting our video started. All right, and you're good to go, Mr. Chair.
All right, call this meeting back to order, and our next item on the agenda is Mr. Simonson. You want to introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I was just looking at these blinking eyes here, wondering if it's working.
Oh,
yeah.
I guess it is. Okay. Mr. Chair, Brian Simonson, your Central Services Division Administrator. Here to present the budget and then talk some livestock loss board after that. We're on tab 2. First page is our per capita fee reporting and collections report. This is the final report we'll do for this year under per capita fee collections, just because, as you can see there at the top, we've exceeded what our expectations were for the year as far as the amount of fees reported. Compared to this time last year, we're about 5% over the amount reported. The same amount collected or paid so far. Still, you can see there's a $750,000 worth of collections still to happen. We won't get all of that, but through other efforts, but stragglers and collections, we'll get a good chunk of it. So pretty happy with that report right now. A little surprised. As far as the amounts go, the dollar figure amounts, Evan's got a note there at the bottom block, just to remind the board that we did do a 2% increase. And so, 100,000 of that figure, which isn't, all of it, but it's a good portion of it. That is a result of that 2% increase. As far as the head count numbers, I just highlight that cattle came in 2% over this time last year. Head count and reporters were pretty substantial. Let's see here. Chickens, 11% growth over this time last year. A lot less reporters for some reason, but chickens are concentrated, on the colony or the big producers. So number of reporters probably is backyard chickens.
So William, what's the future looking like? There's still going to be increasing chickens?
Mr. Chair, it's never looked better for the state right now. There's going to be major expansion this year. I think we're going to, from what I'm hearing, if the producers will be able to get chicks, that's the biggest problem right now.
Yeah, I
It's kinda like
understand that, yeah.
Like a 2-year waiting list
Huh.
to get them. But with the barns that are committed to being built, I think we will add between 500,000 and 600,000 birds this year.
Oh, yeah. So what about facilities for the processing for eggs?
Well, most of that expansion won't be part of our group. So we're the Lerolite group and the Darius Light now. They're not part of they're not part of Montana Egg.
Okay,
So there's barn, they're building most of the expansion, but their eggs are gonna go directly to South Dakota
okay.
to a different, co-op or whatever. But they still will be produced within the state, so.
Yeah, it'll show up on this report, but it won't show up as far as our inspection.
Mhm.
It isn't gonna impact that as much as the captive maybe.
Before I leave that page, I guess I just put a little, it looks very positive and it is positive, not taking away from that, but, just so that when we roll around to September and we start talking about, what we're gonna do with per capita fee again, I just wanna highlight that, most likely this number is still, coming in somewhere between that 4.2 and 4.9. It's still gonna be somewhere between 300,000 and 500,000 short of what the budget number is or our expense number. So we're still gonna eat into the reserves and would warrant another minimal probably increase in per capita fee come September, but we'll have more information then, especially as we have the new budget come out of the legislature. So there will be growth on the expense side that will have to be compensated for.
One other note on the swine side of things, there's also a lot of expansion going on, should easily be 10,000 sows. With the way things are looking right now that are committed, so.
Awesome.
And they still, most of them still gonna shift the weanlings, basically?
It's all ISO means, most of it's what the whole industry is turning to in the state of Montana.
Huh. So then, I don't know how the per capita fees on hogs, how old they had to be before they're reportable, but so basically the sows are the only things that are gonna get
Mhm.
reported on.
There's still there'll be a few left that'll do finishers because they have kind of newer facilities for now, but all the new ones that are under construction or planning to build, they're all ISO means.
Let's see if there's any, check in with I'll try to help keep you on track with checking in with the folks out there.
Well, thank you. I guess the one thing that just continues to amaze me is the cattle. Of course, being a cattle rep, that's what I'm focused on, but two things are a little bit strange to me is we lost roughly 200 reporters, but we gained what,
100,000.
Yeah.
750.
50,000, 40,000. Yeah, so we gained 40,000 head of cattle reported with less active participants in the industry, it looks to me like, yeah.
I think at this point in the series here, the real small, one horse, couple cows, those people aren't really being represented in these reporter numbers. So the estimate will be running. I think those numbers will improve, but that's who we're looking at when you look at the number of reporters that were down. Those are all small operations. They're not your regular annual reporters. They're the ones that kind of go up and down every year.
Well, I guess the trend, we're kind of bucking the national trend on numbers.
I think so.
I think we have less widespread drought. I think that's what's doing a lot of the other numbers and that age of the producers. A whole lot of them that are in those smaller producers, smaller states, you can wipe out a couple thousand head by taking out 10 or 15 guys, just have a little, it's just too much work and it's costly and don't have pasture enough.
Mr. Chair, barring any more questions, I'll be turning to the revenue page.
Everybody has any capital questions?
Yeah, does anybody out there Who all's on then, Greg?
Lily and Greg and Eric.
All right, did anybody have any questions on the capta or comments?
Yeah, Gene, or Mr. Chairman, I had a quick question. Are we, that he pulled that screen down, but are we differentiating between mature cows and yearlings when we look at that head count? Because when we talk about the difference in head count, it's not just mama cows that we're talking about. We're talking about yearlings that are held over, and that'll depend a lot on, feeding capacity. But 30,000 head, that one Canadian place at Hobson will do that. So it's be interesting to look at the breakdown between mature cows and feeder cows.
So what is the age, just for everyone's information, what's the age reportable?
Right,
For cattle?
for cattle, it's 9 months of age and older on February 1st. And so Mr. Moore's tracking the right way. When we've given this report in the past, we don't have that differential, but anecdotally, sometimes we know if you've got more retained ownership, if you're seeing people do that's gonna drive your numbers up, right? So if people are keeping stuff a little longer and so they would have stuff in their February 1st inventory that typically they wouldn't have. That can make a difference in the numbers, because it's not just straight mother cows. So usually what's in that count is mother cows, retained heifers, retained feeders, bulls, anything that's over 9 months of age that was there on February 1st. We don't differentiate it, but we know that does change the numbers. So if we had people who were holding on to stuff longer, they're going to put more weight on it at home before they sell it, or people are retaining heifers to start building the herd back. Those things are going to drive our numbers up because comparative to the last couple of years, because maybe the last couple of years with the drought, those things were leaking. They were not sticking around through February 1st. Does that help answer your question, Mr. Moore?
Yeah, and I think his was more of a comment that Judith Basin County feeders, I don't know what their capacity is now, but if they're 9 months and older and they're reporting them as they should.
So they're basically backgrounding, aren't they? Taking the calves, putting them
there, yeah.
and then
Like 20 some loads a day heading north is what Jeremy talked to Andy here a while ago. But there's still quite a few in the lot, and yeah. Well,
Mr. Chair, so, but if you consistently report on the same every year, your numbers should basically even out. They should basically kind of dictate that, I guess.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, go ahead, Eric.
So I was going to say, I would disagree with that, because it really depends on how many leave in the fall, which is going to depend on corn prices, silage availability, drought, all that stuff. And we're really dry up here, and feed's cheap and high. And most of those calves leave in October, November, either going south or north. It's a question of how many are wintered over here with the intent of going grass.
Yeah, and
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, Greg.
Yes, Greg.
Yeah, as far as Judith Basin feeders goes, that's predominantly a steer calf feedlot. They don't buy heifer calves at all over there.
Yeah, but I guess, we're just trying to look at the numbers, yeah, but they would still, if they're 9 months of age, they theoretically need to report and pay a per capita fee on them.
Correct, on their steer calves, yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, and no, the only comment I was gonna make to what Mr. Kleinsoffer says is that we are aware, that because I've had the occasion to look at individual per capita reports before, because somebody asked a question about a particular producer or for one reason or another. And there are producers whose numbers if you looked at like a 3-year history, their number was the same all 3 years. And I've often said that people would say, well, see there, your per capita is not accurate. And I said, well, yes, they're not out there individually counting. That, for people who do that, it probably balances out, because sometimes they're reporting a head count that's greater than what they have out there. And sometimes, and then there'll be the times where they're reporting a head count that is lower than what is truly out there. But it would probably, over the years, if they were doing that, saying some sort of massive increase or decrease, but there are people who do that. While it's not what's supposed to happen, I mean, you can understand somebody go, well, my numbers are about what they were last year. I'm not gonna go count them. I'll just keep the report the same. But I do think we see that enough discretion there that tells me there are a lot of people who are not, it's not everybody just putting the same report every year. There are people who are changing that report based on what's happening on the ground. So we know there's some of that happens. I don't know how prevalent it is, but I have had the occasion to look and say, well, it is interesting that an individual's inventory was the exact same number 5 years in a row. That probably is an indication that they're just, yep, I'll just leave it what it is and pay on that amount. And without going out there and individually counting, you wouldn't know whether someone's doing that or not. But I will go back to what Mr. Moore said, that yes, those changes in conditions and what people are doing, that often, will make a difference. And the last couple of years with the reductions, that usually is a sign of, because of drought or whatever, people aren't holding on, they're selling stuff they wouldn't normally sell. And maybe this year's per capita fee number is an indication that with some better conditions, we're starting to see a return to normal or a start or a beginning of return to normal. But we'll have to see what we see from there. But yeah, that's often the issue. Just while we're talking about per capita fee, that is often the issue and I'm glad that question got asked by Mr. Curry, that we do have to remember that that the per capita count is not everything. It's what's in your inventory that's 9 months of age and older. And that goes for other species as well, with the exception of chickens. I think that's the one that's different, obviously, because there's probably not any chickens 9 months of age and older that are out there to be counted. But that does sometimes account for the discrepancy between our per capita number and what would be a total inventory of cattle, calves, all things that are in people's inventory. That's why there's a discrepancy between those two numbers, because per capita only applies to the 9 months of age and older. So I appreciate Mr. Curry putting that question forward.
Any other questions or comments on numbers and per capita fees? All right.
Mr. Chair, moving on to state special revenue report, the multicolored report. I don't have a lot of comments here. Essentially, we're 8 to 9 months of revenue realized on this report, which is about 70% of the years, maybe a little more. If you kind of do the bottom math, it looks like we've collected 80% of this year's budgeted revenue. So we're ahead of the game, which is overall a good thing. Maybe not in some isolated instances, but anyway, we'll go down the list here. Brands, a couple of the movers, the livestock dealer licenses, row 5, that jumped up. You can kind of tell between 24 and 25 that they've at least started a month early on dealer license, people paying into that and registering. So that program's a little ahead of schedule compared to this time last year. Field and market inspections have moved a little bit. More so market inspections are kind of slow compared to this time last year, but we're still positive at almost 9,000 in the black. So still a good story about what's happening out there in the markets.
So the security interest, is that kind of the same scenario as the dealer's license? I see the security interest finding fee is up also.
Yeah, I think that has more to do with the 5-year cycle that's on. And so we're further down the 5-year cycle, so we're realizing more of that security interest revenue.
Yeah, the security interest filing fee is just like brands and transfers, except on a 10-year, it's on a 5-year. So you have to amortize that over the remaining period. And so just like new brands and transfers, as we are able to recognize and realize more of that revenue, the deeper we get in that 10-year period, the same thing happens with the security interest. As we get closer, we're able to recognize more of that revenue as we get closer to the next deadline, the next 5-year cycle, which will be
2027.
Yeah, 2027, that's right.
So the new brands and transfers, that increase is not necessarily the fact that there's been more requests for new brands or transfers. It just has to do with the cycle that we're in, the
Right.
timing of the 10-year cycle.
Right, but if for some reason you did have a lot of new brands now versus at the beginning of that 10-year cycle, you'd realize more of that money up front. So, yeah.
Because you're only having divided it by 7 instead of 10.
Sure.
Yeah.
Moving on to the green per capita fee, not a lot to say here. You can see that the numbers don't line up somewhat to what was on the previous topic we just looked at. And the explanation for that really is that this per capita fee number represents a whole fiscal year's worth of collections. And fiscal year 24 really had a robust, with the property tax rebates and that kind of thing, it really had a robust collection period. So 24 is going to be a little bit of an anomaly, I would say, for being ahead of 25 and probably in the next few years. So 24 was a bump for us in that kind of fee collection. But all that looks really normal. Nothing there that is alarming. So we're pretty happy with where per capita fee is at. The rest of them are tracking. Milk inspection, that number hasn't really changed. That's what we expect from less dairies and less production. Egg grading, that number's a timing issue. You can, it changed almost entirely. It was like 7,000 last month. So we're missing some deposits from 2024. We've gotten extra deposits this year. So just, that'll come back to earth. The diagnostic lab fees still doing a strong revenue generation there under lab fees. Not worried about making that budget number. So, nearly 20,000 ahead of this time last year.
So going back to milk inspection, I see the investment earning. Is it about to zero out? Or will there always be a little bit of money that you can invest?
Evan's trying to do his best to maximize the amount of money that's in that savings. So kind of on the way that STIP works is that all your state special revenue, everything on this page, pretty much can go into the same bank and you can draw from it. So he tries to maybe use more egg money, operationally, and leave the milk money in the savings account so he can grow it as much as he can. So yeah, it isn't very much, but he's trying to maximize it, that's for sure. Last comment, obviously all the fishermen got their licenses renewed this past month because that number about doubled, that 67,000 for the voluntary wolf donation funds, row 36. You can see we've collected 67,000 this fiscal year, and that 30 of that came in the month of March. So still going strong.
I'm surprised as many people do it.
Yeah, it is amazing.
It is a head scratcher for me also, but good. Mr. Chair, that's my state special revenue report.
Let's just pop out here and see if any of your online folks have a question on state special revenue before we move forward. Just make sure we don't leave anybody behind.
Well, and that wolf money goes into livestock loss. Is that where that goes? Or?
Well, it goes right to wildlife services.
Yeah.
Oh, the wildlife services, perfect. Yeah.
Right. When we cross over into July 1st, we'll do that.
I forgot. Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess no one out there has any questions. You're just too efficient.
It does look pretty standard this month from one month to the next. Okay, then I'm gonna move on to page 3 of the blue sheet, projected expense to budget comparison report, for the month of March 31st. Let's see here, not a lot, really to jump out here as far as month-to-month changes. I'm on row 5, total personnel services, 96,000. That number will probably improve a little bit between now and the end of the year, but as long as it's in the black, I feel pretty good, and that's a pretty solid number. We've had a lot of payouts this year. We've had a lot of vacancies. There's a lot going on in there. So as long as that the division officers are doing a good job as far as holding positions open and being sensitive to, not going into the red. So I think we're in a solid position for, coming into the end of the year with that 96,000. Just gonna go down that column F there a little bit, pull out the big ones. So that contracts, you can see that we're projecting 150,000 to the positive. That's a lot of federal disease budget amendments coming in to help support that. We're actually doing, less testing in the DSA also is accounting for that. And then largely egg, there's a lot of authority in that contracts line under the egg program. So that's all of that as expected. Supplies, that again, that's the lab is like 200,000 in the red on supplies. So they're the one that drives that number for 114,000 in the hole. But revenue on the lab fees will compensate for that by the end of the year. We'll take care of that. No, I don't have any really other big numbers. I go down to the budgeted funds because sometimes looking at it that way is helpful. So row 27 general fund, you can see we're 103,000 to the black, even though we've been talking about, meat inspection and that kind of thing having less federal money coming in. But DSA and the livestock loss actually is helping contribute to that positive number. Less spending in both of those categories compared to last year. Shielded egg, that's the next column, that 130, that's always kind of there. Maybe given William's comments, we'll be seeing some change there in the next year or two. That'd be good to really get into that. Per capita fee, brands and CSD is contributing to that 90,000, pretty healthy. So coming into the home stretch, we're looking good for per capita fee. Milk inspection, 112,000, row 32. That number's obviously about authority left in milk inspection and not cash. Evan's got a note in the brown sheets that he expects to be about 24,000 short of expenses over revenue. Will be 24,000 more by the end of the year. So I believe we have that in savings. We do have that in savings, so we're going to make it until we get the 150,000 infusion from the general fund if House Bill 2 goes through as approved. So
is that 150 a year or is that
it is
biennial?
No, that's a year.
100 years.
Yeah, we asked for double that. Maybe that's not important anymore. I should, but we got a good number, so we're pretty happy with 150.
Yeah, that was and that, just so you know, that wasn't a cut, that was actually a cut in the governor's budget. So we had asked for 300 per year in the governor's budget, and Office of Budget and Program Planning said, how about 150? And we said, all right. And so that happened before we even got to the legislature, that change on what the board had initially approved.
Plus, by the other side of it, that kind of gave us a little more support right from the get-go for at least that amount.
Yes,
right?
It did. Yes. Yeah. And really, for the next 2 years, for this biennium that we're going to be going through, 150 is going to do the job. If we have to, we'll have 2 years more of analysis when we get to the next session. So we'll see if that request comes back. Okay. That's it. Other than that diagnostic lab fee, like we've talked every month, we'll change. We'll get that number changed by the end of the year, and that should be at least almost zero out. Mr. Chair, that leaves you with 160,732 projected authority over expenses for the end of the year, which is really good, and then, or is okay. And then Evan's bottom note there is talking about carry forward that he hasn't added into there, so he's almost got 200,000 more to add to that number before the end of the year. So 350,000 is what we'd be projecting at this point as a positive.
And will the diagnostic fee, if they get caught up to the 1.6 million,
Right.
that would also add to it as well, correct?
Well, you would have the option of
Or
using
shift
it or not using it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So as far as we're good on, we're not gonna overspend authority.
Nope.
That's where
That's a
And,
big deal.
and if this materializes like this, we might be able to put some of that lab fee into reserves, which would, for, capital outlays and that kind of thing, it'd be nice. That's the goal anyway. Mr. Chair,
You're
that's my
anticipating
projection
more
report.
capital outlays for the lab?
Well, I'm saying,
We're the landlords here in another few,
yeah, by next year, yes, we'll be landlords, because, we'll have the new building, but it's long been our plan, and it would be nice if this is the year we can finally get a foothold on it. I know we have a lot of fun at Dr. Judah's expense when he comes in and he has machines that are broken down. But it would be nice if we were able to put some funds away so that, as opposed to the sort of emergency spending we've had to do, that we're planning ahead. We know there's always gonna be things that break down, but that we're better at looking out and saying, in this biennium, here's the pieces of equipment that needs to be fixed, and we've already, maybe not every state see things away, but we've already saved the money to pay for that, so that when we go to the legislature with that request, we're saying, we need to spend this on this equipment, and we've already got the money. We've already saved the money to make that purchase, and then we're maybe more ahead of the capital purchases versus where we seem to have been, where it's fixing things as they break down. And that's, no different how you manage your operation at home. You want to try to be ahead of those things and prepared for them before it's an emergency, right? And so that's why it would be really good, to give color to what Brian said. That's why it'd be really good if we did get even on that number, and instead of spending that 300,000, we put that $300,000 away. That'd be one step closer to what I envisioned, which is we have a capital replacement plan, and we're just approaching it biennium with saved dollars. But we'll see. We've been trying to get there for several years to make it work that way.
So I'm just thinking about the lab, and my focus has been trying to get more use of the lab. Would it be advantageous to have Dr. Judah go to stock growers, to Farm Bureau in person? So, kind of on the firing line, because we all hear, the lack of turnaround time, whatever, the reasons that people are hesitant to use the lab. And I just wonder if having the face of the lab out there, because with that facility, we should be in the black big time, I think, eventually, because of we have the state of the art. We just have to, the utilization is volume would change those numbers immensely. Is that correct, Brian?
Well, I support everything you're saying, Mr. Chair. I'm not, I'm really not as far as into the weeds on what their potential capacity could be. I think Dr. Judy would have to speak to that.
Yeah.
And to give, and maybe, well, he's probably in the building somewhere and listening.
He is not
to us.
yet here.
Okay, so maybe he doesn't have, he's on, I think he's out there on his phone, so we can swell his head a little bit before he gets here. But the one thing I would say, and don't want to lose sight of, if you look at the revenue numbers that we're generating in the lab, they're roughly 40 to 50% greater than they were prior to Dr. Judah joining us. So we have seen a significant increase in lab direct revenue. We always have things that, whether it's DSA or Other
CWD.
livestock testing that, well, I'm not talking about CWD, I'm talking about things that fall on per capita fee or fall on general fund because they're more regulatory type. But direct fees to the lab have been on the increase for about 5 or 6 years in a row. They've been doing a good job of getting that. I'm not saying there's probably a lot more business out there to capture, but I also don't want to lose sight of the fact that they have been growing revenue.
No, I agree. And I'm hearing less out of the country, less frustration, I think, than I did, say, 10 years ago or 8 years ago or something. So that's.
And I would just say, Mr. Chair, if board members are hearing feedback like that out in the country, if you would be willing to share that with myself or Dr. Judah in real time, it's a lot easier to kind of troubleshoot those and figure out where the challenge is, or if it was an actual issue, or if it's a limitation of the test or the samples that were submitted, than to kind of work off of a general sense of feedback that there is delayed times. I've actually gotten more positive feedback about the diagnostic lab over the last year than I've ever experienced at the lab or with a department. So I think there's a lot of really good things that are happening down there.
Well, I generalize probably way too much because of in the past, but, I just look at that facility compared to what was there, and the potential has to be huge of what the capabilities are. I mean, when you think about the old drab green building that was there before and what we have now.
Well, we're still in that draft green.
I know.
Yeah. These numbers.
10 months or so.
Yeah, that's all right. Okay, Brian, do you have?
Moving on to page 13,
Okay.
budget expense comparison report. I won't spend very much time on here. I do have some highlights to go down. I'm on column E, year-to-year comparisons always. A reminder for the public and the board, positive numbers mean we spent too much money or more money this year. Negative numbers mean we spent less money this year than the year before. So negative numbers are good. We don't have very many negative numbers.
It's fun to find.
That's what I was thinking.
So, row 5, total personnel services, 660,000 more than this time last year. That's about 8%, which correlates to pay increases pretty well across the board. And there's probably some other anomalies in there, but we're still, like I said, if you looked at the blue sheets, projecting 100,000 to the good in the budget. So all's well, even though that number is alarming. Let's see here. Contracts, essentially that's less testing in the DSA, that 45,000. I'm just looking for the big numbers, less testing this year than last year. Rent, 102, with, increased personnel and meat, and then other things, vehicles is what's driving that number a little bit more, to the negative for this year. Same would hold true for that repair and maintenance number on row 13, that $82,000 over this time last year. A lot of that has to do with vehicles, shifting from, older vehicles to newer vehicles, snow tires, a lot of maintenance comes in that way. Lab equipment, row 17, I only bring it up because you can see that all the expenses was last year, but it kind of colors the, bottom line year-to-year comparison numbers. When 350,000, you look great, but you just didn't spend anything. You just didn't have any authority this year, really. Same thing would be true of transfers down there. We'll get to the point where 2024 catches up to 2025, but we've had some earlier expenses or payments to FWP in this year for transfers. So 2024 has still got to catch up, but that turns all of our numbers a little bit, the colors all of our numbers a little bit different. Let's see. I don't really have anything else to show on here. Evan's note at the bottom says as of March 31st, where 70% of the budget has been expended. At this time of year, you would expect somewhere between 70 and 75% of the budget to be expended. So we're tracking pretty well. The next page is our,
Before you leave that, I always like to point some things out that I see that I think are pertinent. There's a lot of talk about budget and spending, right, because the legislature's in town. While in your year-to-year comparison total, and I know that equipment thing skews it quite a bit, but at the bottom there, you're seeing that so far through this point in the year, we've spent 686,000 more, or almost 687,000 more to this point in the year than we did last year. But if you think about that as a percentage, it occurred to me when I was looking at it there, I was like, that's about 5%.
yeah,
And so when you think from one year to the next, and the budget years are different, we're spending 5% more this year than last year. That kind of puts us ahead of that counts us as very conservative comparative to some other government entities. So it's a big number to our folks when they look at a number like that and see several hundred thousand, but in the grand scheme, it's 5% increased spending over last year, which I think is beating the average. So I applaud our staff for being concerned.
Personnel services eat that up right now.
Yeah, all but 26,000.
You know, and that's just the pay increase, health insurance, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
If the state budget was only gonna be 5% more than last year, it'd be amazing too. Just.
Mr. Chair, on page 14, not gonna spend a lot of time here. This is our statutory appropriated budget amendments and House Bill 10 expenditures. So this is the money that's not in House Bill 2. You can see the bottom line number on the budget is 3.7 million. We carried over a little over $1 million from last year into that number, and about a little more than $1 million, maybe $1.5 million is in statutory appropriations. So that's your livestock loss board, wolf donations, predator control, coyote money in there. So still a considerable amount of money. The only change from last month to this month relative to this sheet is that House Bill 10, intangible assets. So if you're looking on row 15, or you were looking on row 30 for the budget funds, we did have an infusion of this time, this month, 575,000 in the budget for House Bill 10 because we had expenditures, so we had to pay. So, but that's all in the budget. Just House Bill 10 shows up here on this page versus House Bill 2 numbers. All those numbers look really good. No substantial changes from last month to this month there.
Okay.
That is my report, sir.
Questions from anyone on
over here for
Zoom? Greg, Eric? Okay. I'm seeing a head shake from Eric and Lily. She's still on?
She's still on. We've got them all on.
All
She
right.
hasn't come off mute, so.
Well, I guess, thank you, Mr. Simonson. And we have a guest that showed up. I invited her to come up and introduce herself. Director, would you like to introduce yourself for the record, and welcome to this building and to the department? And we thank you for taking the time to come up and introduce yourself.
Absolutely, Chairman. I'm Jillian Street, the newly appointed director of the Montana Department of Agriculture. I'm a Highline girl. I was born and raised in Chester, Montana, where I get the privilege to operate a 5th generation family farm with my husband, and we're turning it over to the 6th generation of family farmers. We are just getting back into a little bit of cattle production, so that's exciting. My stepson Brant is diving right in on that, and we also are integrating some sheep as well. So things are changing at Lot Acre Farms for the fun and for the better. But it is them coming back and having passion to do that has opened up an opportunity for me to be able to utilize my strengths here at the Department of Agriculture for the state of Montana. In my career, we created a pulse processing facility called Strix Egg in Chester, Montana, where we grew it from just a little old wood crib elevator. We put a bunch of infrastructure in there and started processing pulse crops there, and ended up being able to ship those to a lot of global marketplaces and work with domestic food companies. It was a huge passion of mine, was to bring our high quality Montana products and ship them out to other places in the world and in the US. And so At the Department of Ag, I really want to bring a grower perspective to everything that I do. I think our producers and our growers are some of the greatest humans in the world. And I really am honored to be here and to be able to represent and work hand in hand with the Department of Livestock on whatever it is that we can to assist each other. And yeah, happy that this morning I got to have a bucket of water dumped on my head for mental health awareness. We did the ice bucket challenge this morning, and so sorry I wasn't here earlier, but I had if you get on Instagram, you can see the video. It's pretty hilarious. Yeah, but thanks for having me, and yeah, look forward to working with you guys in any capacity that we can.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Any comments?
Do you want, I mean, I know that, Director Street's probably very familiar with a lot of you, but it might be good for the board to just do an introduction too, so she knows who all is here from the board, and where you guys are from and what you represent on the board.
Okay, William, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
William Plainsauce, I'm the swine representative. I'm from Augusta, Montana.
Awesome.
Alan Redfield, cattle rep from south of Livingston. We ran into each other probably when I was at House Ag.
Of course, I think we know each other, but Gene, and from the local area. So I guess, Eric, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Eric Moore from Miles City, cattle representative.
Okay.
Lily's off mute, so she's out.
Lily?
Lily Anderson, dairy / poultry representative from south of Livingston.
Okay, and Greg, you?
Greg might be busy doing something.
He was on there.
He was, yeah.
Sorry,
There,
a
you
minute
know
ago.
what I'm doing?
There you go. There you go.
I'm Greg Richmond. I'm the sheep representative down north of Lewistown. My sister was your postmaster up there at Chester for many years, so.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, so it's good to have you on board.
Thank you.
Get out of
Thank you.
that noisy sheep barn so you can hear me.
Yeah, I see a different background. You had rafters a minute ago and now you got trees, so.
Yeah, it's a little quieter outside here, so.
It's not an egg phone call or an egg meeting until somebody's in a tractor or in a sheep barn or, you know. We gotta get the work done, so I love it.
Well, and Greg's been on all three. He was in the tractor the first time we tried to get him to introduce himself, and he was bouncing down the road, and he was gonna make us all seasick, so.
Love it. Well, thank you, Greg, for jumping in.
Oh, thank you, Greg. So, we do share an employee that was quite a bit of discussion, probably a year and a half ago, 2 years. And, so can you, maybe the two of you could comment on how that's working? You know, apparently it's working quite well because there was a lot of discussion right at the time and a little discussion in a meeting or two afterwards and no discussion basically since then. So I assume that means no news is good news.
Yeah, and I'll be fair and speak to it because Director Street's probably very new, but, yeah, Rick Porter still on board with us as the CIO, yeah, representing that role for both Department of Agriculture and Department of Livestock. I say the relationship's working very well. We've got a billing relationship, so that's been what I see, because I sign off on that. So how we account for the time, and I have not, in that time, I kind of thought at the time we might hear that, but and maybe there's complaints on the ag side that I don't hear, but I don't hear from our people that we're not getting service from that position, and I'm not hearing that ag maybe feels like they're not getting what they need. And there's been some good positive things to it, because I know we've had occasionally, ag has IT staff, we have IT staff, and they have different skill sets and expertise. And sometimes we've been able to mix and match on things. And so we would have somebody work on something that actually is an ag employee, but they're more versed in that than our staff is, and I think it's happened vice versa with our livestock staff too, been able to help with other things. And so it's, the relationship's been going really well from my estimation. I can't complain about it, so.
Yeah, from my brief time for the last 3 months, I think that the IT department is doing a great job. We have a lot of heavy lifts for them because we are revamping quite a few of our programs to make them more user-friendly. And they are doing a great job with it. So I haven't heard any complaints from anyone. And I think in government, I think if we can share resources and make it so that it's more cost-effective and more efficient, absolutely. And so I feel like things are going very well there.
Perfect. And Mike mentioned to me last night that he proposed maybe having lunch or getting together with you, so, you know, periodically at least, and make sure that we're doing everything we can between the departments to facilitate a very good working relationship and sharing resources whenever available.
I think that we're gonna have a great relationship when it comes to that. Got to enjoy dinner with him in Raleigh the other night with my husband, and I think, when it comes to agriculture, there is no reason why all the groups shouldn't be working together cohesively to better all of agriculture across the state. Like I said, we grow about 16 different crops on our farm. We have some irrigated, we have some livestock. So my background is touching all of it, and it all has to work together to be a cohesive unit. If we start to fight against each other, we're only 2%, and we're screwing ourselves over. So we got to work together. So yes, absolutely.
Well, thank you. Any other comments that you'd like?
No, just really.
I'd like to say something. I had the privileges of going to DC here a couple of weeks ago, and we had Glenn Thompson, he is the vice chair of the Department of Agriculture. He had a floor there he was the speaker there for about a good part of an hour, and it was it really closed a lot of windows, how things work, or open a lot of avenues, how things happen from a state level to a national level, and how it gets incorporated like into the farm bill, into the pork producers. And he was really enthusiastic of what's going on right now and with what's happening in DC, and he just kind of gave us a first-hand scope of how the Department of Ag works, how it so he said he has a good relationship with Brooke Rollins, the new Secretary of Ag there, and it was interesting there.
I think it's really exciting. I know that there's a lot of uncertainty out there. I know that there's a lot of cooperative agreements that are between the state and the federal level, and some of that funding, is frozen right now. Some of it's gonna go away, but I really think that it's not gonna go away forever. I think that a lot of it is redefining it so that it's more efficient and effective and actually does the task that it should be doing. We get rid of some of that extra fluff. So looking for the opportunities, and I think there will be a lot of ways that we can work together on some of that cooperative work with the federal government as well. So
yeah, in theory, it could be a plus.
Yeah.
For us, that the funds, actually a higher percentage of the funds that started up here end up where they're actually being used for the betterment of.
Yeah, you're seeing that already on like the climate smart commodity grants that got put out, the ones that are being redistributed or were taken back, and they're forcing them to get more of those dollars actually into producer hands and to eliminate a lot of the administrative and other hands that were in there. And so, and I feel like that's where, our best conservationists are our farmers and ranchers. They are conservationists to the core, and that's where those funds need to go. If that's what we want, improvement in. So, yeah.
So just my information, and then maybe other people have it. So your funding of where does most of your funding come from in your department?
At the department, most of our funding is driven from in-house. We actually do not operate hardly on any of the general fund whatsoever. Every once in a while, small projects, but it's from our pesticide approval process. And so that is where most of the revenue for the Department of Ag is generated. So Ian Foley is the one who is the administrator of those departments. And so it's gonna be the registration for the chemical companies to register the products in the state. And then the pesticide applicators and those licensings. And that's where the majority of our revenue comes from.
So you're not dependent on federal funding for very many of
We
your.
have a few programs that get federal funds as well, but not 100%. None of our programs are 100% federally funded. Besides maybe I think our produce inspection program, but that's those are programs that we work with the federal government as their branch, and so those are those cooperative agreements where the state and the federal government have an agreement that the state is going to handle a federal program. And so that's like our produce program. And that one did get cut 42%. And so at this point in time, we're making the appropriate adjustments to be able to still facilitate what we can on that and maintain our staff. So there are other programs that we did see some cuts in. They were kind of newer programs. A lot of them had to do with getting local foods into food banks, local food hubs and those types of things. And so we work as more of a grantor for those funds. And so it doesn't stop our programming, but we're not able to grant out anything more. But the grants and the program that they were established, those were paid out. So no harm, no foul in that, besides the fact that like you kind of got a ball rolling and now there's no funds to keep that ball rolling. Yeah. But nobody was out, any expense and didn't get reimbursed for it. So that's a good situation. And so far the cuts that we're seeing, and I think the administration up on the higher level is looking at reasonable, how would I say, if there's a reasonable reason why the money should be returned, then they are returning it or starting those programs again. So I think it was kind of an abrupt, they took it all back, but if you're reasonable about why you're utilizing it or the program makes sense, they're reinstating it. So I don't, is that how you're seeing it as well? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I think it lends a lot of opportunity to actually redefine those things and get some of that red tape, get some of that administrative cost, get some of those, silly things that are being spent gone. Yep.
Yeah. Well, we all know it's a very complicated process and there's lots of theories on how to do something like that. The theory that this administration used was kind of the hatchet and then start putting the pieces back together but was that right or wrong? I don't know. You just try and think about how else you're gonna do it and it would be so time consuming in my simple mind to do it any other way. This was probably the most efficient, but it could be in some cases fairly drastic.
Yeah, well, I think that anytime that we are challenged, we come up with solutions. And I think that's
Exactly.
the best part of this is that we're challenged, we're gonna have to come up with solutions.
Sure.
So.
Sure. Anybody else have any questions? I'm sorry that I invited you up the day that we have the skeleton crew here.
Oh, it's okay.
Most of the time we have a full house and it just.
Well, it's not a hard commute from my office up here, so
Well,
anytime that you guys, invite, I will.
A lot of exercise.
Yeah, well,
I would love
and
to
any
come.
time that you have something that you would like to share or see that it would be an advantage for you to ask, you're welcome anytime. And like I say, it's a pretty easy walk, but you come up and see us. And I probably will try and invite you up again when we have a full board,
Okay.
so that you can actually put a face, you know, the Zoom, you can kind of put a face, but Greg doesn't look quite like that most of the time.
Actually, he probably looks like that most of the time.
Well,
when he
yeah,
comes
I
here.
guess, yeah, when we get to work with him, he doesn't.
I love it. Yeah, no, thank you very much. Yeah, I think the other part is like with the department, we do get to, we do have the marketing arm for, you know, we are doing some different marketing. Weston does a great job with the beef genetics side of things. We actually will be in Australia here in I think about a month. Weston will be down in Australia with the beef USLGE promoting beef genetics and that kind of thing. I was on a trip to Panama last 2 weeks ago where we had a representative from USLGE there as well. And so we get to do kind of what I think is the fun part, you know, for me in my role of it. Don't have to do the administrative part, but we get to do the promotion and that kind of things. And so if there are things that you guys would like to see us doing, please let us know. You know, you guys are the producers themselves, and that's the story that needs to get told, because that is what connects us to our food, is getting the producer's story to the people that are consuming it. So, but yeah, anytime, open door policy for me. I want to hear from every single one of you whenever you want to visit with me. So,
Okay.
awesome. All
Thank
right,
you.
well, thank you guys, and have a
Yes.
great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
And
Mr.
you
Tidwell.
look really good after getting a bucket of cold water, so.
Yeah, look it up on Instagram. It was hilarious. I did not look that good. I looked like a wet cat. We'll see you guys.
Thank you.
And now Mr. Tidwell's here.
We're ready, huh?
Jump
All
on
right.
So,
Thanks for making
are we?
Sure.
Just right, yeah, we're rolling. Thank you for, your timing is absolutely perfect, so,
Very good.
and welcome. I'm glad you were able to join us today.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Yes, it's nice to be here, and I felt it was kind of important for me to come in person and kind of have a direct talk here. It gets kind of impersonal over the screen sometimes, but wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to get caught up. I think the last time we kind of left in a hanging spot of what's next, right? The uncertainty of where things are gonna go. So I do have some pretty good news, to kind of save, you know, the 10-mile loop that we did to go 2 steps forward, in the last 3 months, really. It's been quite a heavy lift, or heavy 3 months, but to just simply put, you know, Wildlife Services had been caught up in, you know, I guess, way back, Wildlife Services has always not quite fit that bureaucratic mold that, you know, is typically considered for government service. And so when they being OPM and Doge had focused their attention on restructuring, they didn't know quite what to do with Wildlife Services. I mean, we kind of fit somewhere over here with the term positions and the cooperative service agreements and all the money coming into the government and those sorts of things that were kind of foreign to them. So I think it was kind of a whole of strange times where we were getting swept up out the door, frankly, for a while. And then it took some efforts to bring, I guess, that common sense truth to what we do and the service we provide, and who is impacted by the service we provide to that surface. And I will give direct credit to the state of Montana and the efforts and the support and the willingness to share the value of our program that we have for the livestock producers specifically, but for the whole state of Montana. And that voice was heard. I mean, it took a little time, maybe a few times to get there, and then that didn't go unnoticed. And so it was nice for me to feel that the work we're doing here was noticed, that these things kind of came full circle, and we were able to simply save the program and be able to continue the service. With that said, we were able to clear the hurdles with the 4-year term appointments that were considered a hiring action. That's kind of where we were stuck last time when we talked, the technicality, frankly, because our specialists and our biologists and our pilots were all deemed mission critical positions. But then on a 4-year cycle, we have to, what OPM thought, to rehire those positions again, to convert them for another 4 years. And that's where we got really stuck, for like holding back the domino effect here, like one domino, and so we were at the mercy of that with our pilots. All 3 of them fell on this year for their conversions. And so, as you know, that was a big thing for us. Skip forward quite a bit and to recognize that they finally figured out how we use those term positions, the funding mechanisms that we work under, all finally kind of came and simply a direction from the Secretary of Ag stating to that effect of the value of the Wildlife Services program got us past that hurdle. So I was able to get the pilots cleared as of this last Monday officially. We're back on full flights, full staffed pilots, which then in turn gets the rest of the pieces to the puzzle maintained. So
in the interim, in the last 2 months, has it affected your ability to serve the producers?
Yes. To kind of quickly go over the details on that 4-year terms, they fell at different times. And so lost one pilot right away in February, another one again started in April, and then the next one would have been in September. And so initially, yes, we've gone basically two months without, some service. So everybody was picking up extra duties and moving and ferrying and traveling and getting it covered wherever we could. I could tell you coyote numbers. I don't know if that, how we work from year to year on the numbers, if that's a direct result of not being out there enough, but we're already still near 8,000 coyotes, for the season, which is tracking pretty normal. So if I were to step back and say, did we have a huge effect? Probably not. In fact, we're still trying to catch up in some of those areas as we speak. Because the calving is still hitting pretty hard, and hitting the right spot at the right time is kind of the name of the game for us, to be in the right timing, and we're still within that window to make that happen. That's a lot of talk to say. I think we're okay. I don't, we had to shut down in certain scheduling and be able to move pilots around, but we did our best to hang on to it. And I'll add this too. For instance, like Blaine County, that it was a special time for them because they're just now into the program wanting to see the value of it right away. And this was a hard hit, right? Yeah. And so we doubled our efforts to try to get there, get what we can get done. And of course, we're now, that's a hard emphasis right now. And Phillips too, right next door, I understand their cattle petition is moved right along, and the signatures are there too. So we look forward to that whole High Line being pretty busy here going forward. But we are still technically in that hiring freeze, and I'm kind of waiting for the dust to settle, because my view of it is they had focused kind of on that, frankly, the bureaucratic bloat of so many different programs, too many different systems and all that they had to kind of get it restructured. And in order to do that, they've offered the deferred resignation options. And, as a whole, Montana, we did pretty good without losing too many positions. When the dust settles, though, we're going to have to hire and get some of these recovered. For instance, right now we've got 3 open trapper positions from retirements. They decided this was probably time. One was pushing 40 years and, 30 some years. And so it was timing just happened. But the problem is we still have to pay their deferred resignation to the end of the fiscal year, which just kind of holds us on the hiring options and the budget, not to mention the hiring freeze. So that's still out there. We have a wildlife disease biologist position vacant, one Air National Guard specialist position out of Great Falls this is vacant.
So Air National Guard, what's that?
So as part of our program, of course, we work on airports to keep the wildlife off the runways and being sucked into the engines of their aircraft. And Air National Guard, with their guard presence up there in Great Falls, has a contract with us to provide a wildlife specialist to go out and do all the wildlife management within the airfield itself.
Yeah, Great Falls.
And Great Falls, yep. And that was just simply a part of the DRP choice for that position that, he decided it was time for him to leave, and so that left that spot open. We never did get to hire our 3 seasonals. We've got some range rider positions that kind of got frozen, and one of our grizzly bear seasonal specialists is still frozen within that hiring freeze. So there's still some of that lingering. I think that's, we're gonna have to kind of obviously double our efforts. It's a little hard when you, as you all know how we work with our trappers, they may have 3 counties to themselves. And so it's not like you can have a second trapper from 3 more counties over, drive the 3 hours over to check equipment, do those sorts of things. We do have some holes that we need to fill. I mean, ultimately, it's not like we just can't. I'm not gonna double our workload and try to fill that much space. So my hope is that'll get played out as it goes forward. With that said, even when it's all settled, it's not gonna be easy going forward for me, especially administratively, because the way the numbers worked out, I understand the HR, 47% of our HR up, has taken the DRP and they're no longer there. So a lot of those type of actions are gonna get delayed and pushed, kind of narrowed into, and it's gonna fall a lot more back, I'm sure, on our office directly. For instance, purchase cards, we were trimmed back. We do have 3 purchase cards within our state still, which is actually a good thing. I mean, most states weren't able to maintain that many purchase cards. And you understand how that obviously works. That's that control mechanism of how tires are put on the truck and how the equipment is purchased, and everything from aviation fuel down to that avenue that allows the supplies and expenses to be had. So there's a little bit there. Our travel cards got pulled to, we got $1 spending authority on our travel cards without prior authorization. So there's a step through every.
What did you buy for $1?
I know, they didn't want to cancel them, which I'm glad for that, but yet they can't be used until the pre-authorization happens, which in and of itself is a little not efficient, I would argue. But anyway, we'll work with it till it all settles. So those are kind of the inside the curtain look of where we are and how things are gonna go forward. Again, I give much credit to on all levels. I dare get to the thank yous, but it's on all levels in the state of Montana for recognizing the program and what we offer. So back to regular business, if we don't, if you don't mind, this morning got a message about 9.5 Tango. We've had some main rotor blades on the shelf for maybe 15 years, ready to go. We got them out here about a month ago to get them, because our other ones are timed out. Went to put them on, couldn't get them track and balance for anything. It was a struggle. So we had them. Fast forward again, we had them sent off, had them verified, check. One of them basically scrapped, the other, 2 or 3 that can be rebuilt. And so it's kind of one of those things where you have a whole set that match or don't. And so we're into that level of a problem right now, as of this morning. I've got connections through Texas. They've got some MD500s down there that we can probably get some blades. We'll get this figured out. But just to give you a heads up that we are in a little bit of a delay on either finding new blades or sorting this out. But
So you're timed out, so it's on ground.
On the ground, yeah, we're waiting. Everything had lined up perfect. We knew they were there and everything was ready to go. We put them on and waiting for this moment to just move forward, and we kind of got tripped, but got a plan, and I think we're okay. We've also reached out to our aviation training center down in Cedar City. There's a 206 down there that have made requests or connections to have that one brought up to Montana for the meantime and see what we can do to keep going.
Oh.
So
when will you know on that?
Well, this morning, they said do it. They said go.
Okay, so
I just, 2 more phone calls and a pilot later, and I think we've got it figured out for next week. That's about as far as I got, before I got headed this way, so. Otherwise, still very happy with our maintenance contract. That's all kind of settled in there in Lewistown. He's back in Lewistown, if you remember. We're pleased. We just clicking right through the 100-hour and 300-hour inspections, and so everything's there in tune there. Try not to drag this out too much for you, but I do have, I don't call them breadcrumbs, or some movement going forward. With the emphasis from the Secretary of Ag to get a handle on the price of eggs, frankly, or the protection of the poultry industry. Wildlife Services has been called on, and we've been doing this in a pilot program that's been functioning really well. They recognize that, but they're called wildlife biosecurity assessments. Basically, these commercial poultry industry, meaning say 500 or more plus in the commercial category, have the option, totally voluntary, like we're here to help because this is an option for them to be a part of this program, but it's a biosecurity assessment where we have specialists or biologists that can go out to their facility, assess the circumstances of what's going on. Is there holes in the fence or holes in the screen or a louver that's, just the kind of things that would be looked for where there's that wild interaction or interface between wild birds or even mammals, frankly, that could carry the bird flu and then, of course, create a transmission to that poultry barn. And there's kind of 3 different steps to that. There's the first initial assessment, just getting a handle on areas that can be done. The program's designed to pay up to 75% reimbursement of any cooperator employed adjustments or methods or changes or installing or fixing. So there is funding available there to beef up the biosecurity on that premise. And then the next kind of step is actual direct control, where we would offer to say there's an overabundance of sparrows or, even ducks on a settling pond, right nearby, that we would be a part of that as well. So Montana being in what they're calling tier 3 level, they want to get that stood up within about the next 30 to 45 days. Tier 1 and tier 2 are already there, but their states have literally 1,000 poultry barns. I think we're 49 or 50.
In the commercial category.
So we'll basically be ready to get that communicated and out there. There's some front webpage for folks that I might have mentioned. I'll send that to you, Mr. Honeycutt, as well as a kind of a prep for this, but that's kind of just, like I say, a little breadcrumb for us to get to that point. And I'll be working hopefully with the ABIC, with VS, and then of course Dr. Szymanski here as well with our state veterinarian, just to make that an option. Just kind of get a handle on how many and where they are and those that would be interested in participating.
So just a side note, I haven't noticed the dead geese this year and we had thousands in Blair this year. I think we had as many as freeze out. It was amazing. but I haven't seen the dead geese like I did 2 years ago. So what are you, are they getting an immunity so they're not dying, or they're not as prevalent in the wildlife bird population, or what?
You want me to?
Yeah, I could try, yeah, it does ebb and flow, even seasonally throughout the summer, they find that the samples, come back, basically negative through the summer months, and then it ramps up. They've got models that kind of predict based on, previous samples. It can be exposure, it can be, the weather, I mean, it goes in cycles, I guess is my quick answer to that.
It seemed like when the spring migration started this year, the southern tiers of the US got really active really fast. And there was a lot of concern. Some of the biggest layer facilities in the country broke. And that's like 2.5 million birds. And so they thought that as the spring migration continued, that we were gonna see kind of that level of transmission and detections across the US. But it seems like, I don't know if we've warmed up a little faster or the virus has changed. But it seems to have slowed down a little bit as it's gotten to the northern tier of the US. And the detections are down from what we've tracked the previous 2 years of this outbreak. If I understand correctly, Dalen, there's a downtime now for doing a lot of surveillance in wild birds because we're getting into nesting season. And so they don't want to do as much wild bird surveillance. So there's a little bit of a downtick of what we know about the virus in wild birds, but it does seem to have laid down earlier this year than we expected. And so now we just kind of have to get through the summer and see what the fall brings us.
Yes, and I will point to, with this WBA, this biosecurity assessment, it is separate and concurrent with the wild bird sampling that's been going on and will continue. In fact, they prefer they not even overlap. Like, we will not use a disease biologist who is in that function of sampling potentially diseased birds, would never go on a premise that's not positive, that's a negative premise. And so it's its own standalone program with a different emphasis of basically prevention ahead of time to try to prevent that wild interaction. But concurrently, the surveillance is continuing and being maintained for data collection, and just the prevalence, just to know kind of where the hot spots are. So I thought, anyway, we'll get into those serious details as it rolls to Montana. Right now, they're just getting their feet on the ground in some of these bigger states where, there's thousands and thousands of barns and there's probably gonna be some learning curve there too. And by the time they get to us, we'll have it all figured out, I'm sure. Anyway, thank you for that. One other just comment, or awareness is I worked pretty hard. I actually were able to get some increased our feral swine surveillance funding. Specifically the aerial work that we do along the northern border, but on call, when we get the calls and the sightings and through the squeal on pig program and such, it's just stretching a dollar a little further to be able to be available and even be ahead of it somewhat with our surveillance flights that we do. So that's that was a win there for some budgeting work, but I think that's it.
Well, you haven't mentioned my favorite predator.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
I know we already have one less in our area.
Yeah. The one with your
horn hunter.
Yeah, so just the quick numbers, kind of a little slow roll in the spring for grizzlies, but we're up to 15 investigations. Wolf, and again, I always cut it off at the fiscal year. I mean, that's kind of our mark for the year. Wolf, we've had 25 investigation reports. Mountain lion, 11 thus far, and black bear, just 2 so far. But spring is sprung. Black bears get a little more busy here shortly. And then back to maybe the discussion about our aviation efforts. We're still based, and the reports come in on that monthly basis, but still 741.5 Hobbs hours of aerial Hobbs time that's been directed towards predator management. So we're still in the game. As we have a path forward now, at least that's refreshing for us.
So Greg, are you on?
He's out there.
Might
Maybe not.
have stepped off. Lily,
He's
you
out
have?
there, you seen him out walking.
No, it's about, which
No,
one?
which one? So, Lily, do you have any questions or comments for Dalen? And is there?
I don't think so. Thanks for the update.
Okay, thank you.
There's Greg.
So Greg, you were off mute there for a second.
And Greg, do you have any questions for Dalen, Wildlife Services?
No, I'm good. Let me get back out of the barn here. I dropped off for just a second, had to reconnect, so, whoa. But, I'm good. So thanks, Dalen, for everything you do, so.
So apparently, you haven't had any, a lot of complaints of Dalen's crew not getting to the crisis in time or anything.
I haven't heard anything around here. Nobody's called. I get a phone call, and last time I talked to Scott, he was able to kind of handle things, and we've just been hanging on. Of course, a lot of the sheep left the county, so they don't have that imminent deal, so.
All right. Okay, yes, William.
So Mr. Chair, so getting back where you was talking about the DOSH, your funding cuts. So I had the opportunity to be on Capitol Hill here a couple of weeks ago, and we went to all the offices, to Danes, to Sink, Sheehy, and Downey's offices. And I had called Mike on that, for permission for that, and I kind of addressed that with each of them personally, about the funding cuts to the wildlife services. And they were all very, very well aware of it, and they said they were doing their best to work on that, so they knew what was going on, so.
Well, apparently they were fairly effective, or at least we're headed in the right direction.
That's right, yeah. Their voices were heard, it sounds like, yeah.
Especially Sink, he had a lot of questions, and he was fresh on his mind. He had discussed it with somebody else, and he was very
good.
Mr. Chair, I'll just mention, we don't have a report on it today, but at the last board meeting, we had talked about, trying to get within the department some knowledge about, at that time, before we got movement on some of these issues, that just so we could articulate, if someone asked, what would happen if Wildlife Services was not there, and that burden, all that burden for predator control under our mission shifted back to the Department of Livestock. We're not fully done with research there, but we really quickly, in working with Dalen, without knowing all the factors, we quickly got to about $5 million, which we know we don't spend $5 million on predator control. Dalen probably wishes we did and send him some more money. But I would say that it's quickly, I can give an update there to just say it's quickly shaping up that without Wildlife Services, we are getting a lot of bang for our state dollar through our relationship with Wildlife Services. Through what we're directly contributing in the per capita fee, what's coming through Livestock Loss Board, as they have the ability to contribute. And we hadn't really gotten into what's coming in through county petitions, but I would assume even there, you're gonna see that the expense is more than what the revenue is coming in there. And so it is shaping up that it would be an incredible burden if the Department of Livestock was to ever have to fully take that over because there wasn't Wildlife Services or something about Wildlife Services mission change where they weren't doing the things they're doing now. And I'll put with that as just so that that's on the record and folks know, the notice of intent on the Wildlife Services EIS went out. The department is not commenting on that notice of intent, and that's because we've signed on as a cooperating agency, so that'll be our opportunity to help provide input and shape the EIS as it moves forward. But for other stakeholders and others, I can't remember if that comment period just opened and still open. But there is that opportunity out there for folks to, at this early stage, before alternatives or anything are even developed, for people to make their comments about a new environmental impact survey and environmental analysis and record decision around wildlife services in the state of Montana. Dalen doesn't have to speak to that, but I'll say I watched the Idaho process very carefully. I would just say, without going into detail, go look at the 6 alternatives that were put out there for public comment, and there's a lot of bad alternatives from my perspective. They chose a good one, but there was a lot of bad alternatives that were there too for predator control and what it would do for livestock producers in the state if Wildlife Services mission ever changed to adopt one of those alternatives. It would leave us in a very bad position. So I just wanted to mention that too. That process is starting. You won't see us comment on the notice of intent, but that's because we're going to be engaged in the process throughout in getting to the alternatives that will eventually also come out for public comment. But other organizations and stakeholders, it would be time for them to be weighing in on what they want to see those alternatives look like. So I just thought I'd mention that while we're talking about wildlife services. And we'll continue to do our work, but I'll tell you, it didn't take us very long to figure out we're getting a deal with wildlife services, and we certainly need to maintain how things are happening.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I think the last time you were on a personal mission, apparently, I hope everything worked out.
Yes.
As
Yep.
well as it could.
Yep. Mom settled in to her new home, and yeah, thank you for asking.
Okay.
Yeah, it was good. Life marches on and time marches on, that's
Yes,
no
it
doubt.
does. Yeah.
Well, very good. Thank you, board, Mr. Chairman. It's very good to see you, and
It's good to see you.
we'll look for the next one.
Yes, I'm glad everything worked out well. So, Mr. Simonson, are you gonna
Sure.
do this?
Thanks, Dan. Hopefully you can grab lunch. Don't run away.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna give a little bit of a livestock loss board, Mr. Chair, Brian Simonson, staff for the livestock loss board in this capacity.
You're
It's
doing
on-
a great job.
Yeah, it's on tab 3. The bar is pretty low.
Yeah. Right ahead of tab
The
4.
only one you got, that's it.
Yeah, you just go to tab 4 and 1 page.
Tab 3, and then I pretty much just want to stay right there with the agenda request form, just because that's going to cover most of my things I want to say. Before this, after I generated this form for the board, we got the whole livestock loss board next meeting set up. So I have an agenda for the public. I'd like to tell them that it's on the livestock loss board, sub webpage. If you go to live.mt.gov, you'll find the livestock loss board in there, and there is an agenda there, and it's got a link for Zoom. If you can't make the meeting, next Wednesday at 1 o'clock is right here in this building, in this room, is the new meeting. As some of the things I'm going to mention here is also going to be mentioned there. I'd color that meeting as mostly educational. We do have some staffing issues to discuss and how we're going to do the grants, because we're going to meet again end of June, early July to do the grant processing, and that's the meat of what the Livestock Loss Board meets annually, at least to do, is to award those grants. So this meeting is more a little bit organizational structure, education, and moving forward without, change in policies and practice. Okay, so on this sheet, I tell you, since the last Board of Livestock meeting, I had 10 claims come through that I processed, 3 for grizzlies and 7 for wolves, mostly from just a few, 3, I think, total producers in that mix. There's 250,000, I don't have that on that note there, but 250,000, if we were to look back in the budget numbers, remaining to take us to June 30th. So pretty healthy balance there, for claim, funding. The next bullet I have is livestock loss board member confirmations hearing. So 4 out of the 5 board members were either confirmed or reconfirmed. Our only new person was Jordan Mannix from Helmville. And then, but you know, there's a couple more board members that haven't been to very many meetings. So it'll be good to, I've asked Dalen to show, Dalen's offered to show up and kind of tell us how, you know, the wildlife service aspect of it works and get everybody up to speed on that. And I need the education as much as the board members do, or more probably. Livestock loss, the next one, the livestock loss grant form is out. There's that website directly that you could go to that will have that form on it. I haven't, truthfully, it's been out there for a month, I think, almost, maybe.
Couple weeks.
3 weeks. I'm gonna go 3 weeks. And I haven't gotten any calls or anything yet, so we gotta go out. I gotta re-energize here and go out and touch some people, but maybe that's normal. I'm not sure what normal is in this deal, but they have to the end of May. So the more public, I think it's been out in the public pretty good. If you were looking around, you'd find the grant being advertised, but we could always do more there, I suppose. So it's out there. Mission accomplished as far as getting it out on a timely fashion. Now we just got to get some respondents going. The last thing on my bullet here is the staffing, and that is, you know, with Mr. Edwards' resignation or retirement, we haven't, you know, we're 6 months now, probably 5 months into not having him there. So, and the board's first meeting since that has occurred. So we're going to go over some options. You know, and I've said this here in this meeting, I've given the livestock loss board, you know, reports, talking to the chair. They're pretty aware that I'm not doing logging a lot of hours weekly for livestock loss board. The grant, getting the grant forms out there, that was my biggest week, and that was, you know, I think it was 9 hours for that week. So we have to have a good conversation with the board and clear the air on where we're going to go, at least in the short term, maybe not the long term, but the 3 options there, I kind of list them here, and I list them on the board stuff also, and I'll give them some more background before that meeting next week. But those 3 options are to either absorb it internally into the livestock. I've got for claims and grants, we've identified a couple of people that have some capacity to take that on besides myself.
Sure, in this.
Yeah, in current employees. And then I would, you know, continue to do board management involvement and stay at that level. The second one would be to hire somebody full-time with the notion that anybody for livestock loss board business could call and get that person on the phone anytime. I think they can still do that now, but really only 25% of their work would be devoted to livestock loss board. We'd employ them doing something else in the department, because if we're going to replace that position with another full-time position, that would have to be the scenario that would make sense.
So Brian, this the 25%, so that would mean that 25% of their compensation would come from livestock loss funding, not necessarily, we're not going to make sure that every 40-hour week, 10 hours of it was used for.
Yeah. So every time I'm doing livestock loss board work, I'm logging my time to their funding source. So that, I mean, we cannot avoid the idea that revenue, you know, has to match the expenses. So we're not, there would be livestock loss board general fund available for another purpose, you know, if only 25% of that salary is devoted to livestock loss board. Yeah, yes, sir. And then, of course, lastly, we would entertain the idea of some kind of, you know, up to 50%. Probably it'd have to be 50% to get somebody into the job, a part-time position there. And again, you'd still end up with a good chunk of money that's available for maybe doing something else with, whether that's claims or prevention or what. Mr. Chair, that's my livestock loss board. There are a couple claim forms here that they come up every month. Or every board report, they're both up to date. I put the 2024 one in here just because it's still early and we're still getting claims into 2024, not very many. And then probably next month, I'll just stick with the 2025 livestock loss board claim one. Because like Dalen said, it's picking up now, and that'll be all the claims we start seeing. It's just for 2025. I did change the form just a little bit, so I'm trying to highlight on this form now up in the county section, whether or not it's a wolf depredation or a grizzly bear or a mountain lion, and then we'll have black bears at some point here. So I'm going to get some different. It's going to look a little different, maybe a little expanded, but I thought that was kind of important because I kind of get those questions as far as, is it wolves? Is it grizzlies? And then I can answer that question on this form. I'm going to do it. So that's my report, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? I don't know whether we still have Eric.
Yep, they're still on.
Eric, you have any questions? Lily? Well, we still got a helper. So, all right, well, with that, I guess, there's nothing else on the agenda before lunch. Is that the way I see it?
You're doing good, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, look at that. We're gonna break for lunch and, I guess, I wanna just go down one or?
That's up to you.
Let's just, we're scheduled for an hour, let's use an hour, so we'll come back at 10:01.
Okay, 12:50.
12:50.
Okay.
All right.
You. Recording, so we're back.
Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. And our next, item on the agenda would be animal health and food safety, meat, milk and egg. And Ms. Love, would you like to introduce yourself for the record?
I would, thank you. Alicia Love, the Meat, Milk and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. Pretty light agenda for you folks this afternoon, so I am requesting permission to attend the National Association of Dairy Regulators, I guess their conference for the summer. This is not a conference that I've attended previously, but this is fairly similar to my ASMID conference on the meat side. So this is no industry, no federal counterparts. This is just a meeting for state program regulators to meet, to discuss issues, to discuss potential legal changes that might be coming. I believe there is supposed to be some grant funding from FDA to help offset some of the costs of this meeting. So I'm hoping that myself and perhaps one other milk person can attend this meeting with me. So we can get just start to build those relationships with other state milk programs. I feel like with some of the federal changes that are coming up, I think now more than ever, it's going to be important for me to have more people that I can reach out to on the milk side, with my federal counterparts being unfortunately out of work. So that's why I'm asking to attend this.
So the first item on the agenda is asking for money. Is that?
That's the only
thing.
It's a little better than some of them where you.
I mean, you said you wanted me to stop writing letters, so I don't have much else to talk about.
Okay, and I see that it's transportation because it's where?
I believe it is in Vermont.
Vermont, it must be an easy place to get to, looking at the cost of transportation. Yes. So, and.
Yeah, Lily might want to go with you.
Yeah, so you want to get us on? We need to be on.
Oh, I'll give you get your TV out. Yeah, I got your TVs turned off.
Yeah. I can look on the screen, but the rest of the people can't. including Lily.
You're not.
Sure, maybe Lily's off mute.
No, yeah, sounds like Rose is not happy camper.
So Lily, means, you are the, dairy rep on the board. Would you like to comment or, make a motion to grant this request or have any input at all? Before.
Well, I was gonna say, I do, that is, when I go home, that is where I fly into, because I grew up just south of Burlington. So it is not an easy place to get to. But yes, I would make a motion to grant this travel request.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, a motion and by Lily, a second by, Alan. So, any other discussion? Just for the record, it looks like it's, somewhere, 5,500, just under 50. So, and I assume, Mr. Administrator, that we have, enough money in our milk budget to handle this, so.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that I noticed in looking at this that I have to give Dr. Szymanski credit for observing is that this conference is scheduled for July. So if the plane tickets were purchased prior to July, that would be one fiscal year, and then the hotel cost would be next fiscal year. So that would break apart the fiscal year expenses.
Okay, all right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of granting the request for out-of-state travel, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carried. Okay. So, do you have anything else for us, or is that the?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I don't have anything else, but I'm happy to entertain any questions or things that you're curious about if that would please you.
So, Lily, do you have any, questions or, comments that you'd like to share with us on anything happening in the milk that at least you might have, input with?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. Can you get rid of that so that we can see?
Oh, that,
Yeah.
not really,
Oh, well.
no, but I can do this.
You could just switch your places with Brian. There you go.
Oh, good. I can see myself above Alan's head, nice and big for all of you.
Oh, very good. All right, well, I guess fairly easy, man. Oh, man, we expect a big bundle of stuff next month, huh?
I hope not.
Yeah, I just said, listen, no.
It's very good. It's nice to have you come here with, all good news and no issues.
Well, I guess if we have a little bit of time, I did, with the board's permission, attend another milk conference last week in Minneapolis. The NCIMS conference is a conference that includes federal counterparts, state agencies, and industry to discuss proposed changes to the pasteurized milk ordinance. So that conference went really well. One of the hiccups that we saw there is they had so few federal representatives present for that meeting that we weren't able to take a lot of very concrete action on any changes to the pasteurized milk ordinance because the subject matter experts for a lot of these topics were either unable to travel or they're no longer employed with FDA. So that was very unfortunate, but I did see some proposed changes that I thought were very, very common sense that I agreed with. For example, the use of storing like pain medication for calves. Right now, some people would interpret that as having drugs that are not allowed to be in milk when we sample milk. And so the dairies were getting written up for having that medication there. Even though it wasn't intended for lactating animals, it was intended for their calves. So they were proposing that the PMO explicitly clarifies that if the intended user of that antibiotic medication is not the lactating animal, but its offspring, that
that dairy should not be debited for the presence of those drugs. So some very common sense proposals were put forth that I hope we'll see in the next edition of the PMO.
So the people just have them in their refrigerator. Yeah, from one common place, that's where they all go, no matter what it is.
But it's just the same kind of situation where if the rule says, and, you know, where do you bend the line then, you know, without a specific. Very good, and thank you, because I think it's important for every, and not just you, but every employee that asks for out-of-state travel request to attend something, reports back the value of that trip to this board, so that it sure makes it a lot easier the next time for anyone else that asks for out-of-state travel request, because it's definitely valuable, but we don't know how the value fits what we do without an explanation, so thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if there's any other questions, otherwise I will let you get on with your ahead of schedule timing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Eric is there, all right. Dr. Samansky, I guess, are you?
Is it me or Dr.
Oh,
Judith?
no, it's Dr. Judith, isn't
I think it's you next.
Yeah, I just saw veterinary and I didn't read them. My paper's kind of sitting at an angle. It was,
Well, you should have seen there's money being spent.
I just have to look down here. I noticed that he has his request farther down the
He's
agenda.
trying to hide it.
Build up to it.
But on a good phase.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Greg Judah, Lab Director for the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab in Bozeman. It's good to be back in Helena and see some familiar faces. So it's been 6-7 weeks, something like that, I believe, since the last meeting. So the first thing on my agenda is some updates on non-grants that we have ongoing and upcoming. The first being the fiscal 24 grant, which is actually aligns more with our fiscal 25, but it's the federal fiscal that we refer to. We've made great progress and spent almost the entirety of the $256,300 that we were awarded last, I guess, June 1st is when it started. And you have a year to spend those funds. We are currently finalizing the final purchase orders with State Procurement Bureau, and we have one final purchase request that we need to submit for a necropsy bandsaw, which we had to go out and get a bunch of competitive quotes to justify what we were proposing to purchase. And that grant period ends May 31st. So depending on how quickly the purchase process, goes through state procurement, I may need to request a no-cost extension of 90 days or something like that in order to make sure that we get to utilize that money. So I'll have to keep my finger on the pulse of that with Valerie and Evan and their the people they work with at state procurement. So in terms of the fiscal 24 ARP grant, this was the $1 million you recall that we received kind of out of the blue through NALM. We have placed several purchase orders to state procurement over the past month for equipment that will be utilized in the new facility. About a year ago, a little over a year ago, we did purchase, had a very large purchase for the incinerator for the new facility. That was about $550,000. Unfortunately, it has been pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. It's supposed to be delivered next month, and they seem to be adhering to that. As far as I know, it's towards the end of the month. We've also put in requests for a large custom large animal hydraulic necropsy table that's custom fabbed. Evidence lockers for client drop off of samples. So these are boxes and we'll have 2 refrigerated ones. So if somebody wants to bring in a calf or whatever and leave it, and then they have a key and the key is, put through a chute or whatever. So it's secure. So no one can tamper with after hours sample drop offs, which will be nice because currently we just have a kind of a little side room with a small refrigerator in it. So we put in a request for that. High density storage shelving system for lab storage and slide and block storage. Those are 2 separate rooms. So the lab storage is just excess supplies, kits, equipment. And these are the type of shelving system where it's on a track and it rolls. So you can pack it all together and then you can separate them out to go down the aisle you want to get in. And then it's a lot more efficient. So, and then the slide and block component is the pathology archives, basically all the slides that they make, we archive, and then the blocks are archived as well. So if we ever have to go back to a case and look at something again, we've got that ability. In terms of what's left on that ARP funding, and we did receive a 1-year no-cost extension. So all the labs across the country received a 1-year extension on that to be able to utilize the funds. That said, if we're going to make any changes to the financial plan, bless you.
Sorry.
If you're going to make any changes to the financial plan, we got to submit those by the end of this month. So we've gone through a process of scrambling to get quotes on all of these items, because once you make your final changes by the end of this month, you're held to the line items that are in that financial plan. You can't say like, oh, I'm not going to purchase, deli refrigerators. I'm going to purchase incubators. They won't allow that. And you also only have flexibility of 10% above or below the dollar amount. So we want to be as accurate as possible. We've been pretty successful. I think there's only one other item we're chasing at the moment. The 3 large purchases left to be made include, I think it's 13 biological safety cabinets for the new lab. So that's a significant investment. I think it'll come out to about $170,000 worth of biosafety cabinets. And
so I guess I'm having a little bit of a difficult time visualizing, and then there must be a protocol to clean those, because once you use, I assume they're reusable.
Mr. Chair, yes. So the biosafety cabinets, these will all be stainless steel. And then we do have specific protocols based on what you're doing within those cabinets. So for instance, we're going to move all of our CWD testing, the preparation of the tissue and the ELISA plates into those biosafety cabinets for a higher degree of safety versus what we're currently doing. And we contacted about 5 or 6 labs around the country to ask others what they were doing in terms of tissue prep. And it basically came down to our lab in Wyoming are the only people doing it on a bench top currently with just PPE. So with that information in hand, when we were having a debate, our lab techs didn't want to do it in a biosafety cabinet because, you're working under a gap and your arms are in there.
Sure, yeah.
It's kind of an ergonomic nightmare. But they were against it. Dr. Smith was for it. And at the end of the day, they conceded to Dr. Smith and said, okay, we'll do it in the cabinet. But I think that's probably a best practice. So we'll adopt that.
Well, and I would think in the not too distant future, there's going to be robotic type options that maybe instead of having their arms in that cabinet, they can be outside the cabinet controlling a robotic arm that's doing the
That would be
actual.
awesome. Cause that is the bottleneck in terms of that test, assay. Is, the initial prep where you receive a lymph node from, Fish, Wildlife and Parks. Open the bag, you have to take it out, cut it with a razor blade and get it to within 200 milligrams plus or minus 20 milligrams. So you're weighing it out on an analytical balance. And then, if you're over 220 milligrams, you're shaving it down a little more, then you stuff it in a tube. So that's a lot of work to do all day, so that's why we try to break it into 4-hour shifts at most and rotate people through. But that would be a godsend if they had a robotic method of doing that.
Well, it's feasible, and anything that's feasible for the right.
Yeah, true. So the biological safety cabinets, we got purchase for multiple deli refrigerators. So we're going from a walk-in cooler in our current facility for cold storage for the whole lab to we'll have a few deli refrigerators strategically positioned within the lab spaces. And that's for storage of anything like ethanol or test kits that need to be refrigerated, those types of things. And then finally, a vapor hydrogen peroxide generator, which is something I know we all have on our bucket list to purchase. But what that is used for is if you've got a room that you need to decontaminate, like necropsy or your BSL-3, you turn this thing on and get out of the room and let it run, and it fogs the room with hydrogen peroxide to sterilize all the surfaces. So that'll be a nice piece of equipment. So a lot of purchasing going on lately. I've been given the green light by Brian to spend away, especially with the ARP funds. So not only am I spending $1 million, but I've been told to spend it faster.
And you just are fighting every step of the way, but you just.
It's so hard. We don't want to leave anything on the table.
It's a lot of work, but it's rewarding when the money's finally spent.
All the stuff comes through the door is rewarding.
Yeah, true.
Well, don't get used to that.
No,
Brian is telling you.
We'll rein
you
it back
start
in.
coming back in here after you spend all of that grant money.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so finally I have an update on the fiscal 25. This is next year's grant. We got notified yesterday, believe it or not, that each level 2 lab in the country that's part of NALM will get an annually appropriated amount of $150,150 plus distribution of non-farm bill funding of $128,800. So the total amount is $278,950 for the next year.
And you were at 300 or 350, is that all?
The last year's was 256.
Oh, so you're actually getting an increase?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was.
So 20,000 increase or so. So just to give you an idea, the annual infrastructure funding of 150K, this is their criteria, may be used to provide support for laboratory personnel. So you could support paying somebody their salary, that type of thing, training, equipment is used for non-scope testing, biosafety, biosecurity that will maintain or enhance your laboratory and the overall NOM capacity and capabilities. So a lot of the stuff that we mentioned above, necropsy table, your biological safety cabinets, hydrogen peroxide generator, that's all NOM eligible type expenses. Now the non-farm bill portion, and this is interesting, the wording in the email was it should be used to provide support for laboratory personnel to meet the needs and requirements for non-related testing and or administration. So I think there's gonna be some interesting discussion around why the word should was put in there and underlined in the email. Because there may be some wiggle room to maybe look at different items. But certainly that's eligible things we could use that for. Probably service contracts is fair game, I would say. Salaries, any type of administrative support, software for like a quality management system, those types of items. So we'll be busy building out this financial plan probably over the next month. Typically what they do is they send out this initial announcement that says, here's what we're giving you. And then they send a formal email with all your forms and your financial plan template. And they say, return this in 10 days or something like that. So it's pretty quick. At least it has been historically. But that was a nice surprise to find out that the funding bucket hadn't been completely slashed for next year. So, any questions on the NOM component?
Sounds to me like that, they're pretty much saying, with should is underlined, that here you go, you spend it.
Yeah, and they, you know, they review the financial plan, and if you request something that is not in alignment with what they believe, you know, they probably have people from NBSL, the National Lab, reviewing it, and they know what's involved in non-scope testing, which would include pathology, and then all the non-diagnostic tests we perform. I've only been denied one item in 5 years. That was an anaerobic chamber. And now that we've decided we don't need one, I'm glad that was denied. So.
Well, I guess the good thing is if you, no matter what, if you have that money to spend, if you can spend that over, even if it is kind of a narrow bucket, it still releases that additional funding for the rest of the.
Yeah.
Lab. So you should have.
It's critical, and I know a lot of labs have expressed just how critical it is to their operations, especially in terms of things like service agreements. I think last year of the 256,000 that we were given or provided by NOM, we spent roughly 100,000 on service agreements. So it's in there only getting more expensive. Something that was $6,700 3 years ago is now $9,200 for an annual service agreement. And
that shows how much confidence they have in the new construction. I mean, they're just, it's gonna break down more often and it's gonna cost more to fix it when it does break down.
Indeed.
Jeez.
Okay, if there's nothing else on that front, I'll move to just a brief building construction update.
Yeah, I'm finding these other things I gotta get up for you.
Yeah, sorry.
Get them up while I'm switching stuff. And then I'll get the lab construction update up there. Okay. I gotta get the right document here.
Okay, so this is based on the last available site report, or field report, I guess they call it, which was March 18th. So roughly, 5 weeks ago? So they've made a lot of progress even since this report. And while I haven't been over there for probably 2 or 3 weeks, it definitely looked like more had been done than what I see in this summary here, but.
Is this still a mud hole?
It was for about 3 or 4 days, because we got about 5 inches of snow or so. And when that melted, but they're getting back to doing dirt work outside, and they're putting in a retaining wall on the south side that's close to Marsh Lab. So stuff like that, they're working on, pouring sidewalks even. But it's not too bad to get around. And there's a heck of a lot of personnel over there. You know, our parking lot is packed every day. Parking's a premium, because they don't want to drive down into the mud. So, so since the last one, they've now poured the trash where the dumpsters go. They poured in a pad, concrete pad for that, and the chillers, which are part of the whatever systems they've got to put in there. All the stainless steel duct runs in our area of the lab are done at this stage. And they're working to complete it in the other sections. As of now, I believe in the MBDL portion of the lab, all plumbing and electrical's been roughed in. Sheet rock has been hung, and they're taping and basically getting to the point of painting some areas. So I think there's some pictures later on in this document that shows some of that work. They've done a lot of the mechanical rough in the boiler room and the mechanical room.
So just can you expound just a little bit on area B, area C? So,
oh yes,
is that all part of our lab then, or where does the diagnostic or the?
So the diagnostic lab is area B. The analytical lab is area A, and the wool lab is area C.
Okay.
And I think they are referring to the common areas that we share with analytical lab as part of area C. I believe that's the case.
Okay.
No rhyme or reason to it. It's just, that's how they staged it. But what's nice is ours is first in order. So they started with the diagnostic lab. And so ours will technically be finished first, or finished to a state that when we order 13 biosafety cabinets and have nowhere to store them, we should be able to move them into the new lab space, whether it be in necropsy or somewhere else. They've done the sprinkler piping and sprinkler drops for the diagnostic lab. Roofing's complete now, I believe, of the whole building. So they were still working on area C and A when this report was done. They've installed windows or exterior windows. And then starting to work on sidewalks. The generator concrete has been finished and the generator has been placed. So it's on site and where it needs to be.
So the incinerator, you mentioned that it may show up. So I know that's been a topic of conversation as to the opening, because originally they were gonna kind of build around the incinerator, and that
Yes.
didn't work out for that.
Mr. Chair, I think the original hope was to be able to drop it before the roof was on, crane it in. But they did say they have the ability to wheel it through a large enough door. So we did have a 10x10 door as part of the original design. They expanded that to a 12x12 to accommodate give them some more space for the incinerator. So I'm really looking forward to it. I want to see that be delivered, because that's a massive piece of equipment. Let's see what else we got. Let's go ahead and look through some pictures. So that's an air handler unit being loaded onto the roof, and so they can get it into the penthouse. So there's a couple of large bay doors on the penthouse that they can get stuff through, which I was curious how they were going to do that, because some of that stuff's massive. But yeah, so that's what you're looking at there. These are the windows exterior, area A. So that's the analytical lab. I believe those are probably offices.
Is that the final color?
No. I don't know what that is. I think it's a vapor barrier of some sort. So that's your chiller and trash pad, outside the back dock area where the, necropsy unloading will be, kind of beside that. And that's your wool lab exterior. And wool, a little more of the wool lab. So this thing's completely walled in at this stage. Just a look at some of the wool lab framing, all steel stud. And then they're probably getting ready to pull electrical, it looks like in that picture. Analytical lab there on the inside. And that's more the analytical lab. Same, so that's just stockpiled material for ducting. And this is, you're starting to get into the diagnostic lab area. This is that main central corridor that's behind, this would be within BSL2. So the labs would be on one side and support areas on the other. And that's looking down that hallway that's about, we've estimated 200 plus feet long, something like that. It's massive.
And what's off of the sides of the hallway then?
So on the right side there is all the individual lab sections. It starts with the milk lab, and then you've got, you know, like virology and serology and molecular and histo and clin path, on down the way. So all the lab sections are on the right side of that hallway or that corridor. And on the left is where you have entrances to, like the autoclave for sterilization of glassware, your entryway into locker rooms and necropsy and BSL3 and those other support areas back on the right.
So all the lab areas, are they all individual or is there?
So we set it up more of an open floor plan where it's kind of like partial walls, but you can walk from one lab section to the other without having to go back into the corridor. So I believe the milk lab does not connect. It's separate and it has another entrance on the other side. But the partial walls in the middle of those lab sections kind of on both ends of the lab bench, there's 6 or 8 feet where they can go around. So that might create an interesting dynamic, you know, people getting used to working, you know, in close proximity. Well, it'll be a lot bigger, but you know, where you can mingle with other people and kind of as part of the same lab. I think it'll be nice though, but the reason we did it that way is to give us flexibility in the future if we needed to expand. Say virology and serology got so big that they needed more bench space, we could easily, you know, take another bench spot in the next lab section over, that type of thing. And it also gives us the ability to, there's a lot of, I guess I would call it side rooms off of that main lab space that are designed for shared equipment. So like freezers, we got one room for -80 freezers. Every lab section that needs -80 storage can easily access that because it's positioned in the middle of the entire open lab space. This would be a job I would not want to do, work on stilts and mud and tape drywall, but. And this is our BSL3 area. They're wiring it here. And a little shot of the mechanical room. This is pretty impressive if you can get it, if they had gotten a shot of it without all these boxes on the floor around it, because there's massive like recirculation pumps that are, I mean, industrial size. So that's kind of where it's at. If anybody wants to do a tour, if you're in the area, we'd be happy to take you. Steve's got some extra hard hats and he was able to take Connie and Mr. Spatz for a tour and that was pretty cool. So I think that was Mike's first time down to the lab.
One of the things I'd say while we're on lab construction, that, we did hold a meeting last week that I think, Brian, Connie, Greg, and Rick Corder, maybe Steve, some others were part of. So one of the things that's getting real is we're starting to figure out how we're going to manage the building now that we're the owner, and we are going to figure out how the grass gets mowed and how the snow gets removed and trash gets taken out. And so it was a meeting between all the partners, so MSU, Jonah with the Ag Analytical Lab, and just figuring out how we're going to manage those relationships and make sure all that coordination gets done. You know, I know Greg loves that we're adding building super to his growing list of job description, but that's what he'll be. But yeah, and point of all complaints for everything people don't like. So that part of the situation is being figured out as well, and how things were getting charged out and get paid. And of course, Rick was part of that from our side of how, and of course, he was Ag Analytical Lab too, like how's the IT gonna work, and, you know, all of those things. So, always something going on with the lab. I guess I would ask, if I may, I'd ask Dr. Drew a question. I did get a change order, yesterday. And I guess I just would ask you, because my pause is when I see a change order that says owner request, but I never know who that owner is that requested that change. And this was about electrical and plumbing, but as I was reading that report, I think I read in there where they were talking about some line, on plumbing, some line changes and stuff, so I'm assuming the owner might be architecture and engineering, that wasn't a request by us or Jonah at the Ag Analytical Lab.
Conflict, there's look like a conflict in how something hooks up.
Yeah, but I see those, and it's interesting, because if you've ever done a big building, I mean, and maybe I'm just too small potatoes, but when I'm asked to sign off on something that's got a 3-word description and it's $50,000, I get nervous.
Was it 50,000?
It was that.
Was it 50,000?
Yeah.
Jeez, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, but it just says owner request. I'm like, what owner? Who? What?
I do know that at the tissue trimming station, they had missed some plumbing lines.
That might be it.
That were on the original drawings, and Steve caught it and requested it. So,
Would that be a change order if it was on the original drawing still?
Well, if it's gonna cost more money, everything's a change.
Well, they may have already started put some of the wall in, or like sheetrock, and you gotta cut it out and start over.
Yeah, that could be.
Been there, done that.
No, I just thought while you're here, I was like, I gotta ask that question, because I gotta sign that and get it back to them so they can do the work. But yeah, it's, when you build a building like that, it's amazing how many once you start getting to the details, the little things that pop up,
So I assume that there's gonna be basically no net gain for this department on facilities management, the lawn, the snow removal. So how are we proposing to divide that up so that everyone pays their fair share, but no one's getting stabbed? And
that's what that meeting was really about, how it's gonna get done, and then how will it get charged out, and how will it be determined.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think it's pretty early in the discussions, but that was kind of the kickoff of here's what's coming. And what I found, what shocked me the most during the meeting was when we had originally discussed this with us being the owners of this building and, contracting with MSU, they were kind of like, well, yeah, we can do some mechanical stuff and we can do this and that, but we're not going to do custodial. We're not going to do landscaping, and we're not going to do snow removal because we don't have the resources. We went into this meeting and it was completely like the opposite. They were all in, like, we can do snow, landscaping, I was kind of like, okay, I mean, that's good. So they're coming to it as a very willing partner, and they flat out told us, they're like, if you don't want to use the custodial services that we contract with, you're free to go find a different one that meets your needs. So I think there's a lot of flexibility there in how we set it up. But it was encouraging to their willingness and just being completely transparent, and I thought it was great.
What do you think caused the change?
You know, Mr. Chair, I do not know the answer to that, but now that they're coming to the table and being nice, I might be able to convince them to let us keep that lab main phone number. That is my primary concern.
We need to start messaging about that if you can.
Because I was flat out denied that request about 2 years ago, but I think we can work on them.
Yeah, because it's a university exchange, right?
Yeah, they'd have to port it to our system, our, I guess, state VoIP system that Rick's team will be working with SITSD to get in there.
But for those guys, it's not a big chore. I'm pretty sure the IT guys to get this phone number.
Yeah,
to
it's
the
just,
other phone.
you just have to have a willing person to say you can use this
Yeah.
phone number.
Yeah.
And in that particular situation, can't imagine I would imagine the Ag Analytical Lab, which would also have a university phone number, because they've been in McCall Hall, would probably want to keep the same phone number they've had for the last ever how many decades. So hopefully some things.
And the World Lab also.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Cause that's what people know how to contact things.
right.
Yeah,
Because, I mean, you wouldn't, some other lab wouldn't want the old Wool Lab phone number for the first year or so. They're gonna be getting calls and they have to do something with them, so. Why not?
we've
There's
still
lots of
got
numbers.
mail going to a PO box that we discontinued 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Veterinarians are creatures of habit.
Yes.
9944885 was the number when I was in practice. Like, there's a lot of veterinarians that have been using that number for a long time. That will be a hard transition away.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or on the building ups? I'm looking forward to it. So what are we still looking at for final completion more?
The
So-
change order I looked at said February 27th, 2026, and the change order that I received yesterday said would not require any delay of that date. So that's what's on the plan right now. I guess it depends on if there are any other if there are major change orders that have to happen, they potentially could push it back, but that was the date on the document I got yesterday.
But that date is for substantially complete. and-
Substantially complete, not move in,
Yeah.
operational, yes.
And that, it hasn't been defined what substantially complete means.
I'm sure it means something different to us than it means to others.
Yeah,
Well, there's a lot of progress, I guess, is.
yeah. Definitely. Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, the next thing I want to present is our CWD cost analysis. This was requested last meeting by the chairman. So this first tab is just a summary of our overall costs and revenue. And these numbers are through the end of March. So this is basically July 1st to the end of March, what we would refer to as the 2024 testing season by calendar year. So you can see at 15, we did 11,475 samples last year, which was an increase of about 2,000 over years prior. We charge $15 a test that generates revenue of 172,000 and change. The cost with direct labor was slightly over that. And I'll explain that more on the labor slide breakout, but 193,000 and change. And then we subsidized test kit, the purchase of test kits to the tune of $40,000 with NOLM funding. So we do end up in the black at 18,000 and change as it stands year to date this year. So Mike, if you want to go to labor, the way we broke this out was there's a peak season of about 6 weeks where we are dedicating 3 full-time employees from our operations to doing this assay. And so calculating that out based on an average technician salary of $27.50 an hour and burdened at 36%, gives you that $27,000 number there. And
So-
then, yes, sir.
That 2750, is that just direct labor costs? That's not benefits, life, health insurance?
That's the burden.
So yes, that would be the base salary. The burden of 36% is the addition of those benefits.
Oh, okay.
So you plus it up by 36% to account for that.
So that's in that $27,000 figure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then on the shoulders of mainly towards the end of that peak season, we're dedicating approximately 1.5 full-time employees to that testing. That's, significantly diminished in terms of test numbers for a duration of 12 weeks. So the total length of this testing season, in this case, we're considering is 18 weeks. And so your total labor there is $53,856. I did want to note, this is including labor from our fellows. So the 3 FTEs we're considering, these numbers would be reflective of if we didn't have fellows.
You had to pay them.
If we were paying only lab techs to do this. Of course, I'm assuming that you're aware, we don't pay a salary to our fellows. They are paid a fellowship stipend by CDC. So, but the reason this is of interest is because if federal cuts impact that fellowship program, we're gonna have to absorb more of the workload to do this testing. So that's something to keep in mind.
So I guess that's my next question. Can you go back to the previous slide? Because you're at a net loss without the grant.
Yes.
Basically. So
yes.
How confident are you with these numbers, and do you feel that that's adequate? I mean, I don't know, that's 10% return, I guess, if you add in the grant, but without the grant, we're 20% in the hole, or they're about 15%. So are you comfortable with those numbers, or are you thinking that maybe we need to adjust?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's leading you to an argument for that he's gonna be requesting a fee adjustment, for the next testing season for CWD. That's where I think you're taking us.
I think that's appropriate, and Tanya and I discussed this earlier today, and I think it would be wise because you can never completely, you don't want to rely on soft money to subsidize your operations. Plus that 40,000 was designed to kick up our proprietary fund in the first place. I don't like having 50% of it shaved off the top, because we could use that for other needs.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I want to say, I asked that question hoping for an answer that was along the line that I'm hearing, because I guess I'm not comfortable with that. And I'm glad we looked at this and found that, because, apparently you have a reputation for CWD testing because of the additional requests you've had. And who's to say that that's not gonna continue to escalate? I mean.
Are you leading my next point? We'll get to that in a
I'm
second.
sorry. Let me take over.
This is a really nice tracking of spend that was performed by Sarah in the virology lab. And she basically took all our POs for the entire season and added it up, including all disposables. So all the PPE, everything down to sharps containers, shipping cost, the different tubes, pipette tips, razor blades. So this is what was used to calculate the supply spend. So we're pretty confident, and this is based on actual payments within our PO system. Pretty impressive piece of work. And then if you go to the consumables left over, you'll see.
So you got $139,595 supply cost
And then the 53.
for labor.
For labor.
Yeah.
And that's how you get to 193.
93. So this is all that's left over, that we can still put to use. So it's not, we can't always project perfectly, but at least this stuff doesn't go to waste. So that's kind of a nice little addition to this. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, with that being said, we were recently approached by the state of Louisiana, so word travels fast. Louisiana,
Cajun wasting disease.
currently has a capacity, they say, of 2,500 samples a year for their ELISA. And this year they're projecting 3,500. So they have an estimated excess of 1,000 that they're looking for a partner to ship those out to. And from the feedback we received from them, the partner they had been using was taking up to 3 months at times to report samples or their test results back to them.
At what cost?
That I do not know, but I can certainly dig that up.
Well, that's fine.
I think that would be a good for Mike's weekly email. Just a tidbit of information. So anyways, I asked Sarah if she could absorb it, and she's pretty confident and that we can, add an extra 1,000 samples. But I think the fellows and our ability to sustain that program and have those extra hands is key to that decision-making process. I know that we're going to be applying for additional fellows here in the coming next month or two. Steve is Dr. Smith will be managing that program in Erica's absence, but they've been sitting down and talking through potential projects, which they've identified, I believe, at least 2 of them already. So that's a good thing, but we'll find out. It's relatively a quick process to find out whether you can get one. So we'll have an answer.
How's that decision made, and do the fellows that are here presently have feedback, positive or negative, that lends into that decision of whether or not you get them in the future?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe that there is a feedback loop with their program, and it's been extremely favorable, rewarding experience for everybody that we've had do it so far. And so I don't see any hiccups on that side of things in terms of their reluctance to send someone to Montana because it's been a bad experience. It's just finding the right match and then mentoring them. I think we've been very lucky, and either these fellows are just all incredible people, or Erica did a great job of screening candidates. It's one of the two. So, but it's been positive, and I think it's been positive for our staff as well. They really enjoy getting to work with different people, meeting different people, and 2 of the fellows that we currently have are wrapping up their rotations, and they've been with us for 2 years, coming up on 2 years now. So they're basically part of the staff. So tremendous folks. And I think the one is going back to Atlanta, and she's taken a position in a clinical position. So it was a very good experience for her.
So I was gonna say, I think the challenge for us is when it's appropriate to do more work there and bring forward a suggestion on fee structure that achieves a price per unit profit, sans grant funding, fellows, acting as if we were paying for all that or weren't getting it.
Yeah.
So that'll be coming at a future meeting, I presume. So.
Yep.
No, thank you. Thank you. You answered the questions that I have, and it looks like you somewhat spent a lot of time gathering that information, and that's appreciated.
Yeah, fortunately, we had a template from 2021 when we were first doing this to at least work from, so it wasn't all from scratch. But wasn't too bad. All right. Any other questions on that?
I guess I should check with Lily or Greg, you're there, Eric, anybody out there have a question or comment on Dr. Judah's presentation so far? Guess not, all right.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, my last agenda item is an out-of-state travel request. And this is for out of country. No, 51st state. So,
We'll take Alberta, we won't take the rest of it.
or, this is for the International Symposium for the World Association of Veterinary Laboratory Diagnosticians. I thought AAVLD was a mouthful. That's impressive. This is being held June 12th to 14th in Calgary, Alberta. And of note, this meeting only comes to North America once every decade. And this is basically, it's like AAVLD globally. So we are requesting to send Dr. Steve Smith to this. This meeting will feature leaders from labs around the world, including the World Organization of Animal Health, and it's scientific based, related to veterinary diagnostic medicine, laboratory techniques, and global problem solving. Some of the presentations that Steve was most interested in were AI, artificial intelligence and diagnostics. One Health is always a huge topic, and antimicrobial resistance. I think those are some good things to hit on. The cost of this travel, we're estimating at just around $2,200, and the source of the funding would be the fiscal 25 lab travel budget.
And how many I missed?
One individual, yep.
It's a really unique opportunity to have this event so close to home.
Yeah.
Be able to get somebody there.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve this travel request.
Okay, you have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second by Alan, a second by William. Is there a discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
I can't hear him coming.
Apparently
Yeah, I didn't hear Lily or Eric, but they didn't say.
they didn't say,
no.
opposed, say aye, motion carried. All right.
All right, thank you, board. That's all I have for now. If anyone has any additional questions, I'd be happy to attempt to answer them.
I think you did good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Trying to stay running on time.
Yeah.
Keep
Now,
cranking,
Doctor.
keep cranking, we're gonna lose time.
Thank you. Yeah.
Drive safe.
Thank you guys for having me.
Yes, thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon, board. Tanya Szymanski, state veterinarian, on behalf of Animal Health Today. I have an out-of-state travel request and then just several kind of general updates. The out-of-state travel request is for 2 people tentatively plan to be myself and Mr. Honeycutt to attend the Penwar meeting, Pacific Northwest Economic Region meeting that will be in Bellevue, Washington this year. Last year it was in Whistler, British Columbia. So definitely a cheaper destination this year. The Penwar meeting has an agricultural committee, cross-border livestock health subcommittee to the ag group, and then also the pest committee, which oftentimes touches on feral swine. Last year's meeting, there was a cross-border exercise that somewhat mimicked the detection of HPAI in dairy cattle and kind of how we would handle that sort of detection if it was right on the US-Canadian border. This year's cross-border livestock health group meeting will be focused on just kind of a continuation of that conversation and how we build on some of the lessons that we learned last year. My plan was to drive out. I don't know what Mike's thought was, but the cost that I came up with was for us to drive out there to attend that meeting together. Funding would be paid out of per capita fee out of animal health.
Okay.
Yeah, and I usually attend on the US years, or if it's in a cheap destination. That's why I didn't go last year. But this is, I'm sure Mr. Redfield and Mr. Moore are very familiar with it. It's really, the Penwar is really run by state legislators and MLAs from the Canadian provinces. A couple years ago, Senator Mike Cuff was the president of this organization. So there'll be quite a Montana delegation there. There'll probably be a fair number of legislators that'll be there from Montana.
Pacific Northwest.
Yes.
Legislators. One I was at, there was Oregon, Washington, Alberta, British Columbia, Montana, Idaho.
But it can yield really good conversations from the standpoint of, you know, we've had that happen. I'll go back to Saskatoon. We had that where we had some of our Montana legislators that were in the room for the cross-border livestock health, and they were listening to the conversation. And before the conversation was over, they were looking at us going, all right, what do we need to do to help you? And so that gets that conversation going. And so that's why it's important for us to be represented there.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to send them to.
Grant the request. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Discussion. Discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right.
So next up, I put together just kind of some updates based upon recent conversations that we've been having within the National Assembly, which is all of the state veterinarians here in the United States. Just to talk about kind of some of the things that are happening nationally. This is largely informative, but I thought there was some important take homes out of this. Can you send it full screen so I can read? I'm so sorry, I'm blind.
Get rid of this over here.
Perfect. And then just go ahead and skip to the next slide. So the first thing I thought I would talk about just a little bit is foot and mouth disease. Foot and mouth disease has been somewhat active across Europe of late, and a little bit of surprise there. It got cut off, but there's also a green dot up kind of toward the northern tip of Germany, so it would be up above Frankfurt there, where you can see some of the recent detections. So Hungary, Slovakia, Germany, and then down in the lower right-hand corner was also cut off, but is Israel, where they have had detections recently. So you can go ahead and scroll down. So I'm just going to walk through. These are detections since January of this year. The first one was in Israel. I'm just going to tease out like slightly different information about all of these and try to tie it all together at the end. Israel, the important thing to know about foot and mouth disease, the virus, is that there are multiple different strains of the virus. I believe there's 7 or 9 of them. And then within each of those strains, there's like a substrain that they call topotypes. The important thing about that is that if you have a vaccine for a particular topotype within strain O, and you have an outbreak that's a different strain or even a different topotype, there's not a lot of cross protectivity there. And so it's really important to know what strain you're dealing with. It's also one of the limitations that we have here in the United States of having like a really robust vaccine bank that would immediately be able to start producing vaccine for us. We would have to wait and see, should we ever have an incursion of foot and mouth disease in the United States, what strain and topotype that we're dealing with. So Israel has attributed the source of that FMD outbreak that is ongoing to the illegal movement of animals. Israel is certainly in closer proximity to other regions in the Middle East that have kind of ongoing presence of foot and mouth disease. And then you can just see there that there's multiple species impacted. Next slide, Mike. The next country that popped up was Germany. This was probably one that got a lot of attention by everybody. The last time Germany had foot and mouth disease was in 1988. Germany was fortunate. They had it show up in water buffalo, and it wasn't that they were trying to detect like drooling or oral lesions like we talk about often here in the United States. The water buffalo were dying, and so it was a really high mortality event that started the investigation. Germany was initially detected in January. All of the language on this slide is from their most recent EPI update to the World Health Organization for Animals, or WOA. And I made red kind of the things that I thought were relevant. One, they never did figure out how the virus came to be present in those water buffalo. And you can see that their response, all cloven-hoofed animals within a 1 kilometer zone, so that's your kind of your tightest zone, were test negative. All cloven-hoofed animals within 3 kilometers and 10 kilometers were clinically negative. That means that they were absent of any clinical signs. They imposed an immediate standstill in that region. These are all things that we would do here in the United States. Because it was a single detection, they used stamping out. So every animal within that 3 kilometer zone was euthanized, whether it was showing clinical signs or test negative or not. They did surveillance in wild animals. The animals of susceptible species that have been moved from the designated restricted zones since December 1 of 2024, that's going back 2 incubation periods on the disease. So anything that moved out of that area within the last 2 incubation periods, they followed those out to make sure that they hadn't moved virus out. That's something that we talk about regularly. And then the last one is, so they did surveillance, a standstill. They did their epi tracing with the 2 incubation periods. They did not use vaccination. And you'll see that mid-April, they were able to request back to WOA.
Sorry, can I interrupt real quick? Is there slides that we're supposed to be seeing that, because I'm still looking at Israel?
Oh, well, okay. Well, let me try to reshare them.
Yeah, me too.
I just saw Tawny gesturing and I was like, I'm just looking at
Thank you, Lily, for bringing that up, because yes, we're all looking at a couple of slides since then.
Yep.
Okay,
So
yeah.
We've only gotten one slide, the German slide, so I'll have to go back here to the German slide. This is where we are. Do you see that now, Lily?
Yes. Yep. That's much better. Thank you.
We'll just have to do it in this view.
That
I
works.
can't do it in the slideshow view.
And so they didn't use vaccination, and vaccination will kind of prolong the duration of an outbreak. And so you can see that in the matter of 3 months, they were able to effectively stamp foot and mouth disease out, applied to WOA to have their status kind of return to FMD free without vaccination. That's been approved. And so they should be back kind of in international trade without any sort of ongoing restriction. So kind of a very rapid response.
But having it in water buffalo had to.
Having it in water buffalo helped them out. Yeah, it never got into cattle. It was really pronounced clinical signs, so they were able to detect it soon. It definitely, there was a benefit there.
Well, I would in my mind think that there was an isolation zone probably from those water buffalo.
That's that very first sentence. I didn't put that in red, but it talks about that there was a really low density of cloven hoofed animals, so susceptible species in proximity to them. We may or may not get lucky in that sense if we had a detection here in the United States. Likely would not be in water buffalo. So, and then next one, Mike. So that one you could see was also genotype O, and then Hungary showed up in March. They were also a genotype O, not related to the strain that was present in Germany. So this was a separate introduction. I had a hard time finding a lot of information about Hungary. It very quickly defaulted to a language that I'm not fluent in. But you can see there that the multiple sites that they've had detections, they are using depopulation. I didn't find any information about Hungary using vaccination. And then go to the next slide, please. And then Slovakia broke not too long after. The Slovakian detections are just right across the border from Hungary, and they believe that, one, they know that there is some spread. The genotype O is related to the detections in Hungary. And what was interesting about the Slovakia cases is they do think that the airborne spread is contributing. The foot and mouth disease virus is a very, very small virus, which means that it can get on air droplets and it can kind of get up into the wind and move. And then just spreading it around on people, on vehicles, on feed. I think that there's a lot that we can learn from the outbreak of HPAI in dairy cattle to think about maybe how we would respond to FMD outbreaks. Slovakia is using emergency suppressive vaccine as well as depopulation. So any premises that's detected, they are depopulating. And then they also depopulated a high-risk contact premises. I think the total that they've depopulated is just over 7,000 in Slovakia. And because they have it in multiple different locations, it'll be interesting to see kind of how long this outbreak continues in this region.
And you said you don't know whether they're using vaccine.
I'm not sure if they are or not in Hungary. I would assume that they are. I can't imagine that the Slovakia and the Hungary response aren't somewhat similar, since they're right across that international border.
Well, if they're airborne, then it would seem that vaccination would probably be
really important.
Yeah. The only way to get a handle on it, wouldn't it, or one of the.
It'd be an important part of it, yeah. Next slide. This is from the WOA website, and you can just see all of the control measures under each of these events. You can go into that country and see what measures they're using as far as control. But if you just kind of walk down that list, there's just so much commonality between how we respond to diseases, even in countries like Hungary and Slovakia and Israel and Germany. These are all things that are out of the kind of the playbook that we're building here in the United States as well to try and respond. And I think that it's just a great reminder, like these countries that haven't had detections for such long periods of time, we're seeing a lot of movement of the virus right now. People can't yet explain why, and so it's just a reminder that we need to remain vigilant. Seneca Valley virus is a virus that causes oral lesions in pigs. At some of the California slaughter plants, they're doing like 400 foreign animal disease investigations a year because pigs show up at slaughter with vesicles. And you clinically cannot distinguish Seneca Valley from foot and mouth disease. And so it's just really important that I think that we don't get lax about the presence of vesicles when we're like, oh, those pigs look pretty healthy. Like they were inspected before they left. You know, all of the reasons to not get lax when we think that we're certain it might be Seneca. That's all I had on foot and mouth disease, I believe.
So I see disposal. Do they bury the carcasses or incinerate or what?
I did not find any information on how they're disposing of these animals. I would assume that it's probably either bury or disposal. I could not, in the United States, composting is not an approved method to get rid of foot and mouth disease. And so I don't know that they would be using it there. They certainly could be.
Let's see if you got any questions on foot and mouth before we
Yeah,
move on to the next bug.
okay, yeah, Lily, do you have any? Or Greg? Eric, no? They're just being very compliant.
Next up is New World screwworm, and I got permission from Dr. Lansford in Texas. I'm just gonna borrow some of his slides for us to walk through. This is somewhat historical information at this point in time, just kind of the timeline of the movement of New World screwworm up through Central America. In 2024, September, they found it in Honduras. In October, it had moved up to Guatemala. And then in November is when they had that first detection in Chiapas, which is one of the southern states of Mexico. One of the really important things about New World screwworm is that because we use biological controls with the release of sterile flies on the landscape, anywhere that there's like a tapering of the land mass where you get like a narrow point, those are really good defense lines because you have to apply fewer flies to cover a shorter distance across the landmass, if that makes sense. So when we kind of breach those narrowings of the landmass, it's concerning as far as where the next place that you could potentially stop it would be. The next slide, please. In November, as everybody is familiar with, we stopped live animal importation from Mexico. In January, those suspensions lifted. First, they started letting dogs back in from Mexico, next was horses, and then finally they got to the point where they are allowing the movement of cattle from Texas. 2 ports in New Mexico, 2 in Arizona, and 1 in Texas. Initially, they were allowing about 400 animals a day to cross at any one of those ports. Now those ports are moving as many as 1,500 animals a day. Each one of those animals has to be physically inspected to make sure that there's no evidence of wounds that may contain New World screwworm. And so as you can kind of continue to push that number up, the concern is that we might miss one and accidentally import one. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is as of March 28th, those numbers on the right, please don't assign a lot of weight to those. I've got a more current number further down, but you can see the diverse number of species that are included in the case counts. And you can see that that kind of little boot there that goes up and to the right in that image encompasses those five southern states of Mexico. And then you can see that narrowing of the landmass over there on the left. And so the concern is that that's really where we want to limit it from spreading. We want to try and keep it in that south east portion of Mexico. Some of the concerns that the US has as far as the response is that continues to be illegal movement of animals. There's no wildlife surveillance. And the biologic fly problem that is being used is kind of continues to be plagued with different difficulties. The hope was to bring a sterile fly facility online down in Mexico so that we weren't having to move sterile flies so far to get them deployed on the landscape. There's been troubles there. There have been problems with access to airstrips to land and take off these planes, problems with access to airspace to deploy the sterile flies. And they think that they are to a point now where they need 200, I gotta go to my notes, 200 million flies per week to try and contain it and push it back south out of Mexico. And I believe the capacity right now is only around 120 million flies a week. So I think they're having to explore maybe what other controls could be used. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please.
That's right.
So, Mr. Chair, so explain how the flies are used.
So a fly has a relatively short life cycle. And so, right, it starts out as the maggot in the wound that matures into the fly. That fly would breed, would lay eggs, and then would essentially die. And those eggs would become the next life cycle of New World screwworm. What you do is you deploy a huge number of sterile flies out on the landscape so that when the viral New World screwworm fly breeds with another animal, it's most likely encountering a sterile fly, and so the eggs that it lays won't be viable. So that last slide, those numbers were April, and you can see they were up to 473 cases. When I got an email from my counterpart in Texas yesterday, giving me permission to use his slides, the case count in Mexico is now up to 869 cases. So just huge numbers of kind of ongoing detections in multiple species. And so
Are they
there's.
still down on the Yucatan though, or is that?
They are still, yes, south of that narrowing. But there is definitely a concern that that they are not going to be able to hold it there. And so there's a very strong expectation that we will see New World screwworm continue to spread across Mexico. The communication that we have received from USDA is that they don't have kind of a threshold where they're going to cease exportation of live animals from Mexico, because they established a deal with Mexico that said, when we have these controls in place as far as the inspection of animals for export, that should be our control. So Texas in particular, and some of these other states are really starting to look at preparing their response plan should they get a detection here in the United States. A lot of people are of the mindset it's not if, it's when we see it. I think here in Montana, it would be a relatively short season, that this fly could survive on the landscape because of our winters. But I think that should we get, Texas has a response plan drafted, New Mexico and Arizona don't. I've been working on reviewing the Texas plan as well as USDA's response plan. And I think that we likely would put some kind of immediate control measures as far as importation. So trying to work on getting those drafted so that we could deploy them kind of immediately upon a detection.
Take care of my roping cattle thing again, wouldn't it?
We have a lot of animals that come to Montana from Arizona in the spring months.
Cattle for 10 years. Well, plus, I mean, there's other species besides cattle.
New World screwworm can infect any mammal, and I think that probably includes birds as well. But cattle, people, dogs, cats, cattle, like, I mean, you name it, they can. If you get a wound, they can infect it.
So, even though we have, we're inspecting the cattle, and like you said, the larger the number gets, the optimal number is smaller. I mean,
yeah, how many animals you can look at? I mean,
and without missing something. But the dogs that come back from someone taking a trip to Mexico and he gets a thorn in his back and ends up with a big sore, and then they haul him back to Oklahoma or wherever.
Absolutely. There are control measures for dogs and cats that are traveling with their owners that are coming into the United States, but they likely are not perfect. So.
Mr. Chair, so you said they travel in the wounds. How can they travel in a healthy animal that has no wounds or no?
No, they will only lay their eggs like in a wound or like an open sore of some kind. And so a healthy animal with no evidence of any breaks in the skin should be very low risk. Horses are the one, like a gelding, in the prepuce of the gelding, getting them to extend every time they come across is probably not feasible. And so there are some areas of the animal where there could be a wound that could be harboring the New World screwworm that you're not able to necessarily examine.
I hate to ask the question that's on my mind because I don't want to take us down a rabbit hole, but given that is also a large human migration corridor.
A human could bring it in as
where
well.
People are outdoors, largely outdoors. So we're talking about the animal health response, but I hope there's also a human health response on the immigration control side, in what potential could be there, or if that's just something that's not even touched.
I don't think Mr. Chair, Mr. Honeycutt, I don't know the answer to that, but I don't think it is touched. I can do some looking into that. The interesting thing is that depending on who's the reporting agency out of Mexico, there's inconsistent reports about how many human cases there are.
So, I'm just thinking of a wound on a human that might be infected, so what would be the control measure? Would some, like, hydrogen peroxide on an open wound, would that kill the?
Like a really good debridement, and then probably, like a topical treatment, would be sufficient. I've touched on this, so we can go ahead and skip that portion. And then there's just that red circle is kind of that line of that's the last narrow part between where New World screwworm is and the rest of Mexico. And so they're really trying to hold it there.
So wasn't there some issue on the facilities that were able to produce the sterile flies and how close they were to where they were being let out?
Well, right now they're using facilities that are in the US or in islands outside of Mexico. And so they're having to move those flies a long distance. That's why they were hoping to bring a facility online in Mexico, and they haven't got to that. Interestingly enough, they said that to produce 100 million flies, 1 million flies requires 100,000 gallons of water to produce. So there's a tremendous amount of input needed to get all of those flies. And I think water has become maybe a limiting step in some of this conversation.
Well, as far as south of Mexico, you get the water supplies probably better. All right, thank you. Any other questions or on the screwworm? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, so how can they assure that these flies are sterile? How do they do that?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinselser, I don't know the answer to that question. I can certainly find out. I can find out.
Tiny irradiated.
I think historically that's what it's been, is they irradiate them at a certain step in the life cycle, but let me confirm. I have one more slide, Mike, I'm sorry, at the
I was
end.
just putting this on
Oh,
here
okay.
to see if any of our remote board members wanted to jump in, so we could see them if they were trying to get our attention. Okay, I'm not seeing
They're
anything.
just enthusiastically watching, I can see that.
Is this the last one?
One more. So this is, there was a presidential executive order on March 20th. And the title of that executive order was Stopping Waste, Fraud, and Abuse by Eliminating Information Silos. This got a lot of folks on the kind of in the animal health realm's attention. I copied some of the language out of the official order onto the slide, and maybe the last one bullet is the most important, where it says immediately upon execution of this order, agency heads shall take all necessary steps to the maximum extent consistent with law to ensure the federal government has unfettered access to comprehensive data from all state programs that receive federal funding, including as appropriate data generated by those programs, but maintained in third-party databases. Our premises data, our owner data, our test information data has historically been kept very secure by USDA. And there was concern that, that this executive order may result in the sharing of that information, in particular with like DPHHS or HHS or like EPA at the federal level. And there's always a concern about one, how that information will be used. And then two, that if that information is being shared maybe more freely, you'll see decreased producer participation in some programs because of a hesitancy to have that data in a sphere that might be shared. And so we got an update from veterinary services about the executive order and what they are sharing. And even kind of with this on the landscape, the data that they're sharing with other entities within federal government has not changed. It is still, it's right now the big focus is HPAI, obviously, but for any disease, it's the number of herds affected. The most kind of localized data point that they provide is the county that detection was in. They'll report the number of detections, the number of total tests so that they can see the level of surveillance, and then what the results of those tests are. So far, animal health data, premises data continues to be kind of protected from sharing, and veterinary services has been working very hard with this administration to communicate to them that even though like on the human health side, animal health or human data it's very clearly defined how you protect that. HIPAA provides all of those sideboards and controls. And on the animal health side, where we don't have kind of HIPAA for animals, we still have a strong history or long history of protecting that data. But the data points are slightly different on what needs to be protected, and how you have to protect that. And so we think that there shouldn't be any impact to it, but this is one that there's been a substantial amount of conversation about. So I thought I would share that with the board.
Well, it's also particular, like you said, with us, we have state law that protects animal diagnostic data, livestock diagnostic data. And of course, obviously for reportable diseases and those things we do as part of our federal program, share those things. I think we would have a conflict if we found that information more than say in aggregate was being shared around. We might actually then have to shut the federal government off to adhere to our state law. And so that's things we have to watch very carefully.
And then just a couple of other brief updates on brucellosis. I talked last time about kind of catching up on compliance. And I just wanted to maybe revisit that point briefly. Jack Sima, our brucellosis compliance specialist, does kind of the meat of those reviews. Historically, we were about 18 months behind by the time we were completing those reviews and going back to producers and saying, we found like this test and no brand inspection, or this brand inspection and no test. Can you explain what happened? And it's not always received really well when you're that far behind, and coming to somebody to look for compliance. And the legislature has previously placed emphasis on trying to kind of close that gap and have it be more real time. Jack set a goal to try and do it within 6 months. The fiscal year 24 compliance for Madison County is almost complete. There's 2 producers that we're following up with. And she is actually working now on fiscal year 25. And so we have shaved about a year, maybe a little bit more than a year off of that compliance assessment. And so we're able to contact people in a lot more real time. It makes it a much more relevant conversation to have. And it catches kind of outliers that much more quickly. So just great success and great work on that program. ADT, USDA as of now only has the funding to order 5 million tags. As I reported previously, Montana's allocation for this year would be 120,000 tags. We have received all of those into our office. We've shipped about 80,000 of those out to veterinarians across the state, which means we only have about 40,000 to get us through until October 1 of next year. USDA remains hopeful that they are still going to get some additional funding that will allow them to order the 11 million tags that they had planned for this year, which would mean that we would be able to get some additional tags here into Montana. So at this point in time, I think veterinarians and producers are probably going to be purchasing a good share of tags this year if something doesn't change at the national level. And then the next item is just the NADPREP meetings. I believe Dr. Peterson has done 5 of those as of today. There was one in Great Falls that was held. Variable attendance on those. The Dillon one was probably the the lowest attended. It happened to be in Dillon on the same day as the sale. That might have kind of restricted attendance. But generally speaking, even with smaller crowds, there's been really good discussion on those. So there'll be some kind of a break in the middle of summer, and those will pick back up in August. But there will be several more across the state. We're working with newspapers, radio stations to get additional kind of information out there, and hoping that we'll continue to get good attendance on those. But I think that some great information has been gathered from those, and we should be able to move forward with writing kind of the end goal of writing that communication plan for Montana.
So, Dr. Samantha, I want to go back to brucellosis, and in the report, Dr. Drew's report, and I think yours also, the brucellosis testing numbers are down this year over last year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I just thinking about, we just gone through the per capita numbers, and they're in the opposite direction. So it just, I'm just wondering the correlation. How come we would be down in the DSA and up in the rest of the state?
I don't know if, Mr. Chair, I don't know if I have a good answer for that. I think we thought that we were going into the year with a lower inventory in general. Per capita fees maybe are telling us a different story. I do hear on a semi-regular basis just about kind of a general level of program fatigue within the DSA. And so I don't know if some herds are electing not to do voluntary herd testing at the whole herd level this year. I don't know if the transition to RFID tags has had any impact on folks doing that voluntary testing. As far as what Jack and Dr. Peterson are finding when they do the compliance evaluation, compliance with the requirements to test remain really high. So I think as long as we maintain good compliance with animals that are moving out of the DSA or changing ownership, that voluntary herd testing is okay to fluctuate. I understand for producers the burden that testing is, as far as, you know, bringing your animals in, doing the testing, waiting to find out the results, the stress of wondering whether you're going to have a suspect or not. But it is really one of the best tools that I think producers have to control their fate, as far as if we do get a detection, making sure that we're finding it early, figuring out when they go under quarantine, and having the best shot to get them out of quarantine by next year's grazing season. So it's, I guess, just trying to continue to have conversations with our producers so that they understand maybe how that tool works for them, and then trying to get feedback on ways that we can ease the burden of the program, which I haven't come up with a lot of great solutions on, unfortunately.
From the animal through the chute is a burden.
It is a burden.
So, all right, well, I just thought
On the meeting that you had, it would help if it wasn't in the middle of calving season for us. I mean, that one just slams, you know, and you're not gonna get people come to the meeting.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Redfield, Mr. Curry and I had that conversation earlier, and that's a conversation that we have quite frequently when we try and schedule meetings. It seems like no matter what time of year we schedule, like there's always something that's happening within livestock production that kind of chews up people's time. And because we have a timeline that we have to walk through, like there's some things that we're limited on. But yeah, calving is one. When we get later into the year, it'll be haying. If you get too late into the fall, right, people are dealing with bringing animals in, processing calves, running cows through the chute, all of those things. So if folks have ideas about the best time of day, time of month, whatever it might be, like we're always happy to hear those.
Dr. Szymanski, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So a couple questions. Do you have any update on the RB51 supply? I mean, I think we're kind of winding down, and it looks like we got over the hump for the most part around here, the vets I talked to, but I was just curious to what you heard from around the rest of the state. And the next question is, Are many vets that you talk to using EID tags for spay tags? Or are they still using the clip tags to spay with?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, as far as RB 51, the number of phone calls that we are receiving in regards to like an ongoing shortage, I have not heard of a report maybe in the last week or two. And when I spoke to the representative from the Colorado Serum Company, their production level is back at or actually exceeds where they were last year for the same time. So we think we've recovered from that. If you're hearing of anyone, I have heard of a couple vets that are sitting on extra doses that would be willing to help redistribute it. So I think we're through it. Hopefully everybody got heifers vaccinated that wanted them. As far as spay tags, I have not heard of any veterinarians in Montana that are using RFID tags for spay tags. I think they're either using still those plastic ones or metal clips. There's the vet clinic up in, is it Malta, that maintains a supply of those that they distribute out.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering if anybody's using EID tags for spay, and they shouldn't be, because it's burning up tags that we may not have enough of for things and health.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, I'm sorry, I totally missed the direction you were going with that correct question. Yeah, absolutely. We have tried to advise veterinarians, and fortunate or unfortunate, however you look at it, because we only got orange RFID tags for our no-cost allocation for fiscal year 2025. It pretty much limits them to only going into animals for official program work. But if we did have yellow tags, we do make that recommendation to veterinarians.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Eric. Any other questions for Dr. Szymanski? Anything else that you'd like to share with us?
That's all I have. Thank you, board.
I'll tell you what, look at that, we're within 5 minutes of schedule, so we will take, let's reconvene at 2:50.
Oh, you're off mute, video's coming back on, you're ready to go, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order, and the next item on the agenda is the proposed additional sale dates for Dillon Livestock Auction. And Jay, you wanna give a little background? And then I'm gonna, maybe you can introduce Barry and let them give their presentation, whatever.
Yep, sounds good. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jay Bodner, Brands Division Administrator. Yeah, I did at the break hand out a little packet for the board, and I've also provided that packet to the board members that weren't available to attend in person. So, and in that packet, just wanted to go through that real quick. It does include the public notice that we did send out. It also provides, it has provided one written public comment that we did receive. So I've included that. It also includes some statute that authorizes this decision today, also some administrative rules, and then 2 administrative rules. And then lastly, I did include also a previous somewhat similar situation when a livestock market's down in Billings in 2017. We're looking at making a proposed change and adding some sale dates. So provided that for you.
I guess, and I asked for that information, and we have some copies here, maybe.
And this was also sent out you sent out yesterday to the board members that couldn't be here in person.
The numbers?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Well, do you have it?
I can pull it up. Yeah, I can pull it up electronically. I'm gonna give these in case folks start room. So just so folks know, this is Gene had asked for fall run numbers at Dillon, Headwaters, and Ramsey, and we did it for the last 2 fall runs. Just what were the total numbers that went through those markets in September through January of those years? Just because he thought that might be helpful.
And we did break down those classes of cattle as much as our system kind of can allow. So,
Okay, thank you.
okay, I just will proceed, Mr. Chairman. So the Dillon Livestock Auction, they are proposing adding some additional feeder sales on Monday. So one in October, one in November, and one in December. And then additionally, a bred cow sale in December on a Monday. Their sale date is on a Thursday. So this is what we would consider a change in operation. And that's where it relates back to the ARM rule, Administrative Rule 3215-104, changes in operation. The owner of the Dillon Livestock, Mr. McCoy, and I did have a conversation on April 9th. We did talk specifically about this proposal with the specific dates. I've listed those dates in the notice, so it's October 13th, November 10th, December 15th. And I did not have the other date for the December feeder sale, so Mr. McCoy might be able to fill that in.
Possibly the 8th.
Okay, possibly the 8th sounds like. We did converse, send an email to Mr. McCoy with the details of the conversation, and then to make sure that I had that information correctly. So once again, the department, the board has authority to make, kind of authorize this as an agenda item based on statute, which I've included, 81.8, 231, so the duties of the department. And basically it talks about regulating the markets, the facilities. It also talks about supervising and regulate livestock markets in all matters affecting the relationship between the livestock market and owners of livestock, and between the livestock market and purchasers of livestock. So those are just a few of the, I think, important parts of that statute that I think are in regards to this decision. Further on, I did send out a notice, and I did utilize parts of the statute for 81.8.252. So this statute would comply with any new market that was proposing an application for a certificate. So I just utilized that as how we would define where we would send this notice out to. So the notice went out to the livestock markets that, in the opinion of the department, might be affected by granting this certificate. So I included the Dillon Livestock, the Montana Livestock and Ramsey, and then the Headwaters Livestock. So those are the three markets that were sent this notice, the ones that in our opinion would be affected by this decision. It also goes on to talk about sending this notice to the secretaries of the Montana Stockgrowers Association and Montana Wool Growers Association, which I did those. I also included the Montana Farm Bureau, Montana Cattlemen's, Montana Farmers Union. So I made a broad swath of making sure that anybody that might be affected is noticed. Further on in the statute, it talks about the Secretary of Livestock Association or associations within the vicinity. I did contact members of the Southwest Stock Growers and the Gallatin Beef Producers. So down in the Dillon area, down in more the Gallatin Three Forks area that I had contacts for and it could find contacts for. So tried to make sure that I could cover all our bases and make sure anybody in the vicinity would be noticed for this proposed decision. And then just lastly, in 2017, Mr. Honeycutt and I did go back and look at some of the board decisions, and this did come up in front of the board. This was in 2017 to the markets and billings. We're proposing to change some their sale dates, and then actually add some feeder sales that we're going to run through October through February. The board at that point did elect to hold a hearing. They did hold a hearing. The following that hearing, it did come back to the board, and there was a motion to accept that proposed change, and it failed on the lack of a second. So that did not occur. So I think with that, I provided enough just background to answer any questions before, but if you didn't have any questions, I would turn it over to Mr. McCoy with the Dillon Livestock.
I think since you brought up So that was good to go back, and I was here in 2017, obviously, when that last one occurred. So I had to get my head wrapped around what slate of choices the board has. So I'll address that real quickly, which is the board does not have to hold a public hearing. What's happening today can be enough process. So the board does have in its power to listen to parties today, either for or against the change, and make a decision, yes or no, as to whether or not they accept that change. The board also has the authority to say you need more time to digest it, and say you've heard it and you're going to postpone action until your next board meeting and take action then. Or as the board did in 2017, if you feel there's even more information you want to know or give more people opportunity to weigh in, you can request and require us to do a public hearing as we did in that 2017 situation. If that were to be the case, we would most likely go to Dillon, to the market, because that's the one making the request for change. That's where we would hold the public hearing and then make sure we noticed it so people could come in. And that would be a process where people would just say they're for it or against it and why. We'd capture that information and bring it back to the board to make a decision on at a later time. So those are sort of the slate of choices. You can make a decision today. Now, we were in 2017, we're under much more time crunch because they're requesting that sale date change for October, and they made the petition at the end of September. We got a little more time here, probably not a lot of time, because things have to be, if they're changed, they have to be advertised and promoted. But that is a choice to make a decision today, postpone your decision making to the next meeting, or decide to postpone it to the next meeting and ask us to conduct a hearing between then and now and gather all that input and bring it to you. So those are kind of all the things that are on the table for the board as to what sort of options you have after you've heard from all parties.
All right, before we ask Mr. McCoy to step up, I just want to make sure that all of our board that is on is able to hear. I'm just gonna ask Lily, are you able to hear everything clearly and see what's happening?
Yep. Perfect.
All right, and Eric? Are you able to hear us? Eric Moore?
Yes.
Yes,
This is Jake.
Oh, Jake, all right. And Eric?
Yes.
All right, and then Greg, see Greg is on also?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, very good. I just want to make sure that everyone was, all the board members were able to hear. So with that, Jay, maybe.
Great. Yeah, just to
Eric, you'd
introduce.
like to step up
I'll
and
just
sit
move
there in that
this
chair, and I'm gonna ask you for the record if you'd introduce yourself and then make your presentation and then we'll take discussion.
Okay, well, I appreciate you guys taking the time to see me today. My name is Barry McCoy, co-owner of the Dillon Livestock Auction with my wife Danielle. And just wanted to come here and petition and request approval to have a few special sales during the fall. And our primary goal there was just to provide service to our customers, where we could do a little better job handling feeder specials.
I got it. He's just being a pain in the ass.
Jake, you're not on mute, Jake.
Can you hear us, Jake?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can just, there he goes. He's good now.
All right,
He's got it.
thanks. All right, sorry.
Okay, so the goal is really just to provide us a little more opportunity for customers. Do a little better job handling the livestock, not have the pen so full, and not have sales that run till midnight. And so if we could do the Monday sales, those would be feature sales where we had only feeder cattle or only bred cattle, not the commercial buyers and the commercial weigh-up cattle. So our intention wasn't to conflict with other barns or other operations. It was just to be able to provide a service and do a little better job for our customers and for the welfare of the cattle, just being able to handle them more appropriately and not as in as tight of pens and so on and so forth. So that was really the goal. And initially I didn't realize that we had to have this approval because I thought we could do a production type sale or a special offering that wasn't, in conflict. I know that with way up cattle, we have some issues of buyers being able to make each sale. And so obviously the commercial buyers have to have a schedule that they can adhere to, where this would be more of a rancher opportunity, back to the country kind of deal. And so I didn't think that it would really cause a conflict with any other sales. Logistically, Monday was our best day just because it allows us to receive cattle over the weekend, be ready to present them on Monday for sale, allows Tuesday to kind of get them moved and back out of the barn so that we have Wednesday to receive cattle and Thursday to sell again our way up sale. I realize that Headwaters has a sale on Monday, but their sales so far as scheduled on Mondays is their way up sales, their cow sale. And then they have their feeder sale historically on a Wednesday. So Butte sells on Tuesday, their way up sale. Friday's their feeder sale. Great Falls is Wednesday and their feeder sale Saturday. So it was really the only day that was kind of available to us at the time now. So that was kind of how we chose that. As you can see by the numbers, we're growing a little bit. We're certainly not any big threat, but it just allows us. We did have a couple of sales last year that were record numbers at the yard. I think record numbers for all-time history of a one day in the yard, and we're just reaching our capacity. We have proposed some infrastructure this summer, and we are going to do that, build some additional pens and allow for some more capacity of cattle just to help facilitate the animals. But it still comes down to timing of the event and allowing buyers to travel safely to and from, and consigners. So hopefully it would just help provide a little better service.
Okay.
Can I ask questions for Mayor?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jim.
Yeah, this Jim sits.
Wait
I gotta.
a minute, Jim, wait a minute. I'm gonna open it up to the board first.
Okay.
All right, just hang on. So any board members that have any questions?
Do we have Headwaters? Is he on?
Yeah, they're on. They'll get, and you might want to just run through, public testimony after that before.
Yeah, I was gonna say, 'cause there's gonna be a lot of, there's a whole lot of stuff that's gotta get filtered out.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that there was, so Jim, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment. First off, I want to say that Barry and Danielle are doing a wonderful job with the cell phone down here. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
And anyway, they've done a very nice job with this sale barn. I believe they're going to continue to grow in this county. Where those cattle come from will remain to be seen, but I do believe that they will grow this. But my experience is with the bred female sales, and we have that sits influence sale down there, and it is really hard to try to do that on a sale day. We've had, when we first started doing the sits influence sale, the one year we had 2,400 and it was stacked to the gills. And I believe that, for Barry to do a good job with this bred female market, he's going to have a separate day to be able to promote it and to do it to the degree of what he wants to. And I guess that would be my 2 cents worth. And I mean, I think we could grow this female sale pretty substantially, especially if Barry, adds pens and whatnot. I think in the future, I mean, this is something that I hope that you guys will look at, and not just for this year, but for many years to come. I guess I didn't realize this process that you had to ask for permission to have additional sales. I mean, I guess one of these days, Gene, I'm gonna have to ask you, how it seems like you're stifling commerce. And I don't believe you're a type to stifle commerce.
Well, I guess I didn't make the rules, Jim. We're here to abide by the rules that we have in place and try and, the thing that it's not our intention to stifle commerce, but it is our intention to make sure that the rancher is serviced by, the facilities that we regulate. So with that, I'm gonna, turn it over to, unless you have any other comments you'd like to make, I'm gonna turn it over to people other people here that would like to comment on this.
That'd be fine.
Okay? Yeah, maybe just grab that chair so that, yeah. Can you introduce yourself for the record, please?
My name's Scott Perkins. I'm an employee at Headwaters Livestock. The concern is, as you can see there, the numbers are going down. Headwaters may have a Wednesday's feeder sale already, but to be productive, it may be you're back to a 1 day a week sale there. That sale date's been in place for a long time. The other thing is the consignor base to that market is a little bit different, and they will bring feeder cattle to about any sale at any time. So when you've got a limited number of buyers, it does, and you've got another sale within 80, 90 miles, that's really going to put a hamper on those consigners, and to be able to do a good job for them.
Okay.
I think I've been there 4 owners and about 20 years, and originally those way up sales were bigger. You would expect 150 Holstein cows every sale, and the dairy industry in the Gallatin Valley is no longer there, and you might get 20 today. So it's just a dynamic change in that. So, and I believe the owner and office manager are online of Headwaters Livestock too.
Yes, that's what I'll, so, as long as we're with Headwaters, the owner,
I see Brandon Blackstock and Brittany Jones there. Also see Hannah Feaster, as well. So, whoever wants to speak up is welcome to.
Make sure you take
Thank
your
you.
mute off.
Mr. Chairman and board members, my name is Brittany Jones. I'm the managing director out at Valley View. It's the entity that runs Headwaters Livestock Auction. Brandon certainly wishes he could be here. He's currently battling some health stuff, so he's just not feeling up to the meeting today. So I'm here in his place, and certainly Scott and Hannah are on as advocates of Headwaters Livestock Auction. Thank you, Scott, for your points just now. It really comes down to the proximity, the small buyer pool. We're within 90 miles of Dillon. The small buyer pool, to Scott's point, we call them, they're not way up cattle sales on Monday, they're all class cattle sales. So at any point in time, we could have any head of cattle come into the yards. And sometimes that just works better for our producers. And we've done a really, really good job, I feel, in the last few years under new ownership. To take care of our producers. That's why we're here. Another point is that historically under new ownership, we've held a bred cow sale on that specific Monday. That's generally our last week before Christmas break. And so that's obviously going to dip into our consigners. And I'm also aware that I believe that there is a pickup station somewhere in Townsend. So that's right in our backyard. That's already kind of dipping into, which is not a terrible thing. I mean, we're all here for the same goal. We're all here for our producers, and we understand that, but that's already hindering our market. And so really just comes down to, we're at an all-time low of cattle, and we're all just trying to do the best we can for our producers. And it's just it's a really close proximity and a small buyer pool to take care of our producers in the best way that we can.
Thank you. So is there anyone else from Headwaters that is on? So how about Ramsey? Is there anyone on from Ramsey? Apparently not. see anybody that was wicked.
Gene, can I make another comment?
Yes.
So, one of the other issues, I'm speaking from the SIT's influence sale, is it's hard to get, so we have Ty Thompson come over and sell that sale, and those guys have a limited number of days that we can actually get an auctioneer. And there's other challenges, trying to work with those guys on trying to get a date. And trying to get the ring crew, the paper guys, so there's only a certain amount of days that are open to where we can utilize those people with this sale.
So Jim, the SIT's influence sale, is on one of your regular sale days? Is that the way you're running it now?
Last year we had it on a special Monday. Before that, we have had it on a regular sale day. But last year it was on a Monday sale. And at that time we got approval basically because it was a production sale.
Okay.
But we have guest consigners with it. So we do sell SIT's influence cattle, not just 100% owned by SIT's family. And we have had Ty Thompson and a few of the other auctioneers come over for that, which he's obligated on Thursdays and stuff over in Billings because they have a regular sale that day.
Well, yeah, I guess, I think I had cattle in the very first SIT's influence sale.
I believe you did.
Yeah. But, I guess the, question, so I guess my question was, apparently we've been able to, you've had those sales on days besides
Correct.
Your
We
regular
have.
sale day, and you're calling it a production sale basically, and by our rules, is that, I guess it hasn't been an issue in the past, is that a correct statement, Mike?
Correct, yeah, not considered regular sale day.
Okay. So, I'm gonna open it up to the board. Eric, I see you.
Mr. Chair, you do have a number of people on Zoom that, I don't know if you want to just give anyone who wants to make a comment their opportunities to give their public comment before you go much further.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna open it up to board members, but that's fine. Anyone out there on Zoom that would like to make public comment, I'll try and keep it orderly, and you just, I don't know, there's a place to raise your hand or just, click off your mute and ask to be recognized. Apparently, everyone out there is just there to listen.
Jim was
Oh, it
talking to
looks
somebody
like
before.
Con Peters he's trying to wave his hand, but I think he's on mute. I don't know if Mike, if you can unmute him.
Yeah, I'm asking to unmute.
All right, so am I on?
There he goes. Yeah, you're live now, Con.
Okay, I just want to make a comment I don't think that we talk about buyer base here. I've worked for Barry for the last 3 years. Our buyer base anymore, most of our buyers all come out of Utah and Idaho. Very few buyers that buy at our place buy at Headwaters. We have so much internet interaction anymore. Out of any one auction that we have, we'll probably have between 2 and 3 buyers on the internet at all times. We have between 8 and 9 cow buyers that do not participate at Three Forks. So I don't really see too much interaction against them that we do. And we have to have another sale because with these fall sales that we have, as much as we've grown in the last year, it's very, very hard for us to do the buyer or the consigner the appropriate time to market these cattle during the day by having one sale. If we had 2 sales, one individual feeder sale in the fall, we could start at 10 and be done by 5 o'clock. So we would be doing our service to our consigner and our buyer. That's the way I look at it. So that's my 2 cents. Okay.
So I'm just trying to think about a compromise. I'm always one that tries to figure out a solution, but I'm just looking at sale days, and if I understand correctly, Headwaters has a Wednesday,
Monday sale.
Monday sale with
Monday's
a Wednesday special sale.
Yeah, and a few of them throughout the fall. It's not every Wednesday in the fall. It's a,
Every other week.
yeah, every other week, every third week, just kind of depending on how things are falling and what it looks like for numbers coming to town.
So I guess my question is there a reason that you have the regular sale on Monday instead of Wednesday? I guess my thought process here, and just bear with me, is could we compromise here? If you guys had your regular sale on Wednesday and your special sales on Monday, and one Monday a month in the fall run, you said, we're not gonna have a sale on this particular Monday. Dylan, you could have that Monday and have your special sale on that Monday. The following Monday, Headwaters could have their sale. I'm just trying to think of something that maybe could work for
So
everybody.
what days Ramsey have their sale?
Ramsey's regular sales Tuesday and their feeder sales Friday.
I think what you run into by making those changes is then you're moving Headwaters date that conflicts with the Billings markets, the Great Falls market a little
Okay,
more.
well,
That's
why I'm asking the
That's
question.
It's
and
harder to
I
do the regular.
understand varies. I've worked in those sales because when I first started at the Headwaters, it was only on Mondays and you would end up with those large feeders. I understand the need. It's just a matter of being able to get that to where we're not affecting the clientele that Headwaters has on that Monday.
Okay, well, that was an idea. So.
Yeah, it's an idea and it's a legitimate thought, but to change the regular sales schedule is tough because you have the same buyers that travel, between, so the commercial, the corporate buyers for like say American Foods or whatever, they're scheduled 5 days a week or 4 days a week for their route. And then if you move them, they're probably in conflict with another day.
Well, because like Great Falls, that was
Wednesday, yeah.
So,
And who buys in Great Falls for American Foods?
I don't know who's doing it right now. It's been changing a little bit.
Yeah. But there's some of those guys that cross between us.
Yeah.
And so the regular sales schedule is where it's hard to move. The specials are a 1 a month deal or twice a month deal. It's a little more flexible and you have a different buyer pool that come to those events. That's not to say that on a regular sale, you can't have some drive-in feeders, and you certainly can, but obviously like in Headwaters' case, if they have a Wednesday sale that week, they can easily hold the cattle or at least offer to hold the cattle to the next Wednesday sale. There's ways to work around that. I understand their concern and I appreciate him being here. I just don't know that there's a better day to do it really. And with the red cow sale and stuff, we do have a legitimate following there and influence with Sitz's operation, and we have to work around their fall sale too that they have at home at the ranch. And it just, the timing of it getting up to Christmas and the year end that's kind of the ideal situation.
So we have Hannah.
Yes.
Hannah
has a hand up. Yes.
Hannah, you want to? Yeah, there you go.
Good
Introduce yourself,
afternoon.
please.
My name is Hannah Feeser. I'm the office manager there at Headwaters Livestock. I really wish I could be with you all in person today. We're traveling cross country here this week. So just a couple of things that I'd like to address and echo a couple of things that Scott and Brittany have both mentioned. I understand the predicament, of course, that Mr. McCoy is in needing another sale date. I just want to quickly address the feeder buyers that I think would be impacted. I know that online buyers were mentioned, and I think that is convenient as online market in the Cattle USA is to, I'm sure all markets across the state, as much as they'd like to be on both auctions at once, and I think some of them probably try. I think that that would certainly impact our feeder market as well as the buyers driving to each physical location. Lastly is in a perfect world, and I've tried the last two runs through the fall time. I wish we could get all of our feeders on the Wednesday sales. I mean, this would really alleviate a lot of our at least feeder issues. Of course, like Brittany mentioned, we have had that December bred cow sale that last Monday before Christmas the last 2 years. But really focusing on that feeder market, I think that I don't have to, I guess, encourage anyone sitting there how tough it is to talk a producer that's just pulled calves off their cow to let them sit in a sale barn 48 hours before trying to sell them. I have done that in a feed yard. I've been on the receiving end of those balling calves many, many times. And that's a tough 48 hours to try and sell those calves that have sat in the sale barn for 2.5 days. So like I said, in a perfect world, I've had those conversations many times over with producers and trying to talk them into that Wednesday sale. And a lot of our local producers around that Broadwater, Gallatin counties, they're smaller operations and they might have a day job. And I think that really contributes to us having feeders at those Monday sales, those all class cattle sales through the fall. And certainly, yeah, like I said, in a perfect world, I'd like to hold them all till those Wednesday sales, but it hasn't been feasible just yet. So I appreciate your time. I just wanted to hop on and yeah, explain kind of where we're coming from.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else out there that we're missing that would like to comment? Okay, I guess it's gonna have some board discussion now, and you wanted to listen, and now do you have any questions?
Well, my concern is what they've expressed at, Headwaters. You know, people I represent be more out of Park County that direction, and we always bring our cows that direction. The calves aren't an issue because of the marketing association, we do our own thing, pretty much. But I mean, the video markets are taken, I would say, more than half to 3/4 of the cattle, the feeder cattle out of Park County and parts of Sweetgrass County, more than they ever used to in the association. And we're still handling, several thousand, but not like we used to. But we, personally, I don't take feeders to boat anywhere. They go through the association. But the stock cows, so if it's only that money, that's what I'm taking. So, but I'm concerned about the competition thing with the available buyers. That's my concern.
Jake, are you still on there? You're kind of in the neighborhood.
I am sorry about a previous comment you may have heard. I was in the middle of AIing a cow. So I've been listening to you while I've been breeding this afternoon. So I do have one question about the Sits Influence sale. Is that just bred stock or is there feeder cattle on that as well?
Just bred stock only, no weigh ups, no feeders.
Okay. So I guess my issue with it is the proximity. You look at different day, or like they were talking about having Headwaters go on a Wednesday, and that conflicts with Billings or Great Falls. Well, you're 200 plus miles to both of those locations. And these two barns are 90 miles apart. And that to me, on a bred stock sale, like the Sits Influence sale, that's not going to draw any buyers from Headwaters that are there to buy feeder calves or weigh ups. But when you start talking about a mixed class sale, or Headwaters having an all class sale, and then you guys having a weigh up sale or a feeder sale the same day, it doesn't matter what sale you have on that Monday, it's going to interfere with Headwaters all class sale. So to me, that's my biggest issue with the whole thing. It's not needing another day, because I've sorted enough cattle. I'm sure Jim knows I've sorted enough cattle to know that you can't have too many in one place at a time, and it just creates conflict. It just makes it too hard. And so I understand the need for a second sale. I'm just concerned with the proximity and having it on the same day as Headwaters. And I guess as a board, our job is to protect the producers of Montana, and that means giving them every avenue to market their cattle we possibly can. And another concern is that we lost Missoula, which means those people from the western side of the state are having to truck cattle 2-3 hours to get to a sale barn now, any direction. And that's not helping our producers. That's hindering, like Jim said, that's hindering commerce. That's making it harder. And if we, I guess in my mind, if we have 2 sales on Monday and Three Forks, Headwaters takes the brunt of that and they don't exist anymore, then we've got a bunch of producers that are going to have to go 90 to 100, 150 miles to get to a sale barn. And I don't think that that's looking out for our producers across the state either. It's a competitive business. It's a competitive market. I know I'm in it all year long, not in the sale barn, but in the video market side of it. And it's competitive. And the video market has taken market share from the livestock auction barns. And that makes it even more competitive. And from my point of view, I want to see us try to maintain the number of sale barns we have in the locations we have, so that our producers have options, close options, and aren't having to go 100 miles to get to a sale barn if we can help it. So those are my thoughts.
So Jake, I mean, you're talking about just like an all class sale, not like the bred female sale. The bred female sale would not be in competition.
I don't think so. I think the bred female sale, I know Lewistown did one up on the High Line last year, and that turned into a controversy. But when we're doing these, sits influence or other ranch influence breeding bred stock sales, I don't think that conflicts with our way up in our feeder calf sales. It's a different group of buyers. I mean, like Jim and I think Barry said, that's going back to ranches. That's not going to feedlots. That's not going to Idaho or Utah. It might be, but it's going back to ranches, not the corporate buyers. And so I don't think those influence sales like that of bred stock are going to conflict at all with an all class sale, a weigh up sale, a feeder sale. I think that's fine. It's just when we're crossing over between an all class sale, a feeder class sale, or a feeder sale, and a weigh up sale. I mean, those three deals are going to have a lot of the same buyers. Not that the weigh up buyers are buying feeder calves, but if you're trying to have a feeder sale on Monday in Dillon, or a weigh up sale, either one, and Three Forks is having an all class sale, well, they're going to have weigh ups and feeders. So to me, that's a pretty good conflict in a 80-mile difference.
How do you well, I'll ask that question another day. Never mind. I was just thinking of, we have a pretty good monopoly in Montana, and Montana, just food for thought for y'all. So Montana is the only state that charges, now Barry's not going to want to hear this, or but I mean, so Montana is the only state that charges 3%. Most of these other states you get, it's by the head, or 2%, and I mean, the sale barns have a pretty good monopoly, and I guess, there's competition in Montana, yet, and I'm going to pick on my friends for a second, and down in Billings, you think about the majority of those cattle of Montana. I mean, so they have the Northern Livestock Video, and then they have 3 sale barns. I mean, you guys as a board, do you guys ever talk about that? About the monopoly that, one, that one entity has? I mean, is that a concern of you guys on this board? I know nobody wants to touch that, but I'm just being a devil's advocate, when we're talking about it, like one sale date, I mean, that's just this like a small piece of the puzzle or piece of the, a small amount of cattle in comparison to when you guys look at the big picture here. Don't you dare tell Joe I had this conversation.
Jim, I have a scenario that I'd offer, and this is just a scenario that's kind of way out in center field, but, let's say that, Headwaters starts, struggling and decides that they're not viable, so they put their auction barn up for sale, and your friends in Billings decide they wanna expand a little farther into southwest Montana also. That would kind of give them a pretty good hold on the whole state. And we, as a board, have agreed to allow overlapping sales, same date sales to two auction barns that are in the same neighborhood. And the big boys come into town and say, I'm gonna have a Monday sale and I'm gonna have a Thursday sale. And you guys granted that permission here a year ago or whenever time frame. So precedent set. And I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna compete against Dylan and I'm gonna compete against Ramsey. And so that's the other side. That's a scenario I look at is, granted, this board did grant the permission for the Gogginses to, I used to beat around the bush. It was the Goggins family that bought Western Livestock, and they granted that request. It's, I don't know that it's worked out bad for anybody. I think it's worked out really well for the Goggins family, but that scenario could repeat itself.
Yeah, no, I would agree wholeheartedly. Pretty soon, and I understand, the days of the sale barn, short of way up cows, it's getting pretty tough as it was mentioned earlier. The video's taking most of these calves and people are grouping these calves together to try to sell them in groups so they can maximize out on these summer sales that they're typically, until last year, are normally better. And the days of the sale barns, I don't know. They're changing.
I think it's, unless there's some comments from you guys, I'm gonna close the public comment portion unless you two have,
Just one thing,
kind of
Jim.
closing remarks.
Mike, you mentioned, so Billings requested, they have special sales in Billings now.
They were requesting feeder sales through the fall run.
And they have
request, just very similar to the request that you've made.
And they do that.
No.
They do that in practice.
No.
They do.
They don't have a sale every Friday. At least it's not on their schedule.
They have special feeder sales and they have sales twice a week.
Pretty much every Friday, Mike, in the fall run, pretty much every Friday.
That is in place. So that was also, because that was in place, I assumed that you guys have allowed that, or that was the process that we're going through today is in place in Billings today.
Well, as far as what I looked on the calendar, they're in compliance with their calendar with their regular sale days.
And they're just alternating regular sales to a special?
Because BLS and Pays have different days, and they were switching things around and adding sale days to what they currently do. We checked the October, November, December calendar for last fall run. The dates they requested, or the days of week they requested in 2017, are not on their calendar on their website as sale days.
Well, I know they have special sales every week, and they have special feeder sales, and they alternate their schedule, I'm sure, but.
And I don't know if Jay has the actual notice from that, but we were looking at that earlier this week.
Wouldn't the blue ribbon sale, wouldn't those be special sales also?
Yeah, cause that's a Saturday sale, right? Or
Tuesday.
is it a Tuesday?
Yeah.
It's a Tuesday.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so that proposal back in 2017, they were requesting to move BLS from Thursday to Friday and pays from Friday to Thursday. And the Wednesday and Friday sales would be feeder specials to run from October through February. That's what they were proposing at that point.
So that was a change of their regular sale day?
That was a change of the regular sale.
They were
day
just,
and
they had the
adding-
sale dates, they had all 4 sale dates. They were just proposing changing the featured class for those dates.
Yeah, they were gonna change 2 sale dates, and then they were gonna add feeder sales on Wednesdays and Fridays through the fall, basically, October through February.
But they already had those dates.
They had those dates, but they weren't there, they were moving their sale dates, each one a day, and then they were adding, and then they were changing those Wednesdays and Friday sales to the feeder sales.
So I think they were flip-flopping one auction barn to the other from the day that BLS.
They were trying to
was
change
trading.
their
They were
regular
trading
sale
sale days, just like I kind of proposed to you guys. But,
It's
you know,
easier for them.
Yeah,
It's easier for the monopoly to do it.
yeah. Well, all right, so would you like to make any other closing, comments? And then we're gonna just have more discussion.
No, I appreciate your consideration, and I think we all brought up a lot of things in the industry that are changing and happening, and some of those things, like the Missoula Sale Barn closing on Thursday and stuff, has created more pressure and the need for us to offer have a little more opportunity for consigners. And so I wouldn't be here if I didn't think it was a need for the community, and if it wasn't an opportunity to allow the community to grow a little bit. And so we're here in an effort to help commerce, impede the process, to accelerate the process, make it better. And I just want to say, I appreciate you guys' time and consideration, and I hope it can work.
Well, I guess it's gonna be up to the board, but, maybe there's, one of our options, as Mike mentioned, is to actually hold a public hearing and ask for more comments and do a little bit more research into, history of what's happened in the state and, make sure that we are trying to follow as closely as we can, previous decisions by this board. I mean, we're not the Supreme Court. We're not bound by previous decisions, but by the same token, I don't want to be one that does a total flip-flop from standard operating procedure in the past. So, with that, would you like?
No, thank you. I just think if you guys can take a little time to think about what's been said and make a decision.
Well, I'm gonna leave that up to the board, so.
For other, it's not like we've heard just you. For me, I called several past board members to get some history because this hasn't come up while I've been on the board. So you talk to one in the past and what's happened and what their take on it was. And, that gives me some insight that I wouldn't have. I'm just shooting from the hip, it's a little harder.
Yeah, I mean, I know we get buyers from Billings that can't come on Thursday because they're at those feeder specials in Billings on Thursday. So it would be an opportunity for us to get away from a feeder special, because I don't think anybody has a feeder sale on Monday. Special feeder sale.
Right, except for
they have an all-class cattle sale.
All class.
All right, well, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just interject one more time. Thank you, sir. I would thank you for the notice and the time and everybody's opinions on this. As I said, and Hannah said it and Scott said it, we understand the predicament that Mr. McCoy is in and that Dylan's in, and we want this to work for everyone. I would ask that a full hearing might be an option, and to see if anybody else has anything to say. We certainly heard from other markets that aren't present today. So I just wanted to say thank you. And then if it comes to it, we would certainly appreciate a full public hearing.
Okay, thank you for your comments. All right, with that, I'm gonna just enter into board discussion, and you guys are welcome. It's a public meeting, and so stick around. But I'm gonna open the floor up to the board, and so I'm gonna ask anyone else. Jake, you wanna start off with any more discussion, or would you like to defer to someone else?
No, I can start. I mean, I kind of said what I thought. I think there is a conflict there. And I think that the proximity is a conflict. I did talk to a couple other sale barn owners about this. And one of them in particular, I know Lewistown wasn't notified, didn't get the public notice because I guess as Jay explained, he didn't see that as an affected party. In my mind, every sale barn in Montana is an affected party to this because our decision about this does set a precedent. So what do we do if 3 other barns come to us in the next 6 months and want to have a special sale that overlap on another barn sale? And we've said yes to this. Well, we can't say no to them. So what we do today, because we're all new board members, none of us were here in 2017. What we do with this decision sets a precedent for this board. And so I mean, me personally, I don't know that I'm ready to make a decision today. I don't know that a public hearing would be a bad idea. We only got one piece of public comment from our notice. And I think there's probably a lot more people out there that have something to say about this that we probably should hear than what we've heard so far. I totally get Barry's predicament. I get Headwater's predicament. And I just, for me, I need more time to process this, hear from more people, talk to more people about it, and see where we want to go, because I do believe that whatever decision we make as a board, being a new board that wasn't here in 2017, is going to set a precedent for us moving forward for the next 6 years that this board will be together.
Okay, thank you, Jake. And I'm gonna ask, yes, I was gonna ask you next, Greg. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of with Jake. I'm just not ready, I understand that what we do today, or what we do as a board, affects the value of these places. I mean, in all honesty, we hold in our hands some of their value just in what we allow them to do. And I need a little more time to digest everything. And I'm not sure. I think a public meeting would be good, just to get a feel, for me, being not in that area, to see what is the feeling in that area.
Okay. Anything else? All right, Eric, you like to comment?
Yeah, this is pretty far out of my wheelhouse. I talked to my local barns and they all pretty much agreed it's far enough away and kind of a different market. Those cattle are almost all going west and south, where almost all our cattle are going east. In our part of the world, we compete more with the Dakota barns. We're more worried about when St. Onge and Belle Fourche and Dickinson are selling, and there's no coordination there. So they schedule right on top of ours, and they all have shipping stations. There's a shipping station for Belle Fourche, 20 miles away from Miles City Livestock, but that's just the way of the market. It is, as somebody said, it's a Darwinian world, and it's cutthroat competition, and any margin operator, whether it's a feeder like me or a stocker operator or a packing plant or a sale barn, there's not enough cattle to go around until we start rebuilding the cow herd in this country. And it's going to be tough margins for everybody. I think, I guess one other point, I empathize with the Dillon crew, because I told Rob Frazier 25 years ago we should have got another day in Miles City, because I spent too many Tuesdays when I got there at 7 in the morning. We got done at 4 o'clock in the morning. We sold for 22 hours in Miles City before, and it's hard on the people, it's hard on the cattle, it's hard on the truckers. It doesn't get good prices for all the producers, the ones who are unlucky enough whose calves don't get through until 1:30 in the morning. So those monster big sales are hard on everybody, and it's better to spread them apart if you can. But that being said, I, as you can probably hear, I'm leaning towards, yes, I don't think it's our job to impede commerce, but I certainly have no problem with a public meeting and learning more about it and letting more people testify either.
All right, thank you. All right, Lily.
Yes. A couple of thoughts. What did we do with, was it Bear Paw that was upset about that bread cow special? Was that what, and
Yes.
what did we do? What was our decision on that?
It was a production sale, basically. So.
Mr. Chairman, it was an off-premise sale is what that was.
Pardon?
Off-premise sale.
Yes, okay.
And so someone who's running a production sale has their choice of who they want to have help them run it. And if they don't choose their local market, we don't get involved in that.
Okay, so then I also would agree with a public hearing, and Mike, tell me to stop talking if you think I'm going way out of line. But can we just, if Dylan thinks that they're attracting different buyers than Headwaters for stuff like this, can they just market it not as a feeder sale and have like come up with a different thing to call it? Is that would be outside, not like obviously clearly not a production sale, but like what does Pays call it? Their blue ribbon special or something? Like if you could just come up with a different way to market it so that it didn't have to get approval from the board, is that a?
So Lily, I just want to be clear. It is the timing of the sale, not what it's called.
Right.
That constitutes putting it in that bucket of a regular sale day. So having it scheduled and with probably the intention of it being on that time period every year is what puts it in that bucket versus a special sale that happens occasionally, maybe not the same week, not the same day, or even if it's just an annual type thing. That's what makes the difference, is that it's going to be on those dates over, say, the fall run, right? So with the last time we dealt with one with BLS and Pays, they were asking for that change permanently for those months to go on into the future every year.
Okay, I guess I got confused then talking about what Pays does with their Friday sales or whatever.
It wouldn't matter whether it was a feeder sale, an all-class sale, it would be considered a change in market operation, which would still require board action, if that makes sense. The title of the sale is not what's important, it's about the scheduling of the sale and how it affects the master schedule for everyone around the state.
So I'm still thinking about some way to come up with a compromise, and it sounds to me like we're not gonna make the decision today. We're gonna probably go ahead with a public hearing. But I'm just looking through the request, and one of the requests is for a bread cow sale. And so is it a fair assumption that maybe Headwaters wouldn't be quite as adamant in their opposition to a bread cow sale on the same day as your feeder sale? Is that a fair assumption, or am I stepping out of bounds?
I would have to visit with.
That's fine, but we're not gonna make the decision today. It's just food for thought. I'm just trying to think of something that we could maybe help out both parties a little bit. But
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
that specific bread cow sale that's being proposed as an addition is the exact same day that we do it's our last sale of the year, and it's historically the last 2 years been a bread cow sale.
Okay, well, there, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
William.
So, Mr. Chair, would that be, that proposal you have here, would that happen every year, or is it just a this year thing, or would that be an ongoing thing?
I think it needs to be an ongoing thing as the barn grows, but as Scott pointed out, like they already have a second sale and they might do away with it. So I would like to seek approval to have this as an annual event going forward into the future, but I guess we're never obligated to have our sale, even if we're approved to have it.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
So even like this time of year, we go every other week. We don't sell every Thursday.
So if you, just one option, just trying to compromise with both parties here. If you skip this year and won't do it this year versus if you start it next year, you'd give more, both parties more time to even things out, I guess, or try to work better together, or I don't know how to say this. I don't wanna hinder commerce, that's my thing for both parties, but at the same time, a decision has to be made, I don't know, I'd entertain a public hearing.
I'm hearing, enough, comments in favor of a public hearing from our board that I'm gonna make that decision for the board that we will proceed with a public hearing. And we will, have to entertain dates and a hearing officer and things like that.
Well, Mr. Chair, one decision begets another. Jay can step out of the chair and our legal counsel can step into the chair and advise you of what needs to be done next for the public hearing.
Okay.
You don't get off the hook that easy, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we did discuss that a little bit, so I'll turn that over to Ms. Simon.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Lindsay Simon, Agency Legal Counsel. So I'm looking at the board's rule for procedures of obtaining departmental approval for market changes. And it does say that if a hearing is held, it must be conducted according to the Montana Administrative Procedures Act contested case provisions. One thought that I had is there's two ways to do that. Like you as a board could preside over that hearing, or you can choose to elect or to appoint a hearing examiner. When you elect a hearing examiner and you don't preside over the hearing, they issue a proposed decision, and then your role as board to issue the final agency decision is pretty restricted to, there's more restrictions on what you can find. It's based off of the proposed decision. One slight concern that I have is your average run-of-the-mill hearing examiner is not going to know much of anything about the industry and livestock markets in general. So that might be something to think about in terms of.
So, and the other question, or another question I have, so is there a specific time frame that if we announce that we are gonna have, is there a time frame, or could we just schedule a public hearing at our next regular board meeting in conjunction so that we don't have to all travel to somewhere on a separate day?
I am seeing.
Alan, I see a question.
Roll my eyes right now, yeah,
Yes.
because how long do you wanna stay in your meeting? Because you can't run the regular meeting and do the hearing. I mean, the hearing will take up the bulk of the day. I mean, I'm just going from the fact that we did a hearing in Billings, the board did a hearing in Billings when I proposed to limit roping stock and all that kind of stuff. And it took half a day. Easy.
Well, all right, so then maybe we could have it in conjunction and have a day and a half rather than everybody travel twice to some location. I guess I'm just trying to explore all the possibilities and I guess after hearing Ms. Simon's explanation and options, I'm thinking that the board probably would be a better hearing officer than hiring someone that has no background in the livestock industry, no understanding of markets or anything, and then them not being the one that has to make the final decision, but almost. So I guess if I'm gonna have to make the final decision, I'd like to have all the background in my pocket.
Mr. Chair, in terms of timing, I'm seeing only a requirement of at least 10 days notice of the hearing has to be provided.
All right, William.
Is a public hearing something you do in person, or can you do that virtually?
You can do it virtually if everyone agrees.
Okay, well.
It'll be sort of like what we did today. We had other people, but bigger notices so that, I mean, more people know about it.
And it would be much more comment driven than comment conversation.
Yes, I'm personally not sure why it needs to be a contested case hearing, but it's in your rule that way. But I think an informal hearing where it's just people giving comment would be better than a hearing where the rules of evidence apply and all of that, but that is the way your rule is written.
No. So you're not giving us an option, you're telling us that, okay, I understand.
One
Yes.
question, what is the definition of a production sale versus a open consignment sale? Cause to your one gal's point, we can just make these production sales.
But those laws are in the off-premise sales, so they're not held at the market. That's a producer or a group of producers who have control of all the cattle that are being sold. And it's being done at a location of their choosing, usually at a ranch.
So if I have.
So that's why bull sales.
If I have a
bull
group
sales
of
don't fall
producers
under our-
and a producer that chooses to have it at my barn on Monday, we're good to go?
That, I don't know, I'd have to do a little deeper dive on that.
And then
I think
I'll-
it's less than 3 consigners.
Less than 3 consigners
Yeah.
is not considered a, yes, there you go.
And that
That's
is
what
in
the law says.
the rule?
Mhm.
Okay, that's my question.
Yeah.
Cause I could get every person who says, yeah, I'm gonna have a sale on Monday.
Every consignor, you have that
They're
as
agreeing to have a production sale
criteria.
that day.
As long as there's no more than 3 individuals that are make up the consigners of the cattle that are in that sale.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
that
that's
was
the
the
reason.
rule.
Yeah, and so I'd say that's why, it is confusing, but that's why your typical bull sales don't fall under that, because there's not consigners, it's one owner who has
One producer.
control of all the stock that's being offered for sale that day, but a lot of them will choose to work with a livestock marketer,
Sure.
right, to help run the sale, because livestock marketers like yourself are the ones who have the expertise of how to handle it and get everything done.
Facilitate the transaction.
Yes.
No, that's good. That was a question that appreciate that. So 3 consigners.
Thank you. So we're back to, I made the decision, we will have a hearing. Now we have to talk about the date. We want to talk about it now?
We have to figure out the next meeting, and that's always fun.
Mr. Chair, while we're getting the calendars out, just a couple of thoughts, and maybe when we schedule this, we should have our regular meeting the day prior and then the open hearing the next day. But I guess what I would suggest is that it would be useful for the board, one, to have our legal counsel go over the statutes and administrative rules that are applicable to this and see what exactly our obligations are. And I'd also be interested in somebody digging up the history and seeing what, and I take the point that was made earlier that it's not the same board, but I do think government of any kind has some obligation to be somewhat consistent. So I'd like to know what happened with the billings markets when they went from Wednesday, Thursday to Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and just what we've done in the past so we can get some precedent. Just a suggestion.
Yes, I agree. All right. Well, so we have to send, we're jumping on the agenda a little bit. We might as well set the board meeting date for our next board meeting, and then we can talk about whether or not to have the hearing prior or after. Is there, I'm gonna ask you guys out there in the country, is there a day, what are we thinking, Mike, toward the end of May now?
You do have to consider that you're running into Montana Stock Growers mid-year meeting as the last week of May in Butte. I know that will be an event that several of you will be at and taking part in. So that's the one thing I see on the calendar for that last week of May.
And William, so what date? Wednesday is not,
So the 28th and the 29th will work for me. We have holidays those 2 days. We have the 29th, we have Ascension Day, and it's Pentecost, the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th of June.
the 28th of May.
That's what I could probably log on virtually, but no, I couldn't be here in person.
So what about, Eric and Jake?
27 would work if I had to.
Well, I'm just thinking if I do happen to make it to mid-year, I'd be halfway there.
Yeah.
Here in
What days are those?
That's Thursday. It's
29th, 30th.
Yeah, actually it starts the night of the 20.
The 27th would work for me, if that's what we're leaning towards.
That's a Tuesday.
27th, I was looking at the 28th.
That also could work.
Are we talking about 2 days? Are we kind of thinking about 2 days back to back for the meeting and then the hearing?
Well, I guess, so I guess you talked about the hearing afterwards, and I'm wondering about the hearing, having the hearing the afternoon before. That way, we could continue the discussion while it's and freshen everybody's mind and maybe make a decision that following day. Is that
I
out of the
second that.
realm?
I think that's a great plan, Gene. Then we can make a decision.
Okay, so Lily said the 27th would work.
So the afternoon of the 27th.
Afternoon of the 27th for the hearing, and then our regular board meeting the day of the 28th. Right here.
And we decided we're doing the hearing in Dillon.
No.
No, we would have it, we'll just have it here. Is that?
Okay.
I mean,
It's up to you.
Well, it's better for a bunch of Zoom people. It's set up better.
It's true.
Really.
yeah, that's the other thing. We're gonna have it anywhere else. We have to make sure we have internet access. We have to, I mean, there's a lot of logistics that have to happen for us to have it off premise. Here we have the Zoom capabilities, we have the live streaming, we have everything that we need, so.
And it would have it in Dillon, it'd have a little field advantage versus him.
Yeah, whoever buys the biggest dinner the night.
You can
No, so I didn't hear any dissension, so then we are going to have the hearing the afternoon of the 27th. And then our regular board meeting the day of the 28th of May.
Yeah, and I also would just say something for us to consider about location is, as you know, I know the executive vice president of stock growers very well. And she just texted me to let us know that they're not using the hotel room in Butte that day. And so we could potentially just have our board meeting in Butte at the hotel, but we don't have to make that decision now. And then we'd be closer in the middle of everybody.
Okay, well, that may be an option. I guess we're the hearing will be the 27th, our regular meeting the 28th, and the location is yet to be determined. We will make sure that gets out to everyone in plenty of time, minimum of 10 days notice. And, but we will, good Lord willing, and the creeks don't rise, we're the 27th and 28th. And I thank you guys for coming and participating. I thank everyone that was online for their comments, and we look forward to having everyone come again. And I guess we're gonna try and make it maybe not quite as conversational, but a little more precise comments. We're gonna ask for comments at the hearing. Ms. Simon, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but we're gonna try and be just a little more structured than just a loose conversation. Okay? All right, well, with that, thank you, everyone, and you're sure welcome to listen in on the rest of the meeting if you wish, and you're
This is the moment,
safe
I'm
travels.
hoping Jay says that everything else on the agenda can wait till May 27th or May 28th.
Thank you for coming. Safe travels. All right.
Right, Mr. Chairman, I We'll proceed with a couple other agenda items that I had. I'll try to keep these as short as possible, but they will require some discussion, so.
All right, that's what we're here for.
Okay. Next, I did provide you a handout. I've also provided that to the board members that are not available. One of the things I'd like to bring before the board today is our online consignment and transportation permits and consideration of eliminating that fee, the online fee for that. That would include our market consignment permits, our sheep transportation permits, and then also our bison transportation permits. So I have just looked at the numbers of those. I'll just give you a brief kind of summary of a calendar year of what we do for market consignment permits. What those have been averaging over the last 3 years is right at about 6,500 market consignment permits. We do about 150 bison transportation permits and about just under 1,950 sheep transportation permits. So, so if you were
all of them online or some online and some off?
No, these are all strictly online.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you were just to look at the consignment permits or the all of those total for calendar year 24, that would have been 7,700 total permits. So that's $1 attached to each one of those. That's $7,700 that we would be looking at. So what prompted this was in February 1st, we did have a change in our online permit system, and really it was the cost. Typically the permit's $1 and then the transaction fee was roughly about $1.24. So a combination for every permit was $2.24. And on February 1st, that got changed from $1 for the permit, and then the associated fee was only 5 cents, so $1.05 total. So when we had that, that kind of prompted the discussion of, is there an opportunity maybe that we look at continuing to drive more people online and just simply eliminating that fee? As I mentioned, you know, if we were to look at last calendar year of 24, that's our decrease in revenue of $7,700. We did, in this proposal, we would retain the written books. They would still pay $1. So if you stop at the local grocery store or wherever those are, they would still retain that $1 fee for those.
Because that fee goes to the permit writer.
Yes.
Whoever is writing that permit, so the department gets nothing out of it anyway. It's just a thank you for doing the service to the industry.
Correct. And so I did look at just what the statutes and what the administrative rules are. So if we do look at the statute, it's 81.3205 that basically says for the issuance of a market consignment permit or transportation permit, other than a permanent permit, before the removal from a county to all livestock, the inspector issuing the permits must receive a fee established by the department for each permit issued. So we do have to establish a fee. You could establish a fee of $0 for online and $1 for the written one. So we don't think that we would need an additional statute change to meet any kind of change in this administrative rule. These are all in the administrative rules that I have provided to you. We would look at simply eliminating number E, the domestic bison transportation permit for $1. We have previously, we're just in this rule, and we just did make some changes where we eliminated the lifetime horse inspection book of $250. We would also eliminate number H, that's the market consignment permit for $1, and then I, the sheep transportation permit for $1. If we are, if the board does want to entertain this, I did review the rest of that administrative rule. And so there are some additional changes that I think we would also propose. So There's some cleanup language where we have satellite video auction, so we would update that language to livestock video auction, that's number D. And then also when we looked at the brand book, the cost for a CD, download, and then paper copies, we would simply eliminate all of those. We think with our new brand search capabilities that are going to be coming online soon, we would just leave that up to constituents to print that off at home, and we would just we would discontinue that service. We don't get a lot of that now, truthfully. And I think with what we will have online, it would make sense to eliminate that. So that's a proposal.
You want to do it all in one fell swoop? Kind of...
Well, yeah, certainly, when I mentioned I was going to consider this, our legal, Ms. Simon mentioned, were you just in that administrative rule? And I'm like, yes, I was, but now we are looking at making some potential additional changes, so.
Because there's some fee associated with, I mean, all those transactions online have to be credit card transactions, that dollar has to be a credit card, and it costs us how much?
5 cents.
5 cents, yeah.
Oh, because it costs us 5 cents. So,
yeah,
so we get 95 cents. That wasn't, I mean, I entertain the motion to accept Jay's proposal.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept his proposal to change the county rules.
That works for me. Is there a second? All right, I have a motion by Al and a second by William. Is there comments from anyone out there? Everyone understands that we're just gonna basically, we're gonna keep paying, letting the people that hand write permits they still get their dollar, and the rest of the permits that they go online are gonna be for free.
And Mr. Chairman, just as a clarification, we would take the additional steps of updating the language of the satellite video auction and then the brand book. We would eliminate those fees also.
Yes. Yeah.
All inclusive.
All inclusive, yes.
And Mr. Chair, just to make sure everybody understands, one of the reasons also, and Jay and I talked about this, where we're not really concerned, I know in the transportation permits, we're just giving up that revenue. But sometimes we fail to remember that on that market consignment permit, we're getting $2 per head for every one of those cattle when they hit the market in revenue for the work that our market staff are doing to inspect them in, change ownership, and get them out the door. So the market, that's another reason I'm not so concerned about losing $7,700, because there is still inspection fees charged on each one of those individual animals represented on that market consignment permit once they get to the yard.
Before we had online capabilities, we didn't get anything. All of the dollar that I paid went to the person that wrote the permit. The department got zero, so it kind of came in, easy come, easy go, as far as that's my thoughts. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, opposed, same sign, motion carried. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hopefully we did do a very thorough review, so we won't bring this administrative rule back again for you for a third. I think we did look it over.
If you do, where did she go? I'm gonna say, well,
she'll be all over. She'll be all over.
Council, get after that guy. No.
Yeah, and one more agenda item, Mr. Chairman, board. This dealt specifically with the potential use of electronic signatures on a bill of sale. So currently, we do not allow that as a board or as a department, as the brands division. I think in the past, there's been some discussion, and at one point, I think we had maybe some staff that did allow some electronic signatures, but that was discontinued when we found out about it. So we did, I did get a phone call from an individual that said, you know, when we have some of these holds at markets and different scenarios like that, an individual said, well, can I just sign this electronically and get it back to you so we can make the transaction easier? So on one hand, I think certainly it does provide, you know, additional use of technology. We're moving forward. We're trying to adopt technology. There is some concern, certainly, I think, from a staff perspective of does that provide more opportunity for people doing potential forgery? Do we not know who on the other end is signing these electronic bills of sale, or if they really are that person? You know, the one part with wet signatures is if we ever get down to some type of investigation, there's an opportunity to compare signatures. So, you know, that's happened in the past. So it is a pretty major shift, I think, from the brands division. Mr. Chairman?
Well, but a bill of sale has to be accompanied by an inspection to be legal in our rules, right? Any change of ownership requires an inspection.
Right, correct.
So sometime in the process, that animal had to be inspected and the brand had to match the bill of sale. So I guess, you know, we kind of have a two-pronged verification, do we not?
No, that's correct. And so I did review just to see, we reviewed kind of the statutes currently, how they are directed with electronic signatures. And so basically what it says is, yes, governmental agencies can use them, and it's really up to our discretion whether we use them or not. So it is really under our discretion whether we would accept something like that or not. And then when I did look under the bill of sale required, it basically just says a bill of sale needs to be signed by the seller. So, you know, certainly in statute in 81.3.210, it does not go into further detail. Does that need to be? They didn't contemplate certainly electronic signatures at that time.
I think where this will come into play is Jay and I've talked about it a little bit more than what you're talking about, which is the traditional methodology of how cattle are changing hands within the state of Montana. Where this would provide some relief is that individual who has bought animals from someone out of state, potentially, they haven't rebranded them. They take them to resell them at one of our markets, and now their check is held because their brand's not on the animal. We don't have any proof of ownership, and maybe they didn't get a bill of sale or they lost a bill of sale, and that they're trying to clear the hold. And so they're dealing with someone who may be in South Dakota. Well, I don't get a wet signature from someone who's on the other side of South Dakota that I bought them from. As we're redoing this bill of sale, can I get an electronic signature from them? Because that's a lot easier to do and get my hold cleared up so I can get my check. I think that's where you would see this play out more. And in that case, I would say if we thought people were being funny with it, you could always, an investigator could always make contact with that person on the other end and say, did you actually punch the button to sign off on this if there was some sort of dispute that raised? But I think that's where you're gonna see, and I think that's where the spirit of the question Jay got this on, was someone who was trying to clear a hold and the seller's in another state, and how do I get them, now that I'm trying to get a copy of the bill of sale or get something from them to prove I did have ownership. How do I do that when they're 500 miles away from me? And they asked if we would accept an electronic signature, and currently we have to say no. You have to figure out how to send something to them or have them send something to you with their signature on it, and that just makes that process go a couple of more days and creates an angry constituent because that's a couple more days they don't have their money in their bank account.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I didn't really proceed very far with this issue yet. I wanted to get a little input from the board. Just looking at it, I think what might make sense is if we were to move down that direction, we would probably put maybe development of some administrative rules to put look some sideboards on it so we know exactly what we will accept and not. And that's kind of was my initial thought. I did not draft anything at this point because I wanted to see basically whether the board would like to proceed or not.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure there was even an appetite for it before we put a lot of work into it.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I've used electronic signature on deals that were worth a lot more than one or two animals.
Wow.
And, you always wonder, but that's commerce today, it seems. And so Eric is sitting there looking like he's really deep in thought, but I'm gonna ask him to comment.
No, I was just gonna tell, I was just going to dovetail on what Mike said, and I agree entirely. Like, we've got cattle in our yards, and the customers may live in Iowa or Missouri or Nebraska, and we sell the cattle, and I send him a blank bill of sale, and he sends it back to me so that I can have it on ship day. But the numbers never tally. You know, you sell 200 head on the video, and then you sort them, and you find one with an eye or a lump, and so you ship 199 or whatever it is. So I'd rather do an e-signature and have the bill of sale match the brand inspection and get it right there.
Lily, I see you deep in thought also.
I was gonna second Eugene. I've signed a lot of deals that are worth more than 2 cows with electronic signatures, so it does not scare me that much to do. And I do think it would make everything easier.
Okay, do we still have?
I think we've lost Greg and Jake at this point, I think.
So, I guess, so you just want this discussion, so next meeting you will bring an official proposal. So, okay, let's move on.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think, next board meeting, I would bring back some proposed rules that would maybe adopt, kind of the tenor of the discussion today for the board moving forward in that. Okay, thank you. Just last, don't have too much, and I just wanted to give you a quick update on where we're at with our public brand search. So Ms. Kim Dallas was here last board meeting giving you a quick update. So we just really had 2 issues that we're really trying to solve last, the last couple of discussions that we've had. We had some discussions with the major and minor characters. Those weren't quite working, searching quite correctly. And then also what we did is in an effort to increase the speed of the entire system, we did pagination. So basically, if I look at all the brands in Yellowstone County, it now brings up page 1, page 2, and so on. So it loads much quicker, and then from a user experience, it'll be much more, it'll be faster, and then I think easier to navigate. So the pagination part of that system would go to page 3 and then break. And so he did figure it out, and there was quite a bit more work than I think he entailed. His assessment now was to get this in our hands tomorrow morning so that we would be able to test for the next couple of weeks. We would fit this into the regular ServiceNow updates, which would occur May 8th. And so then potentially on May 9th or some day shortly after that, we would be able to go live on our website. The plan for the website would be on our homepage where we have those boxes of all our kind of pertinent information that we think people are looking for. We would place this on our homepage as one of those boxes. So it would be, review current brands, or we'll come up with, I think, a nice little term that makes sure people understand that. They would just click on that. We'll have, that will link us to a page where we'll provide people with a little bit of detail on how to use the system, and then they will just be able to plug in and go. So I did give them a hard date of May 16th. I said, absolutely, this has to be live because, as we get out to some of these producer meetings and association meetings, I want to be able to unveil it. And so it looks like, once again, I think we are getting very, very close. We've been talking about it for months and months, and you're probably getting a little bit of frustration about when this thing is going to go live. And I felt some of that myself, but it does actually look like now we are there. So,
well, the thing is, it's nothing that it's not like our brand's situation with the markets where it's kind of a do or die, and it has to work the day you put it out, and we want to get it out in a certain time frame. This is, it's way better to have it come out and be totally functional than to go out and people have a bad experience the first time or 2 they use it, and then you're battling that from now forever.
I would agree, and our contractor did do a really good job of kind of thinking through things about user experience, about how do we make it basically faster, because we have 51,000 brands, and it pulls from so many different places in our program that there is a lag, and even in those larger counties, it's still pretty fast now, but we wanted to make sure that it's as quick as possible that you could, and the more you filter down, then the quicker it is too. So if you leave just a broad search, it's gonna take a little longer, it's gonna pull a lot more brands, so that's kind of where we're at. I'm pretty excited about that. I think we'll have something and to certainly share with the board, and it'll be live, hopefully at the next board meeting. It will be live at the next board meeting. I've made sure of that. I will make sure of that. Just quickly, I just want to give you an update on where we're at with dealer license renewals. So we did send out 203 dealer letters. That included 408 registered agents. That also included, we went to the 12 markets and 4 livestock video auctions. We have received, as of Monday, 130 back from the dealers, so that's about 64%. I thought it might be a little higher. We did go out a little earlier than we normally did, just to make sure that we'd provide more time for people to get renewed for their dealer licenses. Our plan now is to email for the folks that we do have an email, and then we will send out an additional letter. Probably is going to be right around the 1st when that is renewed, saying, hey, you haven't renewed, please renew your dealer license if you so choose. We will also provide kind of like our lifetime horses. It's a wallet card basically with all their information on it. So we'll probably print those about the middle of May, giving time for everybody to get renewed that wants to, and then a few of the folks that maybe are a little after the date, we'll make sure that we have all those, that we can do that in one fall swoop of emailing those wallet cards out with all their dealer informations and to the markets too. So, and then just lastly, Mr. Spatz covered all the staffing, but I just wanted to talk a little bit just about Glasgow and mention one of our former employees, Monty Simonson. He was the one that staffed our Glasgow market. He was a long-term employee that retired. We pulled him out of retirement twice to work in Glasgow, and he did a fabulous job for him. So when I did talk to him here just the other day, when he decided he was going to head back home for the spring, he said, I enjoyed my time up there, and I'm willing to come back in the fall if you need me. So I appreciate all the work that he did for us there, and it was a difficult situation that he did really great work for us. So I think it's worth noting. So with that, that concludes my agenda items, and I would answer any questions if you had anything else that I didn't touch on.
Billy, it doesn't look like she has a question. Eric, don't see. Do you have a question for Jay? Yeah. I'm not seeing the mute come off.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I guess okay. All right. Public comment. And Miss Ellie, would you like to make any comments?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Ellie Brighton, Montana Stock Growers Association. I always learn something from your guys' discussion, so thanks for letting me sit here.
You're welcome. Thank you for participating. We appreciate the fact that you're willing to spend the time. I would think it'd be a little bit boring sometimes, but is there anyone out there? I didn't see any names.
No, we don't have any folks from the public. I mean, I see Brittany Jones is still on, but I think she just hasn't turned off her Zoom. I don't know if she's still there and wanted to speak at the general public comment time, but other than that, we don't have any other members of the public out there.
I don't see her mute come off and her camera's off, so I assume, all right, well, I guess with that, we've already set the date. There's no other business that I know of.
Do we want to talk about location for May? Or do you and Mike want to decide that, or what do you guys think? I'm kind of in favor of it. It sounds good to me having it halfway in between, a more neutral spot between the two barns.
Yeah. So Butte is what you're saying, Eric? I mean, we have an option to have it in Butte because stock growers have a room at the hotel that we could use for both meetings, the afternoon and
I'll
the
check
board
on
meeting?
that to see if it's both, but I'm assuming it's the 28th is when that's there, but we could always figure out something to do for the 27th. I would imagine there might not be anything else. We could probably find the hotel ballroom or just do a contract with them to use it for a half an afternoon or,
I imagine that would work.
yeah. And I
As long
would
as we
assume
have,
technology is
yeah.
fine. Yeah, I'm not worried. As long as we've got internet, we can run a Zoom and we can do that without any problem. Just won't have our trusty IT staff right down the hall if I mess something up. I'll have to figure it out myself.
So Alan, do you have any comments or druthers?
About the same.
Yeah,
Same-
for you.
Same distance.
And William, you said you won't be able to be there on the 28th, is that right, or the 20? So we're scheduled the 27th and 28th, afternoon of the 27th and the full day of the 28th.
Yeah, well, I'll see what, we have, I know we have a holiday the 29th, so, and so the 28th, I'll probably be here the 27th, but not, I might just zoom in on the 28th, I don't know yet.
All right, well, and Butte would be another 80, 90 miles for you to travel, but.
And William, I used to have a copy of your church holidays that Ed gave to me one time, but I've misplaced it. So if I could get another copy of that, then that way when we're scheduling, like when Pentecost and those things, then I could look on the calendar, see when they are, and that could help us avoid crossing over your church holidays too. But I lost the copy of that I had.
90 miles ain't a big deal when you talk about how Eric has to drive.
Yeah, no, that's right, but Butte or Helena is the same distance for Eric.
Yeah, it's about the push.
Exactly.
Yep. So, I guess, why don't you just double check the facilities, make sure that if we decide Butte, everything will fit and work.
I think I hear the preference is Butte if we can make it work.
We can make it work, I think that's
Cause if you're gonna do it, then you also gotta hustle in and get the rate on the motel rooms.
Well, Stargore's already has.
No, but I mean, to get in that block.
Yeah,
I think-
or government rate.
Eric's just gonna come stay at your house and then ride with you the rest of the way. I'm kidding.
That's just, what if I was coming that one day? You never know.
All right,
Then what's gonna be happening? I don't know what's gonna be that far out.
you know, I guess that is a compromise a bit for the markets, for Three Forks, Butte or Helena, it's probably about the same distance. Dillon, it's closer to Butte, so, and the Headwaters, I'm surprised, or not Headwaters, but Ramsey, I'm surprised that they didn't at least weigh in, but I guess whatever. All right, with that, anything else?
Yeah, Gene, one more thing. I know I'm gonna pound the gavel, but
yeah,
sorry. And then last one, I'll be quiet, I promise. I guess I'd like to know what happened with the Billings yards in 17 or 18 or whatever before most of us on the board, because there seems to be some miscommunication because they are selling 4 days a week. And I don't know if they're supposed to or what it is, but Pays sells way-ups on Wednesday and feeders on Friday. BLS sells way-ups on Monday and feeders on Thursday, like mid of October through. So I mean, if Mike could just email, Mike could just send us an email or whatever works.
Yeah.
The way I read this, Eric, is they just swap days, BLS and Pays. They had 4 sale days in Billings already, and they just, instead of BLS having a Wednesday sale, let's say, they wanted to swap with Pays and have the Wednesday sale at Pays instead of BLS, and BLS have the Friday sale or whatever. There was 4 sale days on the calendar.
Yeah.
It was just a matter of internal switching, calling them feeder sales. But we can do that and also any research that we can come up with, about past decisions that have been made.
And Jay said, we looked at the minutes for the meeting and it's kind of not ideal because the board actually didn't technically make a decision. And I'll tell you about what is read from minutes. It was Brett DeBrucker moved to accept the change. And then the motion died for a lack of a second. So really, technically, the board made no decision, but we all know that no decision is a decision.
It's a decision.
So, but that's how that went down.
So Mike, but prior to that, Billings was permitted for 4 sales between the 2 yards a week. Is that right?
Yes. And Jay and I did confirm, I wanted to make sure, we went and looked at their calendar for this lost fall run. So we would have that and we were like, okay, it's the way it was before their request, who's selling on what day. And so that made us comfortable that they hadn't just moved forward and did it even without the board's approval.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Moore, I did print all that off, so our minutes, their proposals, so I can put that in a little bit more usable packet for you, and I can get that out prior to the hearing.
Yep.
Okay, any other, Lily, did you have any other questions? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you two off. Hopefully everybody will be able to be here next meeting, and I think that for a public meeting, it should be nice if you could be here, William, and the more of us that are in person, I think it just looks like our interest is with the producers and the petitioners, so. With that, all right, meeting adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Drive safe.